Okay, it's 9:30. If everybody wants to find a seat, we'll start at 9:31 to give everybody time. It's good to see everybody here. Okay, we will call the July 19th Volusia County Council meeting to order. It's good to see everybody here, and as is our normal policy, we will begin with an invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. If you are a member of a faith group who would like to participate in an invocation, you are welcome to do that. Just email kgreen@volusia.org. Green over there, and she will get you all set up. This morning, Dr. Reverend Lowry will have our invocation, and then we'll immediately follow that with the Pledge of Allegiance. So I'll ask the council to stand with me. Anybody in the audience, if you would like to stand, you're free to do so. Thank you.
Let's pray. Lord, again, we come to you at the beginning of another meeting, asking for your help and for your wisdom and guidance. I thank you for all that have come out today to speak their mind about certain issues. We just pray that everything we do today might honor you. We thank you for creation. We thank you for what all you've done for us that we really don't deserve. In Jesus' name, amen.
Krista, would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Gertman.
Here.
Mr. Johnson.
Here.
Dr. Lowry.
Here.
Ms. Post.
Here.
Mr. Robbins. Ms. Wheeler. Mr. Brower.
Here. So let the record reflect that we do have a quorum present here. I believe that Billy Wheeler may be joining us virtually, so I would ask for a motion from a member of the council and a second that she be allowed to participate.
Moved. Second.
Motion by Gertman, second by Robbins. All in favor? And motion carries 6-0. And there she is. Good morning, Billy. And we will begin with public participation. We have one so far, Paul Richardson. You will have 3 minutes to speak. I think you know the drill. The timer is on your screen there.
Very good. It's nice to have this up. Morning, Council. My name is Paul Richardson of DeLand. Last year, far-left agitators said that photos and videos taken at the border showed U.S. patrol agents whipping the illegal aliens at the border. At the time, President Biden had this to say: "To see people treated like they did, horses running over them over, people being strapped, it's outrageous. I promise you, these people will pay." The smearing of the border agents continue with VP Harris. What I saw depicted about those individuals on horseback treating human beings the way they were is horrible. Secretary Mayorkas puts the same narrative. The images horrified us in terms of what they suggest and what they conjure up. Agents have been under investigation since September 20th with promise of punishing them the day after the agents on horseback dealt with illegal aliens coming across the river in Del Rio. The investigative has ended.
Agents involved in the Del Rio activity were not carrying whips. The third area focused on the individual actions of the agents. Despite initial appearances, after a careful review and analysis of videos, photos, and eyewitness accounts, this included an interview with a photographer on the scene and other members of the media, OPR found no evidence Border Patrol agents involved in this incident struck any person with their reins intentionally or otherwise.
However, the agents are still being punished, and the Biden administration won't apologize. If there was ever a clear indication that the Biden administration hates border security and law enforcement in general, this is it right here. To recklessly insult these good agents and then punish them afterwards is outrageous, and the administration must be rebuked. They hold antithetical ideas to good morale and discipline in law enforcement. If their ideology wins the day here in America, then we are on the path towards chaos and a breakdown of society. Thank you very much. You guys have a good meeting.
Thank you. Wendell De La Rosa.
I'll wait to get my slides up for my time to start. Make that full screen if you could. This morning I'm going to talk about this woman real briefly. This is Libby Ann Lovett, aka Elizabeth Higbee, Elizabeth Smith, Elizabeth anything. Next slide, please. Got a Facebook post. She's sent multiple emails to myself, Maury Husseini, a few other gentlemen in the county, and it's getting kind of out of control. And I believe she's been appointed. I'm not positive, but she's on some subcommittees representing Volusia County, Florida, which I don't think she should be the face of Volusia County, Florida. Neither do I think I am the face of Volusia County, Florida. Therefore, I don't apply to be on any committees. This petty criminal with a history of opioid abuse, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, going back 20 years. Next slide, please. That's one of 4 pages. It just goes on and on and on and on and on and on. Next slide. There's her current stuff right there. I'll get my pointer, but you'll see right there on that slide, if you take the time after the fact to look at it, she's currently on 12 months probation that started in March from 2 DUIs, accidents with injuries. So she's on supervised probation, can't go to bars, drink beer, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yet she goes on Facebook, does it, violates it, just total train wreck. Next slide, please. That's just more on the court document signed by Dave Cromartie, her fines and costs and $1,000 judgment, et cetera. She also has multiple evictions. The landlord was awarded like $3,500. It's all in the court records. Next slide, please. Here's what's a kicker. She's not even a resident of Volusia County, Florida. She lives in Flagler. So why in the heck is she a member of any boards in Volusia County, Florida? Next slide. Okay, now I'll talk about her. Like I said, I've received numerous emails from her. People in here have received numerous emails from her. You've received emails from me on what's called the clean hand policy. Nobody adheres to it. We just appoint whoever we want, and it's time to call them out for what they are. They're not a good representation of Volusia County, in my opinion. Now, whoever nominated them, whoever voted them in, that may be their opinion. I think we have a difference of opinion, but I think the record shows for itself, this member should not be the face of Volusia County, Florida. That is my opinion, what I have to say, and I'll see you this afternoon for another presentation.
John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. Three things, if I get through them. If not, you'll hear them this afternoon. One, I was at the library yesterday, and this nutcase just went off. One of the librarians asked this gentleman not to drink and be on his phone in the library. And he just ranted and raved, cursed and swore for about 10 or 15 minutes, all right? It was way too long. We have two security guards there, and he sat there and had this little lady do all the talking, and it's just, I'm asking you to look at it. One, I was ready to ask them to get rid of the security guards because there are more security there than there are residents in the library. But this was a little bit too much. We don't need to risk these women, all right? He's like half his size, and he's cursing and swearing, and got several times up to within 1 foot of her. So I stood there for fear that something might happen because the security guard was doing nothing. So I'm asking you to look into that. Secondly, if you've noticed, there was a big article in the paper yesterday on the development. A year ago, I came before you telling you that it was coming, that we needed to look at 92, we needed to look at that bridge. 10 years ago, I wanted to, the city, I didn't realize you guys were in charge of it, the bridge at LPGA. We needed to widen it, and the city said, no, 2049 is soon enough, all right? I don't know what our plans are, but widening that bridge on 92 can't come too soon. There are 9 major developments that have been announced within the last year. You all are aware of Amazon. That I consider a major development. It is right off of 92. There's another huge development going right there in the corner of Tomoka Farms Road and 92. There's one development going just south of Tomoka Farms Road at I-4. Huge, all right, 2,000 people or so. Then there's another development right in front of the church. There's another development just south of the dog track. It is really, really getting massive. The same thing that we happened to LPGA, that Rob Gillen said we would not have a house in Margaritaville until 2025, if that soon. Well, guess what? This development will be here in 5 years, if not that soon. All right, so I'm asking you to take a look. I want to thank you for the restriping of Tomoka Farms Road to allow those residents going north and west to get out of Tomoka Farms Road. It helps a great deal. And lastly, taxes. I know you all want to do rollback. I know it's politically correct to do rollback. But that $10 million is coming down the pike very, very quickly. Do not waste the money. I know a lot of people are asking you, save me a couple of dollars, save me a couple of dollars. But that $10 million is a lot of money. So I'm asking you to, when you do your deliberations, because you're going to be doing it for the next 2 months, to look at it carefully. Thank you.
Cynthia Hale.
Hello, everybody. How are you? My name is Cynthia Hale. As you guys know, I'm with FFT Helping Others, which deals with domestic violence, human trafficking, sex trafficking, and child abuse. I wasn't able to come to the participation of the $240,000 that you guys were giving for the grant. I was part of one of those grants for mental health for the neighborhood center. I was a little bit disappointed at the fact that the whole $240,000 went to the Beacon. And the reason why I came here is because I don't know if you guys read what the Duluth Domestic Violence Prevention Project actually is. And the reason why I'm here to educate you guys is that when domestic violence victims go through domestic violence, especially here in Volusia County, they cannot get to Daytona Beach. They can't get there. And what you guys actually did was that you gave $240,000 of tax dollars, which I'm sure that people want to be educated, of their tax dollars to education. That's all that you guys did. And so pretty much what a Duluth is that this, and I know about this because they did this in Alexandria, Virginia. And all it is people getting on a board healthcare providers, which Beacon doesn't have that. They don't have mental health providers there. There's no therapists. They just have caseworkers, which are not educated as therapists. And the reason why I know that is because I actually had a meeting with Beacon. And I actually asked them, is there mental health providers here for anybody coming into the Beacon? And they said no. And that's a little scary. So you actually are having $240,000 that is not going to a transitional home like the neighborhood center was going to do, or the actually, Foundations to Freedom was going to do. And they were going to provide mental health provisions with the Bonner program in Stetson. And so I don't understand exactly what was going on. And if you need this, I can give it to you. The other thing too, which I also want to give to you, is that this individual has been charged 12 times. And he has been harassing women in Volusia County and domestically abusing them. And this is not the only individual here. So we have no mental health provisions. We just have clinics. So you guys have no therapy for anybody dealing with mental health here. Thanks.
Thank you. Does law enforcement have that last sheet you showed me?
This one right here, I can definitely give them to you guys.
Can you give both of them to Carissa Green over here?
Yeah, and I'll be back this afternoon so I can give you guys more information about the Duluth. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, that's all the public participation that I see. Thank you again for coming. That takes us to item 1, the consent agenda, and item O has been removed for a later date. Is there any other items anybody would like to pull for a vote or discussion?
Move approval for the consent agenda.
R for discussion only.
Okay.
Item E and V.
Lowry moved to approve. Was there a second?
You have extra as well.
We will. I'll write those down. Was there a second on the motion? Second by Johnson. And Danny Robbins, which ones did you want to pull for?
E and V just for discussion.
E, V. Heather? Which one?
R, Romeo.
E, R, and V. Okay.
Motion
There-
7-0.
Pardon me?
Is the vote 7-0?
I haven't asked for a vote yet. We have a motion and a second. All in favor of approving the entire consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Yes, I saw Billy's lips move, so it's 7-0. We'll start for discussion, item E.
Morning.
Morning.
This is our new painting contract. So we've selected 3 different painters. This is up to $300,000. So we have several projects in the works, just normal upkeep for our facilities. So we send out, typically we'll send out for the project, we'll send out the proposal, we'll receive the bids back and choose the lowest bidder.
I just wanted to bring up, thank you for the explanation. With projects like this, and especially with how the market's going, what I just wanted to touch on too, and I know we've given the jail a lot of attention. Have we looked into using or utilizing inmates for any of these painting projects or anything that we can kind of keep in-house or create a reduced labor, anything like that before we just jump right in and renew contract?
We have explored the possibility. The issue is, particularly with using inmates, is access. They do have some skilled laborers over there. I have spoke with one of the corrections officers about the possibility of using them. Typically, our projects we do are a little bit more involved. I like to have my folks just take a little extra care rather than use inmate labor. I do know that some other divisions do use them quite regularly, just on some simpler projects, basic carpentry and stuff like that.
They paint almost constantly in the jail. So the jail is a lot like the Golden Gate Bridge, where you start at one end and paint, and then you start all over again and keep painting because of the usage. So there is paint crews going on all the time, and that's one thing that the inmates do. They've painted seawalls for us, which is actually a Class 5 concrete finish. They've painted a lot of other facilities. So they're a supplement. As Mr. Corbett said, this would be maybe painting in the courtrooms, painting in areas that you wouldn't use inmates anyway. So believe me, we do a lot of painting, and we use all sorts. So that it's a good comment, and we'll continue to look for those opportunities. We also have trades workers that do small painting projects and stuff in-house as well.
That was it. Thank you.
Thank
As long as we're looking at that, I'd be game to use them as much as we can to just bring that bill down a little bit, but thank you.
Okay, and item R, Mark Swanson, are you going to do this? The amendment of cooperative agreement with Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services Division of Forestry. Good morning.
Good morning, Council Chair. Mark Swanson, Interim Director of Public Protection. Item R is an agreement between the forestry and the county. Basically, the amount of protection has decreased from 419,763 to 361,777 acres. It's still the 7 cents per acre that's being charged.
Not necessarily on the contract, but I just wanted to point out that the amount of woodlands and forestry lands that Volusia County has reduced about 60,000 acres in the last year. So I wanted to point that out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And item V, is Ben Michaels coming? Contract task assignment with Jones Edmunds Associates, Inc. for the Volusia Blue Spring wastewater treatment feasibility analysis report.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, council members. Mike Ulrich, Water Resources and Utilities Director. The purpose of this task assignment with Jones Edmunds will be to perform a wastewater feasibility analysis report in accordance with the Florida Springs and Aquifer Protection Act. I'll just briefly go over a couple of the points here. So during council's very extensive workshop back on February 22nd, we had discussed this legislation, and so I'll just summarize very quickly the specifics of this. You can see them actually on the right side, the elements of the act. And as you'll recall, we have already completed 2 of the 3 outstanding Florida springs which we have in Volusia County. Gemini Springs, working in cooperation with DeBerry, we completed in January, and then Dillon Springs, which we brought for your approval back in March. Also, by the way, Jones Edmunds had performed both of those on our behalf. So, in bringing them on board for this task assignment, we've already brought together learned a lot from the first 2 processes to certainly help us with this process. A lot of lessons learned in those first 2 processes as well. So anyways, just to summarize, within this 108 square mile basin, which encompasses 5 cities as well as the county, we will be working in cooperation with each of these cities. And thanks again once to council's approval of the grant which DEP provided to us. Council approved on March 1st. The grant provides for 100% cost reimbursement for this study. So lastly, again, according to the Basin Management Action Plan, which targeted nitrogen as the key element of within these basin management action plans, which DEP has mandated, there is a reduction requirement of over 60,000 pounds of nitrogen per year over 20 years is what essentially what the goal is. The breakdown, again, this was discussed somewhat during the water quality plan. But as you can see, it's going to take it's going to be a heavy lift among our 5 local governments, actually 6 local governments, 5 cities, if you will, along with the Department of Environmental Protection. I'll simply say that, while this is a heavy lift, I'm quite encouraged by the emerging cooperation which exists throughout our local governments in dealing with this outstanding Florida spring, as well as the other 2 as well as the Mosquito Lagoon. So, I mean, these are tough processes. They're going on throughout the state, but I will say that the local government and the feedback from stakeholders, all stakeholders, as a matter of fact, I mean, we'll argue, but we all work for the sake of progress. So again, I'm happy to answer any questions if I can.
No, Mike, thank you. And Ben, I just wanted to highlight this. I don't think we get this stuff out there enough in terms of what we do. I'd run into you guys yesterday down in Southeast Volusia, check presentation from the state, and I just wanted to say thank you. And I know we all appreciate y'all's hard work. This community does. But we got $3 million down there for septic to sewer. That's on top of the $8 or $9 million a couple months ago that we had for Oak Hill, and not to mention in years past that $250,000 a couple times. So people are seeing a difference. Just keep it up. Keep up the good work. We like seeing, going after these grants and stuff just like this. Positive feedback we're getting in terms of our derelict vessels in the St. John's and in the Halifax all the way down south. So keep up the good work. People are noticing it, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thanks to all of you for your support and leadership.
Thank you. And that takes us to item 2, presentation by Local Habitat for Humanity. Update. Donna Butler.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. Excited to be here this morning and present to you all. First, we have our 3 local Habitat for Humanities in Volusia County. Mark Billings will come and present first. He's from the Southeast Volusia Habitat. Randy Jenkins is from the West Volusia Habitat, and Lori Gillooly is from the Habitat for Humanity of Greater Volusia County, which is actually essentially the northeast side of the county and Deltona. They formed a group together. This is just to give you a little update about what they're doing in the arena of affordable housing that's really outside of county government's purview. So I think Mark is coming up first. Yep, and here he is. Mark is also a member of our Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, so he speaks with a lot of knowledge today.
Thank you. I'm Mark Billings, Executive Director of Southeast Volusia County Habitat for Humanity, resident of New Smyrna Beach. First off, I want to say thank you for your service to our community. We live in a wonderful community, and it's through your dedication and leadership that we're able to have these conversations. My intent today is to give you a brief overview of Habitat for Humanity and our business model. I often get feedback of certain things that are somewhat not completely accurate. But before I do that, I'd be remiss to say that you'll probably hear some similar comments from my colleagues. So no one likes a long-winded administrator. So I'm going to be brief, but I also would be remiss if I didn't say we have a wonderful public-private partnership in our community. We work with the Housing Authority. My colleague Teresa Pope is here today from the Housing Authority. And behind me, I have 6 or 8 of my board members here in support of what we're doing today. So what I wanted to share with you first off is that each of you in some capacity or another has either mentioned to me directly or shared with our Affordable Housing Committee your concerns about what's going on. I want to share with you first off about Habitat. Our business model is where we sell homes. There's a myth out there that we give away homes. We sell homes at tax value. There are many homes that we get down payment assistance, to which we're grateful from the county for, but we also offer a subsidy through the Habitat business model, which is a retiring loan that's not, it's forgivable 1/30th over the duration of the loan itself. So I think it's important to know that we sell homes to those deserving members in our community. We work very closely with the Housing Authority to identify individuals that have met the requirements for our qualifications by working up, by getting a hand up, and then moving from subsidized housing into home ownership. I just closed on one 2 weeks ago. She was in public housing for many years. Through our partnership with Teresa, we identified her. She went through the 2-year program, put in 400 hours of sweat equity, and is now a homeowner as a single mom with 3 children. So it's important for us to understand that. And finally, what I would share with you is some of you have said, what are your barriers? It's a struggle for us right now. There was a report that was put out yesterday by Habitat International from the Harvard Business School that talked about 4 key components over the last 2 years. One is soaring home prices, up 27% in 2 years. Probably a little more of that in some of our areas. We've also seen that there's a dramatic shortage in housing. While we've seen a 27% increase in home ownership and prices, they're very correlated to one another, we've only seen a 0.6% increase in African American home ownerships. Fewer than 43% of African Americans own a home. We work very closely with our community to identify needs for those individuals that are deserving. And last, where I could use your help, and I think my colleagues will emphasize this, we have to take costs out. The home that I'll be closing on in the next 3 weeks after we do our dedication came in at an appraisal rate of $270,000. That tax burden is one that we have to improve upon. Some of the things that go into costs, we can either subsidize more of the mortgage and build fewer homes, or look at things like we're grateful the county gives us relief on 1 impact fee a year. Maybe looking at that. Some of the permitting fees locally and at the county level. So I'm going to take a pause there. They say that a picture is worth 1,000 words. I'd like to play a little video for you that kind of tells the story of Habitat for Humanity. I thank you for your time.
Has a page telling how Jimmy Carter has toiled alongside its workers. Kristen.
What is Habitat for Humanity?
Good.
Website.
Good morning, Chairman, Mr. Chairman, and County Council. It's good to see all of you, and we greatly appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this morning. My name is Lori Galuli. I'm the CEO of Habitat for Humanity of Greater Volusia County. And as Ms. Butler mentioned, we originally started out as Halifax Habitat for Humanity. And just to maybe clear up some of the things people always ask me is, why are there so many Habitat affiliates? But Habitat started out as a very, very grassroots movement. And originally there were 4 affiliates in the county of Volusia. And at one point, Habitat for Humanity International asked us to, we had already been working with our, as I call them, our sister affiliates, but we ended up acquiring the affiliate that serves Southwest Volusia. So we are building now not only on the east coast, the northeast coast, but also on the west side of the county in DeBerry, Deltona, Orange City. We also serve Osteen and Enterprise as well, in addition to Port Orange, Daytona, Holly Hill, South Daytona, and Ormond Beach. And we have been building since 1986. I also have with me Darlene Wolfson, and she is our Director of Homeowner Services. And she's joined me in case you have any questions, too, about the program that you'd like us to answer. So I won't reiterate, Mark certainly gave a wonderful presentation about how Habitat works. And as you know, we engage our homeowners. That's why Habitat uses that word with. We build with the families that we serve. And they are totally engaged in the solution of their own housing issues. And what makes Habitat unique is in what happens is, after people apply through a very objective application process that Darlene oversees, we have to comply with every federal housing law, which we do. We also have to comply with every federal mortgage loan. Darlene and our Director of Finance, Pam Greenhaw now, Pam and Darlene are qualified loan originators. They have to follow all those, they have to have all those credentials to do that, to follow through with our mortgages. So when the house is completed, after the homeowner has gone through our program, which includes a very extensive education program for homeownership and financial literacy, when the house is completed, we sell them that house at no profit to us, but we sell it to them now. Over the last few years, the program has required that the Habitat for Humanity model has required that we sell them the house at appraised value. So Mark's point to you about that appraised value, as you all know, that's going to set the taxes, the property taxes, and it's also going to set the insurance costs from the beginning. So we work out a formula where we only charge our homeowners 25% of their income. Many of them, when they come to us, and of course they have to be residents of this county and of our particular service area, they are sometimes paying between 60 to 80% of their income on housing. And this is why you can understand that balance, that fine line to homelessness is always there, often through no fault of their own. If something changes in the job market, their jobs, if there's a hurricane that causes hotels to close and their jobs are lost for weeks, they don't have anything to count on to make that up. And another thing that I think is really important, that as a nonprofit, we talk about what we do in the services that our organizations provide, but I also want you to remember that all the money, the private money that we raise, that we bring to leverage to things like down payment assistance, and certainly the generosity of your helping us with impact fees, which is vital, that money gets put right back in this community because we work with local subcontractors. We buy supplies in this community. So the money that you work with us on, the money that we raise locally from private donors in this community who are very generous and make this program possible, that money goes right back into this local economy. It's vital money that keeps working. And the people that we serve through the Habitat for Humanity program are your foundation workers in this community. They're school bus drivers, they're teacher assistants, they work in the hospitals as patient techs and phlebotomists. They are working in hospitality positions. They work in the nursing homes as CNAs and the assisted livings in all phases of that work. So these are people that are essential to this community, and to have an opportunity, to be able to purchase a home, have the stability of a home, which then impacts forever their children's future. And now they have an opportunity to build equity in that home. So, and they're building equity from day one. We service all those mortgages, so we collect the tax escrow money. We also then, they're building equity from day one because it is a zero interest loan that we provide here locally. So we did provide, through the clerk, distributed to you a one-sheet handout with some facts and figures. We also, our particular affiliate, we have served 186 families, which also means that more than 400 children now have a safe and decent place to call their own. We've worked over the years very closely with the sheriff's office and local municipal law enforcement for the safety in those communities that we work in. We're also working on a development, a 6.35 acre site, which is, as any of you will know, one of the things we're cheering about. It's an ex-flood zone classification. We've held some initial meetings with your growth and resource management. We appreciate working closely with Clay Irvin on some pre-application meetings. We are working on infrastructure plans with Zahn Engineering, Andy Wilbert Surveying, Hazen Construction, and Cobb Cole Attorneys at Law. At build-out, we will have 42 affordable dwellings, including single-family homes and duplexes, to make more affordability for smaller families and single individuals. So we appreciate the support. We could use more. Before we even break ground on a new construction, we probably, between the impact fees from the county, the impact fees of the local municipality, if that is the case, the clearing of the land and the purchase of the land, we probably have $40,000 to $45,000 invested before we even break ground on the house. So that's a significant impact. But I hope that you always remember the leverage and the money that we bring to the table through private donations, in-kind donations, discounted materials that then impact that. So we're taking raw land that's paying very little taxes, developing that land, the individuals now paying property taxes on that land, and now they're also buying utilities from that municipality as well. So we thank you for your support. On behalf of our board president, Jeffrey Beck, and our board of directors, we thank you especially for the time and energy that your staff and the committee and the public has put into your affordable housing plan, and we applaud your efforts in those areas. We do have a short video we'd like to show you, which shows you a renovation that we did, a complete renovation, and this is in Orange City on Tanglewood. We just closed on this last month, and here you go. Thank you so much for your time. When we do a renovation, we do both new builds and renovations. We do a renovation to a like-new condition. And we've been very fortunate with, as I said, donated properties. This particular was donated by Chase Bank, returned real estate to the bank, and we were able to turn this into a quality home. We put quality construction in, quality appliances, quality cabinetry, so that that house is also easily maintained and sustainable for the long term. Thank you again for your support of affordable housing and for your support of Habitat for Humanity.
Lori, can I ask you a quick question? Right here.
Oh.
Over here.
Where am I?
Right
Oh
here
my
in the
gosh.
middle.
Sorry, thank you.
How are you raising funds?
That's like the biggest part of my job. So most of our funds come through private donations. Some key donors in this community to us are Top Build, Fifth Third Bank. We just received a very generous donation from Bob and Carol Allen, who have supported us for many years. In fact, his company, when he was CEO of Consolidated Tomoka, donated the land to the city of Daytona Beach, which became a public-private partnership called Flemish Woods. The property that we're building on, that we intend to build on once we go through your PUD process, which is on Flemish Avenue in Daytona Beach in the unincorporated area. That was donated by D.S. Patel. We have a number of very generous donors in this community. I'm always looking for more donors. And Habitat for Humanity, what's wonderful about house sponsor, we look for about $80,000 for each house sponsorship. So if you see a house sponsorship, you know that that individual, that faith community, that business has donated that degree, that significant donation. And what is important, what I try to express to our donors, is that that donation goes on. So that house builds that house with that family. But what happens in Habitat is that family immediately changes their quality of life. Secondly, they forever impact the future of their children. And third, as they're making their mortgage payments, they make that opportunity happen for everyone else who comes beyond them. So paired with the donated money from local individuals, corporations, faith communities in this community, is the mortgage dollars, the cash flow that comes back from those mortgage payments that's rolled right back into more homes.
So is that from direct appeal, or do you have fundraising events, or are people reaching out to you? All three of those things.
All three of those things. We also look for any grants, and we've had grants from public supermarkets. We have had grants from Bank of America, local, I'm talking about most recent things that we have. So yes, it is a combination of those, Chairman, and fundraising, especially coming off of the pandemic, was a challenging time, as you all know. But we were very fortunate to still have some faithful donors to continue to support us during those times.
One more, Heather Post.
Yes, hi, good morning, Lori.
Good morning.
So I wanted to talk about the volunteers.
Yes.
The volunteer process, and the homeowners are deeply committed to the process as well. And I know that I've come out and I'll tell you, one of the most rewarding volunteer processes that I've been involved in has been whenever I'm doing anything with Habitat for Humanity, because I always say I have two hands, right?
Right.
I may not know, I'm not an electrician or anything, and by the way, just to clarify, any of that kind of stuff is done by someone who knows what they're doing.
Yes,
in these houses.
absolutely.
But painting and landscaping and any of that kind of stuff, where you just need bodies that able people that can come in and help, are just greatly needed, but also very impactful in what you're doing. So if you want to speak to that a little bit as well, your need for volunteers and how they're involved, and also the homeowners, how much they're involved in the process, because I know that they have to do a lot of stuff.
Yes.
And be deeply committed. And I know even during the painting and doing those kinds of things in the houses, the homeowners are there. Sometimes their kids are there.
Yes.
You meet them, and I'll tell you, meeting them later on in the communities and running into them has been really, really wonderful as well. But
I so appreciate you bringing that up. And just I know the experiences that you've had, on our particular sites, and what you described about meeting the homeowners. That's actually something that President Carter always spoke about and the founder, Millard Fuller of Habitat, spoke about. And what's interesting is they may not have had an opportunity to meet you otherwise. You may not have had an opportunity to meet them. But now you understand each other a little bit, and you have a different perspective on it. For our homeowners as well as for the volunteers. I'll speak to the volunteers for just a moment, and then I'm going to let Darlene speak to the homeowner engagement, which is vital to our program. And our volunteer efforts, and of course, anyone who's listening, we're always looking for donations, as the chairman brought up, and volunteers. And volunteers do the large part of our home construction. We absolutely have local subcontractors as electricians, plumbers, masons even. But our homeowners, our volunteers, do things like all the drywall, the framing, the inside framing, because we do block construction. But they do the tile floors. They do, as you said, all the painting, landscaping, and baseboards, all that kind of trim work, put the windows in. And we have two very seasoned, very professional site supervisors who I know you know, Ben Ferguson and Tracy Davis, and they're as construction knowledgeable as they are also excellent teachers and cheerleaders for our volunteers. And recently, we have a lot of, we call them our weekday warrior volunteers who come out and volunteer on their own during the weekday and help with some of the more specific construction jobs. But then we also have groups that come out. We've had a number of groups from Brown & Brown Insurance work with us directly on our homes. A new group to us that just came out and they're ready to come back out is the Amazon Distribution Center in Deltona. 4 of their employees came out about 2 weeks ago. And they had such a good time, they were already reaching out to us to come back. And we appreciate that. We have Top Build is a tremendous donor to us. Upwards of $1.5 million over the last 15 years. But they also, from their CEO to everyone in their organization, comes out with their families and works on the houses with us. And that volunteer piece is everything that Habitat is. So thank you so much for bringing it up, Councilwoman. We appreciate it, and we appreciate your service as well. Darlene?
So the Habitat model involves a homeowner helping with what's called sweat equity, and that's the Habitat for all the Habitat models. So the home that you saw in the video, the person that is now the homeowner would have completed about 225 hours prior to contributing an additional 100 hours on her own home. So the homeowner is learning how to build, how to maintain. They're going to learn what I wish I had before I was a homeowner about how to caulk that window, how to replace a cracked tile, when to call the insurance company, when not to call the insurance company. So the education piece is a huge part of making this a sustainable investment for them over time. And a lot of studies have been done psychologically about the value you place on something when you make it yourself versus the value you place on something when you just purchase it. So we are building citizens who are invested in their home, in their home ownership, and in their community, and they vote.
And their children are also learning
their
this
children.
as well.
This particular house you saw, you probably can't tell from that, but it's actually on a hill. And the most exciting thing for her kids was their son wants to mow a lawn so badly. He hasn't done that. It's a big hill, but just seeing the joy on his face about getting to mow a lawn, I wish my kids had.
Thank you.
Barbara Gertman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for what you do within the community. What's the, once the person has become the homeowner, what's the follow-up to help, ensure that they are maintained and have the support beyond that moment?
Sure. So our homeowner education program covers a wide variety of topics and remains available after they're in the home. They can always call us to discuss any aspect of their mortgage, and they frequently do, especially when it's time to look at their escrow account and discuss it. And we often get calls about, all right, who do I call to fix this? But we've already started giving them large notebooks of who worked on your house. Where was that system from? And we talk them through it. There's a lot of support emotionally, and well, we want them to be independent, but we'll talk them through it as much as we need to. We have an
So there isn't a required component once you close?
Pay your mortgage.
Right, other than paying your mortgage, I'm
Stay
saying
current
there
on your
isn't
mortgage,
a
yes.
required continued program for
There's
a
no
period of time
post-habitation
beyond.
requirement
Okay.
beyond that. And we also now have a scholarship program that helps encourage them to remain involved for further education for the homeowner and their children.
Thank you.
Thank you very
again.
much.
They
Appreciate
appreciate
it.
the opportunity. Thank you.
I think just about everything has been covered, so I'm going to be very brief. I'm Randy Jenkins. I'm the Executive Director of West Volusia Habitat. Just to clear up the geography again, we're pretty much everything on the north end of the county, west of I-95, and then the areas around the city of DeLand. We've been around since '88. Initially, most of our building was in the northern part of the county. We did a lot of building up around Pearson, Barberville, DeLand Springs. Then in the '90s, moved almost entirely into the city of DeLand. A lot of building in Spring Hill on both unincorporated lands as well as incorporated lands in Spring Hill. Over the years, some of the requirements within the city of DeLand became quite onerous, and we used up most of our conforming lots. We still have a large amount of land in the city of DeLand, but it's all non-conforming lots, and the city is working very well with it right now to try to figure out how we can bring those back. In the most recent times, I'm building on the west side of DeLand and unincorporated land. We have 3 homes under construction. That is our home number 102, 103, and 104. They are all meeting all of the affordable needs that we can possibly do today, with one notable exception, and that is we're not on sewer service on anything that we're doing on the west side of DeLand. So I'm going to take the position of, as I cover a couple topics real quick, ask what I need. I need sewer service on the west side of DeLand. We're building in the watershed for the St. John River. We're meeting state requirements by spending about $12,000 or $13,000 on above ground nitrogen reducing septic systems. We are having to build on lots that are 2 to 3 times the size of what we would normally need, but we need the space for an above ground septic system that's actually larger than the footprint of the house. So, anything that we can do to encourage an extension of sewer service, and in some cases it's a little bit interesting. In some cases we actually have sewer lines running along New York Avenue within a few yards of the houses we're building, but this is all coming out of the city and there's no available allocation. So, we spend $15,000 knowing that we're 100 feet from sewer service. So I bring that up. I want to touch on the issue of donations, and I thought Laurie's comments were wonderful. There is another tool available to us. It's the Community Contribution Tax Credit Program through the state. Kind of an interesting program because effectively the state funds 50% and the federal government funds another 40% through tax deduction. And it's a wonderful tool to bring into Volusia County. We have used it for years. Our largest donor here in West Volusia is the Boulevard Tire Center, Mr. Carl Vorden and his wife Patricia. They've been just an amazing supporter, but all of their contributions have been supported through the Community Contribution Tax Credit Program. I know some of the counties throughout the state of Florida aggressively promote that as a affordable housing funding source. I know Corey and I have talked about it. It's something that we can do more with, but I encourage anything you can do to encourage promotion of that program, because there are monies not being utilized under that program that go to waste, that would make a big difference. The last thing I want to talk about a little bit is who are our homeowners. And it's kind of interesting because Laurie touched on a little bit of it, Mark touched on some of it, but our homeowners are your employees. They are
the bus drivers, they are the contract bus drivers, they are the cafeteria workers, they are the custodians in the schools. They are the labor-intensive workers for the counties, for the cities, for the state of Florida. We talk a lot about affordable housing for the workforce, and it all gets focused on teachers and firemen and law enforcement and all wonderful places because we need that. But we also need that cafeteria worker. We also need that bus driver. And that is who our homeowner is. 70 of our 101 current homeowners either work for the county of Volusia or they are a contract employee with the county. And part of that is because of being located here in DeLand, but we can't forget that. There is a long-term solution to this that is a very politically difficult solution, and that is both the county and the school board sit on a lot of undeveloped, unallocated abandoned land. And what I would ask, what I think could make a real difference in what we're dealing with, is take a hard look at some of that land and figure out how it might be put into land trust and used for affordable housing for that sector of the workforce that is not served by the other programs that are out there. That's my thoughts. Thank you for listening. Thank you for the whole presentation. I thank Lori and Mark for doing a wonderful job of covering everything. But sewer service and land, that's what we need.
Okay, do you have contact information you can leave with Carissa Green?
I absolutely can do that.
I have an idea for you for sewer service, and you'll be happy to know that part of what we're talking about today with the report that has come back to us.
And I sat on the committee that
for
put that
affordable
report
housing
together.
includes land trust. It's one of the things I'm most excited about. So, all of you, thank you for these presentations. Thank you for educating us. Mostly, thank you for the hard work that you do. And there was no need for a motion on that. It was strictly educational. We do have a member of the public that wanted to speak on that. You're going to the next item? Okay. Wendell De La Rosa on the Habitat for Humanity.
I didn't come to this meeting with this intention of speaking on this topic, but I'll sit in here waiting for the afternoon session. I've been buying and flipping stocks and properties, and I'm looking at one right now in Volusia County that's going up in August for tax deeds. It's on 15th Street and Burnham Road, surrounded by 2 governmental properties, like the gentleman just said. So if the county puts their money where their mouth is and gets that property back on the tax roll, I'll buy the other property next to it. And we came together to make a charitable donation to make the community better, get the affordable housing program going, or kicked off. It sounds like what I heard what the gentleman said was that they were needing donations, property and sewer lines. I'm looking at surrounding properties in Orange City, that it's 2 vacant lots, and when the lot that I'm going to buy right next to it, and just hand it right over and sign it over to the county to say, there you go. I'll put my money where my mouth is. The county do the same and team up that lot next to it and make a difference. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Okay, there you go, Mark. Randy, Lori, you got a donation. Donna Butler for item 3, presentation of affordable housing plan.
Good morning again. I'm very pleased to be in front of you all today to bring forward something that has been being worked on by staff for over 3 years. We tried to kick it off before COVID hit and we took a pause. We're very excited to bring this to you and share what the community has told us that they would like to see in their affordable housing. In front of you real quickly, you got our executive summary. Thank you to Community Information for working on prettying up the plan, the cover sheet, and then this is in a real quick nutshell what everything is. Before we get going today, I'm going to bring up Ann Evans in a few minutes, but I'm going to give the portion of the plan that has to do with community services, community assistance, and Clay Irvin will give the portion that has to do with growth management. But there's some people that I would really like to thank, because while we're up here giving these presentations and it looks like, you know, we did all the work, we didn't. Carmen Hall, Community Assistance Director, Corey Brown right here, Trish Smith, I'm not sure if Trish is here, she is, hiding in the back up there. Community information, like I said, and then I do believe that in the audience, I've seen quite a few of them come in, we have some affinity group members. If you're here, would you just stand or wave or something so that, there we go, look at that. We've got a whole bunch of affinity group members that were on our affinity groups to talk about the 3 different areas of concentration that are in this plan. With their help, they forwarded it to our Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. And 3 of those members in particular were involved in directing or, you know, chairing, managing the group. We have DJ Lebo, who could not be here today, with Early Learning Coalition of Flag Learn Volusia. She's the CEO, but she's also the vice chair of AHAC. We've got Waylon Neese, who is the chief operating officer for the Neighborhood Center and the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee secretary, and then Ann Evans, who is the chair of the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. In addition, in the audience here, Carrie Baird, who really has no skin in this game, but is the CEO of One Voice for Volusia and Flagler Cares, was very intimately involved in trying to put together this document for us so that it really made sense, could be a usable working document moving forward. So with that, I'd like to bring up Ann. She's going to open us up. She has been an incredible champion of this process, and I'm so pleased to have her kick this off for us today.
Thank you, Donna. Good morning. I've tried to find something humorous to start off with, but the more I thought about it, this really isn't a very humorous topic. It's pretty serious. Fair market rent is established yearly by HUD, and it's based on local factors within the community. In Volusia County, fair market rent for a 1-bedroom apartment is $931. For a 2-bedroom apartment, it's $1,135 per month. And for a 3-bedroom apartment, it's $1,505 per month. In Volusia County, we have more than 70,000 people who live below the poverty level. That means they make about $13,600 per year. They can only afford housing that costs $340. A 1-bedroom, $931. They're priced out. And these are primarily senior citizens and maybe people who have a disability. Jimmy has a family of 4, and he works at a fast food restaurant. He earns $27,000 a year. He can afford to pay $690 per month for rent. Fair market for 1 bedroom, $931. He's priced out. Sam, a single father with 3 children who works construction. He makes $35,000 a year. He can afford to pay $912 a month. Family of 4. 1 bedroom, $931 per month. He's priced out. And then you have Susan, a single mother of 2, who's a nurse, and she earns $45,000 a year. And she's been saving for 5 years to get a down payment so she can buy a home. She's priced out before she even starts with the rising cost of housing. You've heard all this before. This is nothing new. But something is new. You made affordable housing a priority. And action expresses priority. And in 2021, you took action, beginning with 5 webinars and culminating in a housing summit. Top experts were consulted, and over 300 stakeholders heard from them. From this group of stakeholders, you had the affinity groups, and you've seen a lot of them still have interest in what's going on. And as Donna said, we had those affinity groups on a community land trust, a funding group, and a land development group. These groups met over several months. They consulted experts. They developed a path to move forward, complete with action steps to implement and demonstrate progress. You tasked the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee to lead this project, review the product, and recommend a final plan to you. I want to commend, and I don't know how many people of AHAC are here, but they are a fantastic group to work with. You did well in appointing them. After we approved the first draft of the plan, we had a meeting for public comment, and we did get a lot of public comment. We then met again and incorporated those comments where it was appropriate and where necessary. And as you know, the final draft is going to be presented to you today. I want to say a special thanks to Ms. Wheeler and Ms. Gertman for representing you on AHAC. And a very special thanks to Corey Brown, Carmen Hall, Donna Butler, Carrie, and Andrea Carr, who represents legal. She kept all of us on target and kept us doing the right things to keep us out of trouble. Donna and Clay are going to give you a presentation about the meat of this plan. We look forward to your approval so that we can immediately and aggressively begin its implementation. The plan will be reviewed annually by AHAC with results and outcomes reported to you, as well as any plan modifications that may be needed. In other words, this is not a document that's going to sit on a shelf. This is a document that's going to be living and worked as necessary and reported back to you on things that worked and probably on things that didn't work either. It's said that a man who moves a mountain begins by carrying away small stones. We proudly present to you the pathway to begin moving those small stones that are the mountain of affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. So Ann's got a nice letter to you all that pretty much says some of the same things. Again, our webinar series, we had 5, then we had 3 more, then we had our summit. The Infinity groups met 2 and 3 times. Community Land Trust finished quickly, so they only met 2. Everybody else met 3 times. And then draft action plan, tells you how we are to get where we are today. So the AHAC and the affinity groups decided that they wanted to have 3 actual overarching priorities for this plan. The first is resource expansion. The next is to maximize cost and time savings. And then the third is effective communication. So resource expansion, no matter how hard we work, we're probably never going to completely fill the gap. The current resources that are out there are just not enough, and there's going to continue to be those that are going to need housing. But we want to prioritize resource expansion to allow for new ideas to increase the supply, explore innovative funding opportunities, and surplus property opportunities, which we already do. And then public and private resources are needed to create affordable housing together. We can't do it on our own, and as you heard from the habitats, they can't do it on their own either. Everyone has to come together to work on the plan. Maximize costs and time savings. Affordable housing can be incentivized through use of cost and time savings, and then the investments will follow. Some of those things can be the contribution of land. It can be impact fees, which has been brought up multiple times. Collaborative efforts between partners, public and private, are a must to increase the supply. The next, perpetuate the affordability of assisted housing by implementing program policies to maintain existing as well as new stock. One of the things that you approved through your ARPA funds was the $4 million to be able to spend on existing affordable housing, already owned affordable housing that is in need of repair. And in many cases, these are life safety issues, and we have not had enough grant funds. So you put that $4 million aside for us to do that. We are in the process, and we are going to be submitting an RSQ in the short term, probably in the next couple of weeks to a month, if all goes well. And that will allow developers to take a bigger chunk. They can take it in a quad perspective, or they can do the whole county. But we believe that will incentivize contractors to come and help us get those things quickly done and maintain that existing stock. If we lose that stock, our need for new stock is just exponential. Effective communication. So the entire way through in all of the committees, they really felt that part of the problem is that we are not communicating as clearly as we could about the opportunities for developers to come in and provide affordable housing. But we want to make sure we encourage participation. We include the municipalities. Clay and I are going to make ourselves available to whomever wants to hear about our plan, to see if any part of it might be interesting to another municipality. There are some that, as you know, Daytona is moving forward on their own. City of DeLand has been involved in their own. But if we can figure out ways to partner with the municipalities, it just makes the whole development of affordable housing better. So one of the things that we want to do is create a dashboard. It's already in progress. We hope to have it up and running in the next month or two. IT is working with us on that, and it will enable us to track the funds that we have, whether it's grant funds locally. We can even put on there partnerships and how partnered with other groups. So we're really looking forward to being able to communicate how the funds are being used and how many units they're buying. I think sometimes there's a misperception that if we have this huge amount, even a small amount of money, that it's buying us a lot of units. And really, it's not. It's kind of challenging and be frustrating, but it's a good challenge to have to figure out how we can keep moving forward. So we actually have now 10 strategies for success, and I'm not going to read them all because I'm getting ready to go over them with you. But I'll start with create a community land trust. Very excited about this particular one, and as a matter of fact, we have an RSQ that is going to be put out on the street in 2 weeks to either, and it's a very flexible one, to bring an existing community land trust to our community. It will not be part of county government, or for a local nonprofit that's interested in becoming a community land trust. So we're not saying that it has to be one way or the other, but it's a nonprofit that provides a vehicle that separates the housing unit and the land so that the purpose of transferring title to the unit without selling the land. So in the case, for example, of a Habitat, if their land was in a community land trust and they were only selling the value of the home, it becomes much more affordable. Their homes are always affordable. But when we do first-time home buyers, one of the things that can be a little challenging for us is that it's a great option. We provide a very substantial down payment to make the home affordable for those in the very low and moderate income levels. But when they sell that home, especially in this market, when they can sell it and make a lot of money, while we get that down payment assistance back, depending on how long they've lived there, that home is no longer affordable. So that causes a challenge for us to then say, okay, now we have to start all over again, and our money really isn't worth as much. If we invested that money 3 to 5 years ago and we provided $50,000, well, that $50,000 now doesn't go as far because the housing prices are so much higher. Community land trust really works at calming that scenario down, and the homes are always resold to someone that meets that affordable housing criteria. So for us, that's a win-win. And on top of just creating permanent affordable housing for home ownership, it can also be used for rental. So if we had a large parcel of land that we could donate to a community land trust, then they in turn could make that whole development cost go significantly down and be able to provide more units for the cost that they're putting into it. So very excited about that option.
Donna,
Question?
would you tell the public what an RSQ is?
I'm sorry. Request for Statement of Qualifications. Hopefully that's correct. It's an acronym that's not really my word. Pam's out here somewhere probably.
Who brought the acronym
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm queen of acronyms in our department. We kind of live in them, and some of them confuse ourselves.
One other quick question, Barb Gartman.
Thank you, Chair. For the land trust, have we quantified the saving? Like, have we come up with a real-life example of what that savings would be? Is it a 20% savings, or is it more about it's the savings, but it's also that you're keeping it in the affordable, housing
Right.
path for the next owner?
We have not quantified that. We had Mr. Wells was one of the presenters, and we also had the Habitat gentleman at our conference, and we did not ask that question. Primarily, our focus and question was focused on keeping it affordable. I would imagine when we get the responses back from the request for statement of qualifications, otherwise known as an RSQ, that we would see some of those things. We're trying to ask very open-ended questions so they can share their model and how that would work in Volusia County, what they would need in order to be successful. And so that could be a modification to a question to ask that, because we haven't put it out on the street yet.
Thank you.
It might be different per household too.
Right, I would expect that, but I would think that those other areas that are already doing this would have some idea of how it's truly been effective and the cost savings to, because we're saying it makes it more affordable to a resident or to a new homeowner. So I want to get some idea of what that impact of savings is.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, maximizing existing funding streams. You know that we already get SHIP funds from the state of Florida that we can use for first-time homebuyers, which is for other homeowner projects, as well as rental property. The affinity groups and AHAC really, they took votes, and the priority of them as a whole was to fund affordable rental housing. And that's primarily because of the market that we currently find ourselves in. It's very hard, probably nearly impossible for a very low, hard for a low, and even hard sometimes for a moderate income family to be able to purchase affordable housing right now. So they really felt that if there was a way to maximize the amount of funds that we had available and be creative in how we do it toward affordable rental housing, that it would get us further down the road, at least in the next couple of years. We'll be bringing to you in the next couple of meetings through John Booker and myself a proposed legislative change, and we haven't gotten into the exact details of it yet, but essentially right now SHIP guidelines, which are in the statute, require us to spend 65% of our funds on homeownership. Well, and it sounds like, okay, that leaves 35%. Really, it doesn't. It only leaves about 25%. So we're asking for local flexibility, trying to figure out how we word that so that everyone in the state that receives SHIP funds can have their own type of flexibility. But if we could get, so currently we receive just under $4 million, round up to make it easy. If we could spend $2 million a year, $2.5 million a year, at least for the next couple of years, we could really make a dent using SHIP dollars on affordable rental housing. So the second priority was to preserve existing owner-occupied housing stock through our rehab program using a variety of sources of funding. Supporting new funding, this really means to look at what HUD is doing and what other funding agencies are doing that where we might be able to apply for both competitive and non-competitive funding opportunities. This is both at the state and federal level. The Florida Housing Trust for affordable housing has competitive opportunities. Some of those competitive opportunities, though, are so competitive that they're only giving out 6 per state. So even if we have, a great project, we still might not get funded. So we need to constantly be looking for non-competitive funding opportunities as well. Consider providing support to developers when their funding aligns with the local strategies. One of the things that was discussed heavily is how can we position ourselves to be ready to go when the opportunity comes for this new additional funding. There is some new funding coming out right now through the COC, Coalition for, what's this? Yes, but it's COC fund. So Commission on the Housing for on Housing and Homelessness. Sorry, I'm on the board. You think I'd know that acronym, but they have to have funding as a partnership outside the COC, which stands for something else. The Coalition for something else. Sorry, I've over inundated myself with these acronyms.
Hey, while you're on it, what's SHIP with a P?
SHIP with a P is State Housing Initiative Program. Program.
This is not a
Partnership. Just stick with the acronyms. I
have
could be
to
much more successful in
You
this
have to say
presentation.
SHIP very carefully.
SHIP. Yes, sir. So anyway, we want to make sure that we have multiple funding sources that can leverage local resources. It might not even be our local resources. It might be a city that has the opportunity to do something, and there's some way that we can partner. And we just want to be ready and a good partner when the time comes. And then finally, create an affordable housing trust fund. In the first year, they're asking you to discuss and give us staff direction on the possible development of a trust fund. They are generally established by local or state governments to support the preservation and production of affordable housing, and it can be used for new construction as well as rehabilitation.
Can you pause 1 second for
I
a
can.
question from Barbara Gartman?
So, one of the questions I continue to ask is about the set aside for very low, and moderate. And is that a question we need to ask at the legislative or the federal level? Would that be beneficial to request a change to be more flexible, to be able to customize what's appropriate for our region versus?
We can absolutely discuss that. We're going to, we're meeting with County Attorney's Office and John to figure out some language, and then we're going to take that back to the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee if it works out timing-wise for us to do so. But we'll absolutely discuss that. I think flexibility really is the key. What's the local need, and can we meet that need?
Right. Because I think everything is set up with a one-size-fit-all, and it's not the case, county to county, region to region. So if we can have that flexibility, it would certainly make a difference. Thank you.
We really want to be able to maximize the money so that we can serve as many of these folks that need assistance as possible. There are so many people that come through the doors of community assistance that are struggling. And if we can make that available in some way to more people, it's going to ease the burden overall, and they can work better. They can potentially have the ability to move up in our community in terms of housing. Okay. Now I'm going to turn it over to the esteemed Mr. Urban.
Well, good morning. I'm going to take us through the exciting world of planning and zoning and how we can reduce costs and incentivize affordable housing. The first slide you see here could be best termed as time is money. And what we're looking at is when anyone comes in with a development application, the fact is if they're utilizing some federal or state funds, they're meeting certain deadlines there. If they're trying to work with us on a partnership, again, there's a certain time frame. Plus, there's just holding costs. So our primary goal here is to establish a process, not circumventing our rules, not putting away our regulations, still holding all of these projects accountable to our land development code and our zoning regulations, but providing a method so that there's a single point of contact, so that way when someone comes in and they have a program, they know who to contact. We bring together the team. The team is sitting there at every meeting, making sure that every aspect of this development program, be it new development in a greenfield, redevelopment of an existing site, we are there so that way our experts are helping their experts so we don't wind up with a 9-month, year-long review process and try and truncate that as much as possible. We're very lucky here in Volusia County that we have a great deal, a number of staff who are very well qualified. It's critical to make sure we drill it down so that we're not stepping over each other and making sure that there's clarity, in our mission into what we're doing here. That is basically helping a project that is dedicated for affordable housing getting through the process as quickly as possible with minimal cost. This next slide may be phrased, money is money. What you're seeing is that what can local governments do to reduce cost? We've heard earlier about the fact that land donations do account for that. And depending on whether it's a single family or multifamily, that can be anywhere from 15 up to 25% of the overall cost. But what we're looking at is those little incremental things that build up. And some of those things such as impact fees, such as permitting fees, how to address some of these new and innovative ideas that we're talking about. For example, this council approved accessory dwelling units as something that is by right allowed for anyone who has a single family home. We still charge for an impact fee for that. So do we need to be looking at when should we be waiving for that? When should it be appropriate to do so? There is state guidance and we need to basically take that and implement that. So these are all part of the changes that we as your staff will be working forward if this plan is approved. And also, please remember, all of these changes will have to be vetted through the public process. That goes through our Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, or PLDRC. I got to throw an acronym. I'm a planner. And so, therefore, it would have to go through that process. We will also be coordinating with the AHAC as we go through with this as well, and that's Affordable Housing Advisory Committee for anybody who's paying attention. And so what you're seeing is that we're going to make sure that this is done in a way that the public gets input. We make sure that it's hitting what we want to get it accomplished, and we bring it forward to the council for final action. You'll hear many times me drone on about the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan is the basis of our land use and zoning regulations. So we have to make sure that if there's anything that we're planning to do that's just contradictory to our comprehensive plan, we have to amend it. So what you're going to be seeing is that we're going to be putting in more goals and objectives that basically fine-tune so that that way, as we go forward with these changes, we may have concurrent amendments to the comprehensive plan and to the land development and zoning regulations. One of the things that we're looking at, and you'll hear this a great deal, and I believe it's also part of some of the federal and state grant programs, is where are you putting the affordable housing? Are you putting it in the right location? Think about where these folks need to go. I mean, they need access to employment opportunities. They need access perhaps to mass transit. They need access to walkable schools. They need access to shopping. You know, the term food desert comes to mind. Also, the other aspect is availability of social services. So therefore, we want to look at where in unincorporated Volusia County are these factors all there, so that that way these become our priority areas, so that that way we're not putting together affordable housing that's going to put these folks at a serious discomfort level because they don't have the access to transportation, that they don't have access to medical needs. So that will be part of that, and that will be fine-tuned as we go through the process. We would definitely want to look at what is affordable housing in an ordinance. And that would be basically tied into your zoning regulations, because what we're seeing is many times, and anyone who was there in our December summit remembers the lady who's the head of the YIMBY, Yes in My Backyard. She was talking about the fact that many times these zoning regulations are for greenfield new residential development. They're not necessarily applicable when we're going in for a redevelopment on an existing site. So what do we need to do so that that way we can minimize the time and we put it into this ordinance so that things such as setbacks, buffering requirements, etc., can come in and can be better prioritized. Then also taking that map we were talking about in our comprehensive plan and conveying it also into our zoning regulation. This is kind of a culmination of all of it, but what you're seeing is these are some of the quick hits that our committee, the affinity groups that we were looking at. Administrative process. So again, we're looking, do we either have an administrative variance or do we have an outright unique set of standards for designated affordable housing? And that's another question we need to talk about is what's your time frame for your affordable housing? Is it for 20 years, for perpetuity? Those types of things. Addressing whether or not the ADU impact fee waiver, what you're seeing is the 20-year affordability agreement is something that's specified state statute. So therefore, if you're seeking a waiver of this impact fee for your ADU, we have to have commitment that you're going to use it for 20 years. That's great. How do we verify that? Self-certification, so I'm relying on the property owner to come in and honestly tell me that they're not renting it for market rate. So it does put in place not just the fact of putting the rules in place, but how do you implement it? Use of non-conforming lots for affordable housing. Many times you'll hear from your constituents that we've been a pain in the neck and requested a non-conforming lot letter. That basically means that the lot is non-conforming but was in place prior to our zoning regulations and you can still use it. Well, we have a lot of those properties that are not. So is there a way that we can justify being able to allow them to be occupied for affordable housing? Talking about, again, the setbacks, reductions up to 40%. Two things that have come through is pocket neighborhoods and tiny houses. Mr. Banta, who's part of our affinity group, that's his niche. He comes in and builds tiny home projects. He's looking at that and he can come in and do on 20 acres to 20 units and have them affordable. Do we have that capability of doing that by right? And the answer is no. Should we be looking at being able to allow those by right? Don't know. You know, us sitting here right now talking about that's not a big issue, but the neighbors who are adjacent to it may not have the same idea. So how do we balance those existing property owners and the need for this? So again, these are going to be some of the controversial issues that we may have to bring forward and come to a final stand saying, hey, it's okay to put 20 units over here because it's going to meet these standards and you're going to appreciate what happens. So again, these are some of the things that we'll be working through.
Clay.
Yes, sir.
Non-conforming lots, they tend to be in areas with existing infrastructure.
It's across the board. It's all over the place. Some of them are on dirt roads. Some of them are, in Ormond by the Sea, we have some non-conforming lots. Over in Spring Hill, we have non-conforming lots. Seville, we have them. They're all over the place. What basically happens is if somebody divided their property without going through the subdivision process, and now all of a sudden it's been sold once or twice, maybe 3 times, now all of a sudden when the end user comes to try and get a building permit, that's when this issue. That's a lot that is not a buildable lot. Non-conforming can also mean a lot that was approved prior to our zoning regulation and is a buildable lot. It's just it doesn't meet our dimensional standards. In other words, minimum area, minimum width, minimum depth. And so therefore, many times we come through a variance process. If we can reduce that variance process, it exits getting it built. We now get into something that was discussed at our affinity group. And I just want to kind of talk about linkage fees. I know that's been brought up. I know the city of Daytona Beach is looking hard and fast. Robert Gray from Strategic Planning Group, who is part of our activity here, is involved in putting that forward. Basically, what are they? For lack of a better term, they're an impact fee. And what you see is that it has to have a rational nexus. It's typically charged for non-residential or very high and very large residential. The concept behind it is this. I own a business. I come in. A certain percentage of my employees are at or below a certain income level. As such, they may have difficulties, if not outright prohibitions, of being able to find affordable housing. So I, as the business owner, should be responsible for paying into a fund to help for the provision of the affordable housing of my employees. So therefore, you would have to go through, and you would typically see this type of situation where there's your big building that you're constructing. There are your employees. There's your big building that you're constructing. There are your employees, and that's what they need. This is the simplest way to explain a linkage fee. So how do you get one established? First of all, there's statutory requirements. As you can see, we have them in front of us, 125 and 164 of Florida statutes. The critical part that I want everyone to understand is that when the legislature modified these specific sections, one of the things that they put in is a fully offset, and that's in that bottom bullet. This is really important because if we were able to do linkage fees or another situation known as inclusionary zoning, where you require a certain percentage of new homes to be affordable, and that was it, it would be a huge benefit, because at that point you don't have additional expenditure of public revenue or resources in order to allow for the affordable housing to continue and be prosperous. But in this particular situation, if we have a developer coming in and let's say the linkage fees equal $250,000, we as the local government have to figure out how to offset that $250,000 in their expenditure. So we have to make them whole. So it's a zero-sum game for the developer, but then you see that at some point the local government has to make it whole. So you see that money has to be somehow used by the local government.
Can you pause 1 second?
Mm-hmm.
Barbara Gertman?
So I just want you to make that plain, right? Because I don't know that it's understood, because there was a lot of conversation about linkage fees and about other areas taking advantage of linkage fees. So it's really just moving money from one pot to another.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? But the county is still more or less accountable for making up that difference. So you could charge that developer another $100,000, but the county then has to identify where that $100,000 can be made up back to that developer through some other funds.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a break even. So you may be moving funds, but you're still going to be accountable. So the county still has to find that match.
100%. That's the issue. I've got a call on a couple different friends who are local planning directors. Coconut Creek, Florida was one of the first to have a linkage fee. They're down in South Florida in Broward County. And they're struggling with this as well. They're all trying to figure out, the thing is, if you have a residential development, you can give density bonuses and you can figure out a way to do that. But when you're dealing with non-residential, if I'm coming in and I'm building a million square foot distribution center, you can give me all the additional building area I want. I don't need that. I probably don't have enough land to meet it. So I'm going to have to either see my impact fees, my permit fees, or other ways of reducing other fees that we would otherwise charge to offset those linkage fees that we would collect.
So most likely, where that's beneficial are areas that are more urbanized, have much higher density already.
Trying to figure that out. The fact is that it could work in Greenfield and our area. Like, we still have a considerable amount of non-residential land that could be developed for job creation. So we're looking hard and fast at how it would pan across there. And that kind of, brings into light, we have to do a study. Anyone who's been dealing with our impact fees understands that in order for us to survive any kind of judicial challenge, we have to have a technical report that substantiates the rational nexus. That is a fancy way of saying we got to prove that we have to do this and that what we're doing is the minimal amount that we're charging, and it's going to result in a public good that's equal to what we're charging. And it's not putting an additional burden on the landowner or developer. So that's part of all of this analysis before we would even jump into doing a link fee.
Right. I just want to make sure that it's as clear as it can be to the public, because I know, again, it's being considered, but I don't know that it's being understood. So I think that's critical.
Yes,
you.
ma'am. A lot of folks see it as a way that we could possibly get developers to pay for more affordable housing. That is a noble idea. Unfortunately, it winds up being a zero-sum game.
And then a pass-through on the other side to still increase costs.
Yes.
So, thank you.
Yeah,
So-
that's a critical question, Barb, and because it's moving money to one problem and then creating another issue over here. It's why I'm concerned about CRAs. It moves money to an area, but then the county has to backfill that money for the increased growth in the area for fire, police, schools, streets, sewage, all those things. So we have to be concerned with unintended consequences. So great question. Thank you for bringing it up.
So what you see is that if we were able to overcome that offset issue that was created by statute, we would have to go through, we would have to do the analysis. We would also have to kind of come in, what is our targeted need? And I think you heard that was very clear from Donna's presentation, is we're trying to figure out, yeah, we have all these federal and state programs and they tell us how to spend our money, but we're realizing we really need it more over here than over here. So that's where if you're doing this linkage fee, you need to make sure it's done that way. And it has to be updated on an annual basis because conditions do change. As I said, there may be some issues because it is only charged primarily for non-residential areas. So as our economic development folks are out there trying to recruit, does this put an additional cost on them that they would have to sit there and say, okay, you're going to be doing this, but don't worry, you're going to be made whole. So again, we're going to be seeing a situation where we have to make it up. It is only effective in non-residential markets where there's a strong sense of demand. So if you're in an area where people are screaming to get to you because you're a high-tech or med profession, it works. If you're not necessarily high on the radar screen of those site selectors, it could be better. That is all we have in regards to the linkage fee discussion. It was not part of necessarily the official recommendations. It was just something that we were going to be targeting as far as our reviews in regards to what financial opportunities we have and how we could address those. And now I'm going to turn it back over to Don.
Before you all discuss, I was very remiss and I did not thank our county legal department. Andrea was at all of our meetings, but we had attorneys galore on every topic that we were discussing. So really appreciate their support too, and as we move forward in this process. With that, I'll take any questions or.
Well, first of all, TYVM, thank you very much. Sorry. You know, there's so much that can be said about this report for all of you that worked on it. You know, there's a lot of adjectives, but really what it is a call to action. It's a working document, as you have said. There's going to be things in this that all of us don't agree with, and but it's full of great ideas. This is the culmination of 3 years of work, and we should be thankful. This is a document that won't solve the housing problem in the next few months, but we have to get started. And this helps us to get started with some really focused strategies for success. I want to remind the rest of the council that when we vote for this, to accept this or not, that if you vote for it, and I hope you do, that we're not voting for every single item in here or to fund every single item. We don't know how it's all going to be funded yet. That was my biggest question in agenda meetings, and probably the rest of you too, was, well, where's the money come from? Because we can't pass a burden on to the taxpayers to create more people that need more affordable housing. We have to be careful of those unintended consequences. So when if you vote for this, we're voting for a process. You've given us a 5-year process, really. We might knock some things out and say that you don't want to do them, that you don't like them, or you don't know how it's going to be funded. But I think each one of them, everything that you have considered or included is worthy of consideration and for us to do our due diligence on. So with that, Barbara Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. This report acknowledges what we asked for. And what we asked for was to have input from our community, from the leaders within, from the experts, from all sides of an issue, and to define a path forward. And not to make the decision, but to at least initiate how we move forward with all input. And I think that's a great start. And I think that's where we are. I certainly support the plan, as well as I support CRAs. Just got to get that out there. But I do think that it matters that we're just very thoughtful about the dollars, identifying every opportunity. And I believe there's quite a bit of funds that we've identified to be able to put towards these efforts. Donna, what was that number again?
Can you give me a drum roll? Just kidding.
I am.
So in rental housing, we've identified 10.3 million. In homeownership, we've identified 8.2 million, all coming from grants. So we have a lot of work to do over the next couple of years in order to expend these funds in the wisest way possible to, impact as many people as possible.
And I'm really proud of that $4 million that we approved to go towards keeping people in their homes. And I just think I'm really proud of the work that the committee has done, that the AHAC, the staff, and the community, because everybody came together to make this happen. And I hope we can do this in other areas as well, because to me, that's what it takes. You don't have to agree on everything, but you come together and put together the best foot to make the community better and find ways forward. So I'm grateful for it, and I'm going to make the motion.
Motion to accept the plan by Gertman, second by Lowry. Danny Robbins.
Chair, I was just asking Councilman Johnson, the actual vote is just to accept the report. It's not really committing to any specific item right now.
That's correct. That's
Okay. That's all. That's
Just
all
to
clear.
adopt.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, any significant things in there, we'll be coming back to you for us to present to you the concepts if it needs council act. Like a lot of my money's already been appropriated, so I don't have to come back to that. Some of it we will. But anything else has to come back to you.
Okay.
It
Yes.
will do so.
Thank you.
It's really Donna, correct me if I'm wrong, it's a 5-year plan. The first year is really where we do a lot of these decisions. Do we want this item? Do we fund it? How do we fund it? So, yes. Brad, are you still up? Okay. Before we vote, we have quite a few of the public who would like to speak on this issue. Susan Kennedy, followed by Rob Littleton. You want to get in the batter's box.
Good morning. My name is Suzanne Kennedy. I live in Ormond Beach, and I attend Our Lady of Lourdes Catholic Church in Daytona Beach. I'm here today representing Faith. I'll ask my fellow Faith members to please stand now. My family, like thousands of families in this county, has been negatively impacted by the lack of workforce housing in this community. So I want to start by thanking all of those who helped make this comprehensive plan possible, particularly members of this council, the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, and the county's Community Services Department. Thank you all. We realize this was an enormous undertaking, and we appreciate the time and care that was put into facilitating this collaborative process. Faith recognizes that the housing crisis is a complex problem and that it will take a multi-layered approach to truly meet the needs that exist in our community. But all of these approaches require funding. The last 2 decades have proven that we cannot rely on Tallahassee or DC to solve this problem. That is why we are so encouraged to see the recommendation to create a housing trust fund within this plan. As you remember, our organization gathered over 1,000 signatures from faith members and non-faith members alike in support of creating a housing trust fund. This idea has broad community support. We ask that you approve Section E of this plan and allocate at least $2.5 million from the American Rescue Plan to kickstart the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. We ask that you ensure the trust fund continues with at least $1 million annually. Thank you very much.
And Rob Littleton, who will be followed by John Nicholson.
Thank you. I want to commend this council and everyone involved who's come up with a actionable plan to deal with this very important issue. Indeed, housing is one of the largest expenses for hardworking families, especially seniors living on a fixed income. And we know it's getting even more difficult, and with the prices increasing on all goods and services, and the fact that demand to live in Florida is so high, but supply of housing is so low. So I want to encourage the council to adopt the presented plan and think outside the box on how to implement it. I know the council has a role in dealing with this issue, and I hope you do. A lot of people are depending on you. Thank you for your time.
John Nicholson will be followed by Scott Banta.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. At our meetings, I was told that they didn't want me to bring up the idea of giving away money, all right? I have a problem when we raise money for the community and then give it to an individual, which is what we're doing on many of our projects. And I was told, oh, we have to give them the money. If they live in the house for 5 years or 7 years or 10, 15 years, then they get this money free. I have a problem with that. That money, to me, is reusable money. When you're finished using it, it goes to somebody else, another family, to help them get in a home. Daytona Beach did that with Cardinal Estates. All right, Charles Cherry was not happy with the cost to his community, so he'd ended up with a $175,000 house to be sold for basically $25,000. All right, and they get to keep the money, and he wasn't happy with them living there for 15 years. He wanted them to move in and be able to sell it immediately and walk away with a nice profit. I don't like that idea. This money is to help people get started, help them go from renting to a home. There are all benefits, all kinds of benefits when you own a home. It really does. Stability, so you're not moving from apartment to apartment, school to school. It helps the children, it helps everyone, all right? The land trust that we were talking about at our group, fantastic, all right? That way it stays in the community, it can be reused over and over and over again, all right? But there are some things that I'm worried about, unintended consequences. When we start rezoning, where are you going to put it? Clay mentioned that. There are appropriate places to put these things. You really don't want to put it out by the jail. There's land out there, but how do they get to work? How do they go to school? There are certain problems of where you locate these things, good and bad, all right? Secondly, seniors. Seniors don't need to own their houses. They need rental. They don't need 1,500 square feet. All right, when I started out, my first place, home, was a trailer, 7 by 9. They did it fine for a year while I worked at the airport. We don't need large places. We need size-appropriate places, size-appropriate land all of which you all can do. So when you go through this, please don't give away the house. Please don't give away the land. Keep that money recirculating over and over and over again to help the maximum number of people you can help. Thank you.
Thank you. And Scott, before you start or as you start, will you tell us, because it's interesting, where you're from and who you're with?
Sure. I appreciate the opportunity to talk here, and I want to, I attended almost all the webinars, and I was at the summit, and I was privileged to be appointed to the Land Development Regulation Affinity Group for the county. And I think a lot of that came from the summit when your chairman here gave the opening speech. And it was, I thought Volusia County was going to be particularly involved in action with regard to affordable housing. There's been so much rhetoric. Everybody talks about the need for affordable housing, but nobody's really doing anything. And I'm trying to become the registered spokesperson for, I'm calling it now attainable workforce housing rather than affordable. It seems like the word affordable seems to be taking people and putting it aside. But I've been involved in a lot of these meetings. I've been going to Seminole County. I've been involved in some with Rockledge and the city of Wildwood. I've been talking with Liz Abernathy at St. Pete. So we're all over the place with this. I've done about 85 development projects in Central Florida from an entitlement and development side. So I felt that I had a good level of expertise to lend to the land development regulation. And I have to admit that this process, and having gone through the affinity groups, was absolutely astounding to me that local government would take such a high level of interest and actually go through the planning stages that your staff went through. It was astounding to me and remarkable. And so I wanted to just say that I'm really privileged to be involved, and I solicit your approval. But there's a couple of things I thought we should come up with in terms of just pure numbers. If you look at a $10,000 contribution to any development project at a 0% interest rate on a 30-year amortization, it's about $28 a month. If you look at 3% interest rate, it's around $42 a month, and at a 6% interest rate, it's kind of where the rates are going right now without any subsidy, it's about $60 a month. And a typical land deal that we're looking at for DreamQuest tiny neighborhoods is $20,000 to $30,000 per unit for an entitled subdivision lot unit cost. So that would equate on the 0% somewhere to $56 to $84 a month in payment. At a 3% rate, $84 to $126 a month, and a 6% rate somewhere between $120 and $180 a month. Obviously, when we're looking at numbers for what low, moderate, and moderate income can afford, anywhere up to that $180 a month is significant. So Clay had mentioned that you were looking at possibly getting into some land where that land could be put into a transaction. So you can look at the impact of, let's say, $30,000 at a 6% interest rate. That's $180 a month. Also, I wanted to mention one other thing about the community land trust. It's my understanding that what they do is purchase the property and then lease it back to the residents on a 99-year basis, together with a renewable 99-year lease. But what's really neat about that is, let's say, my first deal that we're looking at, which is in unincorporated Volusia County in DeLand, is we're just about $28,000 a unit as an entitled land cost. If the community land trust were able to do that on a 6% rate, that would save nearly $180 a month on that affordable housing payment. So anything that can be done relative to that, I think, is really important for the county to take a look at. I think those numbers are significant when you actually look at the number. One last thing is the state's been reallocating SHIP money. The SHIP money. And I would encourage you all to keep on top of that, because they're at one of the webinars, I think it was the August or September one, the gal spoke from the state, and she said that they were garnishing support to have that money not reallocated. So if the county can do something in terms of promoting that with the state, I think that would benefit everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor by Barb Gertman, second by Fred Lowry to accept the plan, and
You have one more public participation that just came in.
oh, sorry. Jessica Gow.
Good morning, Jessica Galva, Copco Law Firm, 149 South Road Avenue. Speaking as an individual, though, so give you my home address if you need. Sorry for the late entry. I had an 11 o'clock call and I didn't want to put one in if I wasn't going to make it. I just wanted to thank the county for all the work that has happened so far. We've been in this, I think, from the beginning as a partner, and I've loved every minute. So from the workshops to the summit, planning this out, it's been incredible. I think it's a great first step. A lot of people know me as an attorney with Cobb Cole who does land use and development. Growing up, I think I had 13 homes, and from pre-K to high school, and about half of them were income restricted affordable housing. And so what we're doing today lets people move forward. And so I'm really passionate about it, and I'm here with you guys till we get it done.
Thank you. Is that it? Okay, motion on the floor. I will call for the vote. All in favor of accepting the plan. They've just handed us the football. Now it's time for us to run with it. Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I see Billy also said aye. And the plan is passed 7-0. And I want to do one last thing. Yes. And that's what I was going to do. This, not pomp and circumstance, but this, you are exactly right. This was a heavy lift over a number of years. And I would like to ask every member of the staff, affinity groups, people that were involved in this, to please stand up and let us give you a hand of applause. So the work continues.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we're not done, for sure.
Okay, that 11:39, that brings us to item 4, presentation by WSP Global Inc. for the transition of SunRail operations from Florida Department of Transportation to the Central Florida Commuter Rail Commission. And John Booker, you're going to introduce this?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. John Booker, Government Affairs for Volusia County. About a year and a half ago, Volusia County, along with our 4 other funding partners with the SunRail project, led a contract to WSP to perform an intense review and evaluation on the transitioning of operations from FDOT to the local funding partners. WSP is an international consulting and engineering firm, and we have today Alan Danaher. He's going to present about a year and a half of meetings, webinars, survey monkeys, you name it, and we did it over the last year and a half. So Alan's going to give you some information in regards to that as we get closer and closer to the time where the locals take over from DOT for operations. Ron Hartman is also on the team. He's here virtually in case some of the questions morph into his world versus Alan's. And so with that having been said, Alan, get us started.
Okay, John, thank you very much. I serve as the Deputy Project Manager for the consultant related to this study, and it's a pleasure to be here this morning with you. Yep.
Need help here. Exactly which button to push.
Kevin? Everyone leaving was a big whirlwind. We're just trying to give you an extra minute to
There we
relax.
go. Okay. Really appreciate the opportunity to share our insights on the study today. I want to quickly run through where we are with respect to the transition analysis, leading up to the financial analysis and the governance analysis related to the study. The Rail Commission Board on August 4th will be making a decision related to governance for SunRail from FDOT, and we've been doing all of the analysis up to this point with respect to providing information for them to make an informed decision. This is our transition study process and the current status. We're in the process right now of finishing off on a transition analysis report that includes a very detailed financial memo that has all of the numbers in there, preliminary numbers with respect to the local funding partner shares related to the transition of SunRail. We'll be moving ahead after that August 4th board meeting in the selection of the governance scenario and actually assembling the transition plan and associated report, and then finishing off the study by the end of the year. We got started on this process in early January last year, have been meeting with the steering group on a monthly basis, as well as with the Commission Board itself on a quarterly basis, and the technical and assistant advisory committees of that commission. So have gotten a lot of systematic input as we have moved ahead. This is our transition analysis framework that identifies 7 key assessments we have been doing, and I will go ahead and have a very quick summary on most of these because I want to focus more on the financial assessment and the governance analysis. I want to start with respect to contracts and agreements. It is assumed at this point in time that the transition from FDOT to the Commission would occur in 2024 at the end of June. That would be 6 months after the anticipated completion of the Phase 2 North project. There is some discussion with respect to, as opposed to only having a 6-month period between the end of Phase 2 North and the end of the funding period for FDOT, to maybe extend that out a year as opposed to 6 months. But what has been done is that FDOT has proceeded ahead and they have extended 3 primary operating contracts out to 2024. So it's already been done. And it's our proposal in the study to actually extend them another 3 years to 2027, which would allow the Commission, once they're underway with actually operating SunRail, they don't have to worry about extension of the primary operating contracts are already extended another 3 years. So that's critical with respect to rail operations, signal maintenance, and also the vehicle heavy maintenance contracts related to Alstom, Herzog, and Amtrak. There's also a series of vendor contracts. There's 12 of them altogether that include everything from banking services to consultant that is involved in the fare system upgrade at this point in time, as well as insurance broker, a number of different contracts that have to be extended as well or re-procured, and we're in the process of working with FDOT with respect to identifying specifically what's to happen with respect to each of those vendor contracts. From a committee perspective, the Commission today has two advisory committees. They have a technical advisory committee as well as a customer advisory committee, and Volusia County is represented on both of those. And it's our recommendation after the transition to proceed ahead and maintain those two committees, but potentially look at putting together some added committees to advise the Commission related to governance and oversight matters, such as a Finance and Audit Committee, for example, or a Risk Management Committee. One of the key things that is being done right now by FDOT is that they have a new vendor in place, Movell, that is responsible for implementing a new fare system to take the place of the conduit system that has had some problems historically since 2014. And we have been working with FDOT and Movell to identify all of the risk and all of the things that have to be addressed with respect to that contract implementation to make sure that when the Commission takes over SunRail in 2024 to 2025, that at that point in time, everything looks okay with respect to the new system. It's operating adequately. And to do that, we're recommending hiring an independent third-party oversight to monitor the implementation of the fare system, which is anticipated at this point in time to be in place by 2023. The operational analysis.
If there's a question, would you prefer to take them as it comes up or at the end of the
Whatever is your
presentation?
preference.
I just have a quick one on the slide you just showed on the project risk should be monitored. But number 4, it says operations and maintenance services not fully defined. How can we assess the risks if we don't have it defined?
Well, we're currently working with FDOT and Movell to make sure that those are fully defined. Obviously, when we initially looked at the Movell contract, we thought that there was some lacking of that detail, and hence they are proceeding ahead and addressing that. That's in the Movell contract. One of the things also which we have scrutinized pretty closely is the project schedule, which needs to be pretty detailed and in sync with respect to making sure that everything is implemented in the proper manner. So there are some risks involved. FDOT has a risk register associated with the fare system implementation. We have that. We've evaluated it. We've integrated that into our own risk register as part of the project. We've been doing, and hence we feel pretty comfortable that that system is being implemented in an acceptable manner. However, at the time that the Commission is actually transitioned in a couple of years, it's going to be important to have an independent assessment with respect to just making sure at that point in time that the fare system is operating adequately, so that the Commission is very comfortable with accepting that fare system as a part of the transition.
Thank
you. Okay. Moving on to operational analysis, we did an extensive field review and inventory effort coordination with FDOT staff to do a state of good repair analysis on the SunRail infrastructure, and had found that the system is in a very good state of repair at this point in time. There's also been a review of Federal Railroad Administration inspection findings and violations, and they have not shown any systematic issues associated with the safety of SunRail operations. Obviously, there have been some incidents and accidents over the years, but nothing really associated with any faulty infrastructure. And certainly, FRA is very comfortable at this point in time with the current SunRail operation, but it is our recommendation prior to transition to review the infrastructure, do an updated state of good repair assessment at that point in time to ensure that SunRail maintenance and their capital improvement program has moved ahead as scheduled. So what I really wanted to focus on in this presentation are the three potential governance options, because this obviously has an impact on Volusia County and how the county would fit into overall support of SunRail in the future under the commission management. And there's really three options which we had identified and evaluated, and got a lot of input from the Rail Commission, from our steering group and the like. And it starts with option one, where the commission recruits a comprehensive amount of staff. We're estimating up to 200 new employees, and actually internalizes all of the functions of SunRail, so that those operations and maintenance contracts that are currently contracted out would be brought in-house. Everything would be done in-house. Some of the vendor work, such as marketing, for example, would be done in-house. Obviously, there would still be some of the vendor contracts that would have to be externalized, but the intent is this is where the commission really assumes all of the responsibility, all of the liability, and as you'll see in a minute, is the most expensive option. Option two is similar to how FDOT operates today, where FDOT today contracts out those three major operating contracts related to rail operations, vehicle maintenance, as well as signal maintenance. That structure would be maintained and brought over to the commission under the commission management. There would still be a need with respect to hiring some staff, but not nearly as many as under option one. And again, the commission would be contracting out all of the operating services as FDOT does today. And then option three is the option that we've done a lot of work on, starting with an initial screening of this is where the commission recruits no staff or very minimal staff, and would contract out all of the functions, the management, the administration, and operations to another agency, which could then proceed ahead themselves and operate and maintain the service directly, or subcontract operating function. To start with, on this assessment, we looked at three entities. We looked at the Central Florida Expressway Authority, looked at Brightline, looked at Links. And through an initial screening evaluation, input from the board, as well as our steering group, have now focused in on Links as option three, and have done a lot of added coordination with the Links staff, and are proceeding ahead and looking to provide some more detail for the board to review as they make their decision.
Can you pause 1 second again? Thank you. Ben Johnson.
Yes, I have a question that says the commission serves as board of governing body. Is that the current commission, or is this the Links board of directors?
It's the Rail Commission. Under all three options, the Rail Commission is still the decision-making board. They set
which is
policy.
the commission?
The commission.
Current commission,
The current commission.
where we have a say in it.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Yes, exactly. It's the commission that serves as the overreaching authority over options 1, 2, and 3. In option 1, they do everything themselves. In option 3, they're basically contracting with another agency such as Links to operate and maintain, but still overall management of SunRail, all of the policy making, all of the decision making, all of the contract done within the commission.
But on the day-to-day operation, it would be Links that runs it?
Would be Links that would do that.
And we have no representation on Links, but we're gonna have a big expenditure, but we don't have the day-to-day operations much. I know, yeah, the overall, but that kind of concerns me that a group that's not even Volusia County or have anything to do with it is overall day-to-day.
Well, again, there would be a contract between the commission and Links, And obviously, the commission is responsible with respect to the overall operation of SunRail, like it does today, with respect to all of the jurisdictions that it serves, including Volusia. So that's how it would be set up. Ron, any further insights on this that you would like to share?
He's muted.
Muted.
That's, Ben, thank you for that. That's a
Okay,
key
well, that's a key question.
question that we don't currently have a voice, and we would need one on that Links Commission.
Yeah, I like this third option best of all, but I want a voice in it.
Yeah.
I say I, the county, when I talk about I'm talking about the county. And
Yeah.
we need a voice in it. It's not maybe a maybe sort of a deal, because it's been kind of bad that Volusia County is sometimes pushed aside in this thing anyway. That's just not acceptable. We have to have some say in the day-to-day.
Well, certainly an option would be to add Volusia County to the Links Board, where you would have direct interface at that level, in addition at the commission level. So that's something, obviously, Commissioner Brower, that needs to be further reviewed with the commission board.
One other question from Barb Gertman, unless he found his sound. Okay, Barb.
Yeah.
Earlier in your presentation, you mentioned about having additional committees possibly.
No,
Right.
it says unmuted.
There he is.
Ron, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I think I'm speaking through my phone. Well, can you hear me now? Okay, sounds like we're doing a commercial here.
Ron is holding up
anyway.
a governance analysis. Oh, anyway.
Yeah, just quickly on that question, assuming you can hear me. The view was in this option was that there is basically the Links Board, which has nothing to do with SunRail, and the commission serves as the governing body, as they are for SunRail. The CEO of Links has a dual reporting relationship, one to the Links Board for Links matters, and one to the SunRail Commission for SunRail matters. And within the Links staff, there is an overlap in the back office functions. So the Links financial group, procurement, back office functions like that would have either dedicated people or sharing of positions to serve SunRail. But from an operating standpoint, there would be a separate group. There would be basically either a CO, chief operating officer, or a director of SunRail who would report up to the top of Links. And under that person would be the current operating contracts, which that Alan talked about. They would extend 3 years and would be likely extended further. That would operate the system. Plus, there would be some dedicated staff that need to be hired that are not there now to only deal with SunRail matters. You would need, for instance, a rail safety person or two. You would need people like that, and they were proposed to be added under this unit that would be totally occupied with SunRail, have nothing to do with Links, and vice versa.
Okay.
Barbara, did you still have a question?
Well, I guess from what he's saying, we're saying that there would be a separate operational communication to the commission, and they would be accountable to respond to those concerns that Ben is saying we don't have any representation to, but should have equal representation under the group that would be assigned.
That's correct. That's correct. And the Links Board, as it stands today, would only deal with bus, paratransit, Links-related matters. They would have nothing to do with SunRail. They wouldn't be able to make any decisions, set any policies. That would be solely the purview of the commission. And the CEO of Links would have this dual reporting relationship, serving both
So I would think we'd have to better define what that expectation would be as far as communication to the commission and the timeframes. And that's, to me, what would need to be tightened, but I'm certainly a supporter of option 3.
What would
Somebody
need to
that
happen
already has
is there
that
will need to be an agreement between an operating agreement or actually a subcontracting agreement between the commission and Links that would set out exactly how things would work, all of the rights and responsibilities of the Links board, the positions, any shared costs, how they would be handled. There would need to be a very firm agreement that covered all those issues, including some disputes resolution clauses as well.
Okay, I'm good with it. And like I said, I'm good with option 3.
May I ask something? Who is included in the Links Commission? Do we have members of that, the Central Florida Commission Rail Commission? Are some of those on the Links? If so, then I think we should have a representative also.
Yes, right now on the Links board are Orange County, Seminole County, as well as Osceola County, and the city of Orlando and FDOT. That's basically the 5 partners that are on the Links board at this point. And those 3 counties plus the city of Orlando are also represented on the Rail Commission board, as well as Volusia County.
Yeah, I think Volusia needs to have a representative on the Links board also. Just a thought.
Okay. Moving ahead, just very quickly, here's a profile of option 1, where the commission would hire all of the staff as direct employees. It's the most expensive, requires about 200 employees. You need to rent or acquire office space. Really has the highest level of liability to the commission because there aren't any contractors or major contractors that share in the risk. Also, FRA would have a potential concern over a whole new operating team and strategy to operate SunRail over what's in place right now because they like how SunRail is being operated right now. And option 2, again, this is where the commission would slightly expand the staff, would proceed ahead and administer SunRail, similar how FDOT does currently, about 50 employees, although some of those might be under contract in the end. Again, in this case, there would be a shared risk from the commission to the operating contractor, so there's not as much liability, likely FRA confidence with respect to the continuing contractor mechanism. And then in terms of option 3, where the commission would contract the entire organization and operation to an existing agency, we've assumed Links at this point in time, it's the least expensive option over all of the years, requires about 9 added Links employees. There is an opportunity to utilize existing Links office space at their admin facility in downtown Orlando. Also would share the risk to Links and the contractors, so the least amount of risk to the commission itself. Would require an agreement between the commission and Links, and again, likely FRA confidence with respect to the continuing contractor approach. So there's 4 types of cost allocations per the interlocal agreements currently that have to be addressed in identifying a local funding partner's share related to the transition of SunRail. That includes insurance, local operating support. This is where the funding partners would be responsible for the share of the system operating costs. There's also the issue of capital plan funding, responsible for the capital projects for the system as identified through a 5-year capital improvement program that FDOT has right now from FY 22 to 26, as well as station maintenance costs with respect to today. Volusia County has a contract with FDOT with respect to covering the maintenance costs at the DeBerry station, and that would have to be modified to also include the West Deland station, and those costs have not been included because they're already in place historically, not been included in the added local funding partner costs that I'll share with you in a minute related to the transition to SunRail. Insurance costs include acquiring a broker, which is done on a year-to-year basis. Currently, creation of a self-retention fund. FDOT currently carries some pretty heavy liability insurance. They have a $10 million self-retention fund, and there's a federal insurance cap of $322 million. And the insurance costs would be allocated by percentage share of the local operating support. With respect to the local operating share, system operating costs include everything from the fuel to the banking, consultant support, the feeder bus operations. This is where Forestry would provide feeder bus service to the stations in Volusia County. And the allocation there is based on the total amount of boardings and lightings, and an average of the daily as opposed to peak hour. And it's average for each jurisdiction, and it's to be identified based on the previous funding year. So the intent is that the local funding shares related to system operating costs would evolve and be modified on a yearly basis. But again, that would be driven by ridership changes in the system. And the local operating share methodology would involve identifying an operating deficit, taking operating costs, subtracting the revenue for operations, and that would result in an operating deficit. And then taking that deficit times the boarding and alighting share of trips, that would be broken down by station, by jurisdiction, and then that would identify the local operating support. So when you look at that from a ridership perspective, and we looked at it with respect to FY 2019 conditions prior to COVID, Volusia County would have a 9.58% share off of those numbers at that point in time in 2019 related to the local operating deficit share. And you can see the percentages required related to the other four funding partners, with the high of the city of Orlando, because they have the most ridership, obviously, of the five funding partners in the system right now. And this is just a detailed table that actually shows you the total amount of boardings and alightings on an annual basis on the left-hand side, as well as what's estimated for the peak hour, and then how that would translate to those percentages. We have to assume for the West Deland station a number of 200 boardings a day, assuming 250 commuting days a year. And that is an assumption based on previous studies that have been done, recent modeling by FDOT. And again, the percentage breakdown of the peak hour to the daily is based on what's observed right now at the DeBerry station. So that was our assumption. Average share related to West Deland at the start, at its opening, would be about 200 boardings a day. Moving on to capital plan funding, as I had mentioned, there's a 5-year capital plan, FY 22 to 26, that FDOT has, that addresses station upgrades, infrastructure upgrades, vehicle overhauls, and the like. FDOT is going to allocate $21 million to help the commission get off of the ground with respect to covering some of the infrastructure upgrades, particularly vehicle upgrades. But again, with respect to capital funding support, it's allocated based on the number of track miles in each jurisdiction. In this case, Volusia has 12.7 out of the 60.5 miles. So a funding allocation to Volusia on the capital side of about 21%.
Can you pause 1 second again? George Rectenwald.
Yeah, the track mile assumption, I was just curious, is that considering double track miles or just single track miles?
That is considering single track miles, point in time, in terms of the length of the corridor being 60.5 miles.
Yeah, it's the length of the corridor, regardless of whether it's double track or single track. It's simply the length of the corridor.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to station maintenance cost, as I had mentioned previously, they're already in place between the funding partners and FDOT. They would have to be maintained. Obviously, those agreements cover the maintenance and operations of the station and the station property, looking at security as well on the station platform and on the property. And they are not included, as I mentioned, in the financial assessment in the added local funding partner shares that I'll share with you in a minute. And from a revenue perspective, this is just a snapshot of, in 2021, what the SunRail revenue was, minus the $10 million allocation from the federal government related to COVID support, which in 2021 actually brought up the revenue to 25 plus million. But in this case, you can see the breakdown. Most of the revenue is coming from FDA 5307 funding, followed by the rail usage fees for Amtrak, the Florida Central Railroad, and CSX. With respect to fare box collections, they're only generating slightly over $1 million, which is about 8% of the total revenue in 2021.
One more question, please. Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
Yes, I had something from what I just heard that concerns me a little bit, and it was off of the county manager's question, and they said it's the length of the track, not whether it's single track or double track. So basically, Volusia County doesn't matter. We have more single track miles, but these other counties, we're paying for them that have, say, for instance, they have 9 miles of double track, that's 18 miles, and we're paying. Sounds to me like we're supplementing these other counties in some manner because we're only having one single rail. If we're going to do rail miles, it looks to me like we should be doing rail miles and not just the distance on it when it comes to us paying for what we're doing.
Yeah, that's in the interlocal agreements right now. That's how it's set up. So certainly modifications to the interlocal agreements will be a part of the transition plan that's being developed. So that's a good point. Any other questions on that? So we have been tasked to estimate the cost out over a 5-year period and out to FY29 related to options 1, 2, and 3, and you can see the total cost implications here. We've also included the last quarter of 2021 because remember that FDOT's current vision funding period ends in June 30th, 2024, and hence we've identified, assuming that in the last quarter the commission would actually initiate operation of SunRail, what the cost would be to the local funding partners in that last quarter, and then after that, over the first 5 years of operation as shown. And again, option 3 is the least costly. Now, how does that break out with respect to, this slide just shows you a graphical representation of option 1, 2, and 3 costs. You'll notice that for option 1, there's a big spike in 2027. That's where the commission would actually acquire all of the vehicles and operations related to the contractors at that point in time, given that they're internalizing all of that within the SunRail operation. So there's a one-time spike, which includes hiring all of those added employees as well to run the operations and maintenance, that shows a pretty dramatic increase in 2027, and then it goes ahead and settles back down. But in that case, in all of the years, option 1 is higher than option 2 and 3. And as you can see here in terms of the 5-year profile, pretty much what's envisioned to be a steady amount of cost involved. And again, given what happens with respect to ridership and service levels and all that, these numbers can certainly fluctuate, and we'll be updating those numbers again. These are numbers as of last month as a part of the transition plan. And then this is just a detailed table that shows you Volusia's estimated cost, again, as of June 7th, related to that 5+ year period, related to options 1, 2, and 3. Option 3 would be the lowest cost. We took an average and we took plus or minus 10% to just show a variation in the cost to reflect obviously some uncertainty on ridership levels going forward. But looking at the average for Volusia for option 3, it's roughly about $5-ish million a year in support, versus option 2 being about $5.5+ million a year, $6 million a year, and then option 1 going up to roughly $7 million a year. So that would be the breakdown with respect to Volusia County's share. And then in terms of the proposed next steps, we're in the process right now of finalizing the financial analysis memo that's going into the transition analysis report. We have a series of jurisdictional board briefings. There was one to the Osceola County Commission last month. We have a couple of briefings coming up with the Orange County and the Smyrna County boards next week. As I had mentioned, August 4th is a critical date with respect to getting the commission board to adopt a governance structure, hopefully. And then we'll be proceeding ahead and assembling a draft transition plan, probably having that ready in the September timeframe, probably having a board workshop in October, and then coming back to the board for adoption of the transition plan by November. So finishing off our work by the end of this year. That would then provide about a 2+ year period to actually move ahead and proceed with all of the actions needed to obtain the transition in 2024 or later, again, pending the completion date of the Phase 2 North project. And again, one of the key things we'll be doing as part of the transition plan is to have a very detailed implementation schedule that will identify everything that has to be done related to every contract, every decision. That'll all be laid out and detailed and will be reviewed with the steering group that we have as well as with the commission board. And certainly an opportunity to come back to this commission as well at a later date to present that plan. So I believe that's it. Any questions? Any further questions?
Yes, Ben Johnson, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going back to the funding on this thing, and I do have some concerns all the way around. You know, I think my guess is a railroad track is like a highway. The more it's used, the more maintenance it's going to take. And we have just a few trains that are going to be coming all the way to DeLand, but we're being charged once again by the track mile. And you take downtown Orlando, or like for somebody from Osceola County, the only way they're coming to DeLand is if they get drunk and go to sleep and don't get off the train. But you're not, you know, in between there, you're having the miles on the tracks. Somehow or another, we have to look at this funding because we're more than supplementing, it looks to me like, the center of this track. The Orlando, Orange County area is where you're going to have everybody goes to and comes back from, but we're being all treated the same when it comes to the funding. I think we need to just examine that a little bit closer of how is a more fair way to fund it so that your outliers aren't carrying the inner, and I say outliers, the south end of Osceola County, north end of this line, are not carrying an unfair burden. That's the part that concerns me.
Well, I think going back to the slide, this slide, you'll see that with respect to system operating support, operating cost support, which is based on ridership, strictly based on ridership, Volusia is estimated to have the least amount of responsibility, less than 10% at this point in time. you'll see that Orlando is up over a third. So it is an equitable assessment if it's based on ridership. Now, obviously, the ridership could change if West Deland Station were to generate 1,000 boardings over time, because there's a lot of transit-oriented development that occurs around the station, let's say, then that's great. And obviously, the Volusia share might increase, but again, in Orlando, with respect to their development and all that, that percentage might increase. So it's going to have to be evaluated on a year-to-year basis with slight adjustments based on ridership. But anyway, that's on the operating cost side. Related to the capital side, again, it's based on track miles in the interlocal agreements. You have a good point with respect to the double tracking as opposed to single tracking, and should there be adjustments in the interlocal agreement to reflect that? That's something certainly that the Commission Board should review and have.
Ben, I'll add to that. You know, on a highway, we pay share of maintenance of the roadways. We don't pay for the maintenance of every car that's on the highway. On the track, we're paying for maintenance on the track. We're also need to pay for maintenance on the trains, which with use will need maintenance.
I just think we need to look at it a little closer. I like the option 3, but I just think it's, you know, and I realize this is a preliminary report. All I'm doing is throwing some things that I feel like need to be looked at and need to be addressed for our taxpayers in this county.
The other point that may be just worth making, although it's not huge, is that the way SunRail runs today, all trains run from one end to the other. Some railroads have short-term turns where some of the trains don't go out to the outer ends of the line because the ridership is less. SunRail runs everything end to end, which means the same number of trains that will be coming out of DeLand to Barry is the same number of trains going through Orlando. Now, there's probably more people on the train as they get to the center of the line, but it is the same number of trains from a maintenance.
Okay. Barb, let me just jump on that just real quick. You went to the slide on embarking and disembarking, and that's where a lot of our costs are calculated. And up until right now, we don't have an accurate way to track the riders with our ticketing system.
Right.
Somebody gets on the train in DeBerry and goes to wherever, Sanford. If they stay on and go to the end of the line and come back, I don't think we can track that. And so we need to know when this goes in place, are we going to have an accurate ticketing?
As opposed, as a part of the new fare system that's being implemented, there will be advanced monitoring of the ticket sales and all that really can zero in on ridership, because we know today that a lot of the ridership is just not being recorded. But the contract with Movell, who's implementing the new system, which will be in place by 2023, about a year prior to the transition, should have that capability with respect to monitoring the ridership, identifying its implications and all that with respect to numbers, and that would be available, obviously, to allow modifications to this methodology as appropriate, as that added information comes online.
Barb Gertman?
George has something to say, so I'd like to hear from him before
On the cost part, I mean, I think, you know, you have to focus a little bit on the percentages, because the actual costs, he has some estimates there, but we also know that's based on the service as it is today. And I believe there will be a lot of pressure to increase the service the weekends and later at night, and that'll drive up that cost, which will then change some of those numbers. So just, I wouldn't get too focused on an actual estimate, just the way that they distribute the costs. I think it's important for everyone to understand. As far as the track, just keep in mind on that this council chose to take a medium approach when the department offered some relief to the initial cost to come up here with the capital project. So some of the single tracking is a result of a look at how they could give us the 30-minute headways that we were guaranteed during the various times of the day. So just keep that in mind, that some of the single tracking is because of what we wanted. Not all of it, because there was also there's a bridge there on Blue Lake Avenue that also limited the area that had to be single tracked, because they were not going to expand the bridge to allow double tracking through there. So just pointing a little history out.
Barb?
Thanks. So the fee collection, will that be part of the compliance and responsibility of links if we were to go with option 3? The oversight of the fee collection and ensuring that those numbers are accurate,
Right,
do you envision that?
right. The collection of revenues or analysis of revenues would be a links function, obviously, in that they would be contracted to operate and maintain the service.
Okay. So what we're really looking at today is whether or not we support option 1, 2, or 3, and these other projections are just those projections to help us get to that recommendation.
There was a snapshot as of last month,
Right.
based on the 2019 ridership related to the system operating cost.
Right. So we need a motion for which option? I'm going to make a motion for option 3.
We can do that, I guess, if you want. We don't really need a motion for this. It's a presentation. What I need to know, and you're telling me, is that I have to go back to the commission and vote on one of these 3. And so maybe it would be helpful to get a vote here and see where everybody stands. I think, I don't mean to cut you off either. Were you, okay. Obviously, option 3 is the least expensive, we hope. And hope has always been a big part of SunRail. George just brought up there is going to be pressure to go not as it stands right now as a commuter rail Monday through Friday business hours, but long hours, almost 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, which also increases operations and maintenance costs and the track and train maintenance costs when you go them. Costs will go up. I have a quick question on, I think it was on slide 415, page 15. FDOT is now carrying a lot of insurance. Does that go away in transition and FDOT no longer carries the insurance, or do we pay for it?
Right now, we've included the insurance cost in the local funding partner share. It's a part of the local funding partner share. Now, FDOT has expressed willingness to, at least initially, maybe provide some level of support. So obviously, some more discussions with FDOT will be needed again. They have taken a big step in identifying $21 million with respect to infrastructure upgrade funds that will be available starting in 2023, I believe, and that are in their 5-year program, mainly to cover the vehicle overhauls and all that. But that is a pretty sizable amount of money with respect to revenue coming in.
Yeah. To the rest of the council here too, this is something to consider, and I would really like to know this from y'all. All 3 of these options provide no rail experience. None of the 3 options have anybody that has train experience. There's one entity in this room today that does, and that's FDOT. And I'm wondering if you would prefer me to go to the Rail Commission, and I don't know if I'd get the votes for it, but to seek a formal request for FDOT to continue to be the operating manager.
Commissioner, that's already been done at a previous meeting where that motion was raised by Commissioner Delary, and the board voted not to proceed ahead with respect to FDOT as an option, and FDOT had identified that they didn't have a particular interest. That's where it left.
I remember that.
Yeah, several months ago now.
Things-
With respect to that.
Things change sometimes. Ben Johnson.
Mr. Chair, you have to go down and vote, so my recommendation is we rank the three of them as to how we want, because our number one choice may not be theirs. And you could just do it by a show of hands to start with, about which one is, do we support in order? And I'd go from the highest to the lowest.
The highest price?
No. What? That's one we'll probably get, doesn't matter.
Okay.
Now, from our priorities on which one that we rate number one, number two, number three.
Just remember, right now, it's important that you review and address the concept. But obviously, as I had mentioned, these numbers are going to change, but they're in the ballpark at this
Okay. Good suggestion, Ben. Michael Dyer?
I think Ms. German made a motion. I did not hear, I don't know if there was a second. But
Your motion was to accept as the number one.
Option 3 as the number 1, yes.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have option one.
Option 3.
Option 3, motion by Gertman, second by Wheeler. All who prefer that option, say aye.
Aye.
Really excited. Before we go on, George, did you want to interject something?
Well, I mean, you've all looked at option 3, but in the description of option 3, there are some unknowns that I think you would like to find out. They talked about within the link structure, are they going to have then an executive director as he described? I mean, is all that locked in as part of option 3? I would might behoove to have links come up and give a presentation on exactly how they, would manage or tackle this. Maybe, I think of value to know how they're actually going to run it. And I did hear you guys express this desire of being on the links board if they were to run it. That's something that I believe would take state legislation change. So there'd be no automatic that would happen if you went down that road. So just want to make sure that you guys understand that. I think that in discussions I've had with the Links executive director, he seemed very willing to come talk to us about how they would tackle this. So as your point is, as you said, there is no Links Railroad division now, so they would be adding that kind of expertise, and you might ask them how, that they plan on doing that. And
One of the things that we're doing right now is having discussions with Links on verifying the number of added employees, mainly would be associated with the new rail operations office at Links, but also what's the amount of time needed as related to existing Links position, whether it be HR, procurement, whatever, with respect to how much added time would be needed to cover SunRail related operations within the agency. So we're in the process of coming up with that information and that incremental cost, which we hope to have available at the board meeting on August 4th to share with the commission board, obviously, as they make a decision related to the governance scenario. But Ron, any more insights on this?
Well, we're talking to Links right now about how things might operate, and they are considering a number of things. I'm getting a lot of feedback. I don't know if you are. They're considering how they would operate things. We have proposed them to them that they think about a shared situation on some of the employees that would handle both Link's work and some of the SunRail work, which would be back office functions like procurement, finance, HR, that kind of thing. And we're discussing with them how that would work. You know, would it be 5 to 10% of the time, what it would be? And then additionally, there would be 9 dedicated positions, mostly rail position, that would only work on SunRail.
Okay. George, when you talk to the director of Links, did their schedule allow them to get here before the vote in Orlando?
I'll have to check with that.
Staff can do that? Okay. I think that would be critical to have them come in.
We have a meeting on August 2nd. I think?
Second, yes.
Yeah. So maybe we can slide them in here.
Okay. Danny Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. This might be a stupid question, but do we have to vote on this today?
On accepting this?
On-
No, this is not a formal vote that's going to affect what happens in Orlando. It just helps me to know what your feelings are so I can represent you.
My feeling is,
Careful.
oh, I know. Ben brought up some good points. George brought up some good points, and I just don't want to make a horrible, and I'm being nice about it, situation worse for the taxpayers. But if we go forward, Jeff, I don't know how we're going to stop the bleeding with some of this stuff. It's kind of having all these unknowns, and that's kind of what got us into this predicament to begin with. And I'm sorry to be so blunt, but it's the truth.
Seems like everything about this ends up being twice as much as
In the elephant in the room, and hopefully I don't get hung in the street, but is there anybody that would be interested in taking this off Volusia County's plate? Can we make them a BOGO deal or Groupon, get them some sort of deal that they cannot refuse to get this off our plate? God almighty. I have a hard time even supporting I kind of voted through my teeth like you do, like when you answer your kids when they're being a pain in the butt. It's just, I have a hard time swallowing this. You know, we keep, I don't want to keep making these mistakes, and I'm sorry, but I don't have any more words to kind of describe the feeling, just sitting up here cringing. I don't know, but what I do know is that I can't support it or anything, Jeff, and I kind of think, you know, it would be reckless of us to not get all these things ironed out before we just jump right in again. I think we should put this out for to see who wants this, but that's just me. Sorry.
Thank you. Michael, we have Heather and Ben want to speak, but it probably would be good for them to hear what you want to say.
Sure. Laura Coleman had been researching for us. I know several of you have commented on, could Volusia County have a seat on the Links Board? That the Links Board was created by statute. We've been able to confirm, just to add to what George said, that the Links Board could vote to add Volusia County to its governing board without a legislative change. So I just thought I'd mention that to a degree that has some impact. I'd like to push
It does. Instant feedback from Laura. Thank you. Ben, or Heather Post.
So there are a lot of unknowns in this, and I think we're just going to continue to have unknowns, just realistically. I'm looking at options 1, 2, and 3, and I'm seeing unknown. We just either let the commission pull something out of their hat and do it themselves, and we have really no idea how that's going to pan out, or we have the commission contracted out operating services out of their hat, and we really have no idea how that's going to go, or we do it through Link. I think I'm more comfortable looking at the Links option only for the fact that it is an actual entity that's already doing something relative, and as opposed to the other options where you know, we don't really have any idea who or what's going to be involved. And like we said before, FDOT is really not interested in being, you know, being involved. And they're, you know, really looking to get out just as we are, I think. That's how I look at it. So at the next, I mean, the commission, this train is going, and we've been talking forever about this and various issues. And the commission is going to vote and do these things, whether Volusia's there or not. And we all know that. And I think we really need to talk about this, whether we do a vote today or not. Okay, but before the meeting, I think it's very important for us to at least provide the chair with some sort of direction, because the train is moving, and at those meetings they're going to be making these decisions anyway. And for us to sort of leave him hanging, to go in there and not really have any options, I don't think is prudent. But also, I don't think it's really reasonable to assume that we're going to get all the answers, even if we had links in here today. It would have been great to have them in here today, by the way, if we were having these discussions. But I think Leaks really has no idea how they would be doing this, because they're pulling it out of their hat to do a new thing in the future. So it's really all up in the air. I think I would be for option 3, and then 2, obviously only if I'm looking at it in terms of accountability and somebody that knows something about it having some say and some hold over what the future of it is. I don't like the whole thing as a giant hole, and I'm really sorry that we're all put in the position to make decisions, but I think it's very important that we do offer some sort of input for the chair to go back. We certainly don't want Volusia to be there and say, Volusia, you know, really doesn't have any input because there's so many ifs.
Well, at this point in time, all that we're asking of the commission board is a selection of governance structure. We will then proceed ahead and put together a draft transition plan that addresses all of these questions. Coming back to this commission, obviously, is a briefing, and then making another decision by the board on adoption of the transition plan in the fall, in late fall. So there's an opportunity, obviously, to come back and have a lot more detail at that point in time. If it is option 3 that is selected on August 4th, we're already in discussions with Links with respect to trying to put together as much detail as we can to present to the board for the meeting on the 4th. But it's an opportunity to come back to this commission and to the board to make another decision on the draft transition plan later in the fall as we finish up the study. And there will be a detailed implementation schedule associated with that identifies all of the responsibilities and what are the various timelines to get the contracts extended and everything else that needs to get done. There has to be job descriptions put together for any new employees, and there's a number of different things that would occur, not all of which would be addressed as a part of the transition plan, but the basic responsibilities and all that will be defined as a part of that plan in the end that we'll have available as early as September, early October for review by everybody.
Okay. Well, looking at how extensive it is, I think it would be reasonable for all of us to assume that there are going to be lots of discussion, lots of coming back, and lots of tweaking. And I would even assume once it's actually all put into place, certainly there would be more tweaking as the process rolls out. So.
And again, there's a 2-year plus transition period to actually proceed ahead from the end of our study with respect to the end of the FDOT funding period to address these, obviously. I need to make sure that all of the contracts are extended and addressed and re-procured so that from a contract perspective, everything's in place. There's all of these other questions that have to be addressed as well. So a lot of work yet to be done.
Ben Johnson.
Basically, what I was gonna say is about what Heather's been saying, is we've got to give you some direction, but you're our representative, and we have to take faith in you in that point, but you have to know from us is what we're doing, where we fit, and I think it's pretty much, most of us probably wanna go with, option 3, option 2, option 1, but you may run into unknowns, and we have to, so we're not saying this is our absolute from the chair. I wouldn't think, because when you and our attorney gets down there, it may not work out. Just our preferences, and I think pretty much, most of us, we need to take a vote, but go that backwards 3, 2, 1. Let you go down there and find out. If something changes before the meeting comes up and we have a meeting, we can readdress it, but there's no sense in us sitting down and readdressing unless we have new information. So right now, I'll give you the guidance that you need of where this board feels like is the best option for Volusia County.
Yeah, and the council is doing a good job giving me some direction, and I'm gauging your feelings, trust me. And I think it's critical that we get links in here to talk to us before the next meeting. But it would be good. We'll have one more vote when there's 3 other people that want to talk on what the second option is, and then we know what your third preference is. But Barb Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Council Johnson on his ranking and recommendation. I know there are challenges with the SunRail project overall. We're in it. It's moving forward, as Councilwoman Post said. The train's moving. We're on it, and it's in my district. It matters to me, and I wanted to ask the council if we could put a workshop on the calendar, like for September-ish, to even talk about the broader vision of what this is going to look like, right? What the station, what the area, just the broader plan, and have FDOT come. So we're all kind of aligned with where we are today and what this is going to look like, and be able to have those conversations to see where we can make any impact. And again, it's coming, so get in front of it, not behind it. So
I would agree with that.
Yeah, and as you've got 3 council members here that live in or close to DeLand. It is in our home district, but the fact is that everybody in Volusia County is paying for 200 people in DeLand to ride that train at $10 million. That's the struggle I think I hear in Danny's voice, and that I struggle with it.
You're not changing it, so we might as well get on the train and make it the best that it can be, because that's what was already committed to. So we're not changing the commitment, and I can't change that you and Council Johnson think other. We just need to move forward because we're already contracted to move forward.
Well, I think it ought to be an agenda item, not a workshop. I just don't think it's a whole workshop issue.
And again, as I had mentioned, our numbers are about 5 to 6 million for Volusia County, not 10 at this point.
Well, okay, Danny Robbins.
Chair, you would know best, and maybe Mike Dyer. Is it true, or what's the voting process for them to proceed? They need Volusia, does it have to be a unanimous 7-0 for them to proceed with the project or extension? What happens?
I believe it needs to be a 7-0 vote.
So
We'll
that's
let
our
the lawyers
leverage.
deal with that, but that's how I understand our agreement now.
So that's our leverage right there. If they can't proceed without Volusia's support, is that a way to put the brakes on and reevaluate this process and make it sweeter or make it better for the taxpayers of Volusia County?
That's a good question, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Sure.
Ms. Coleman's put a lot of time into it, so I'd
She
like her to
has.
address that.
If you don't mind me stepping up here, thank you. So it's a great question, and it's kind of a complicated one. There are obviously multiple types of votes that the CFCRC can take, and some of them have different voting requirements. Generally speaking, it's a majority vote, but there are certain items spelled out in the contract documents themselves that either require a supermajority, a 4 out of 5, or a unanimous vote.
things that either require the partners to spend money above the stated operating deficits, or changes to the operating agreement are both items that require unanimous votes. It's hard to imagine a scenario in which one of those two things is not true for the selection of the agency that would then operate SunRail. So in this case, if we're changing the current operating agreement to include something like using links, the current governing, or the current documents say it has to be a unanimous vote. Or again, if we're going to spend more than the operating deficits that are stated in the contracts, that also has to be a unanimous vote. So there are a couple of different ways to look at this, but yeah, Volusia's position is that this would be a unanimous vote.
That would be our recommendation to the council.
Which will no doubt be vigorously debated
Could be.
by the commission.
We haven't had an instance that I can recall where that issue's really had to be debated. But I see it coming.
Yeah. So if we don't, for instance, I don't personally like any of the options. If I vote no and say, I'll probably lose, but say, Jeff, if you go to the commission down there and say you vote no, what is our repercussion? What are we going to be on the hook for, or what are we going to be in violation? That's going to cause us, just trying to look at the pros and cons.
Yeah, that's a good question. I would just went as far as what would we be on the hook for at this particular moment. We only are on the hook for things that we have already agreed to in contract documents. So we would kind of think at that point enter into a real debate with our partners about whether or not our vote could prohibit passage of whatever the motion was on the floor if they say it's not unanimous. And then the contract documents have multiple methods of dispute resolution and ways to address conflict. I think we'd probably end up looking at those.
I think just being real, and probably kind of me raw speaking, but I think nobody wants to really be the bad guy. But I think there is a way to minimize this, and there may not be a spelled out in the contract, but our vote is literally our out, or to maybe pack some gauze in this sucking chest wound of a deal. So, I think we need to consider, strongly debate and consider this, but we're still in the driver's seat. This train isn't going anywhere, it appears, without Volusia County getting on board. I think we just have to leverage it, and sit down and get down to the brass tacks.
So the vote in Orlando is not going to be if we do it or not. The vote's going to be what option do you want?
Right. Yes. Yeah, that is true.
It's kind of, it puts us in a.
I think John, can someone check on John Booker? He's about to have a heart attack over there, I think. I see him.
Heather.
Actually, that's really what I wanted to say, if someone could check on John. But I think it's important for all of us to remember that, we have done this arguing. We have done the thing of saying, well, Volusia County has a vote. Well, we've had a vote this whole time, and we've done these things, and we've tried to leverage. And I know county staff and the attorney's division and John has certainly tried to leverage over and over and over. And this is, if you heard, it's a majority or supermajority on most things and not a unanimous. And on this one thing, so the one thing out of a lot of votes has to be a unanimous. And this is only on, look, the train is running, just how exactly do you want it run? So I think the way of, fixing that hemorrhaging is for us to actually be involved in that vote and to really pick an option. But there's still going to be a lot of unknowns. But
and to be clear, Ms. Post, if I can, just with regard to specifically this item, so this type of vote itself is not specifically contemplated. But like I mentioned a minute ago, those operating deficits and any amendments to the operating agreement are specifically contemplated, and that's where that unanimous vote comes in.
That would be our argument.
I believe that the vote by the commission will be for option 3, but that's a guess. If it doesn't, what is your next choice? 2?
2.
3, 2, 1, okay,
Ability.
okay. I might be sick that day, and you could go.
Yeah.
I don't like.
I think we
And
should
this
send
is,
Danny.
Are you still, Michael Dyer,
All right.
and then Barb Gerber.
Just for benefit of the chair, as he goes into this meeting on August 4th. Now, we will have a council meeting on August 2nd, but, I think you have a consultant here who's been charged with putting together a transition plan, have a plan together so we can start taking the steps necessary to implement it. Does council, in making number option 3 their first choice, want to condition that on anything such as, saying, well, we could support this, but we want to have a seat at the table on the governing board of links, or do you not want to address that? It's entirely up to you.
That's what I heard from everybody up here, I think, is that if we have option 3, we need a seat at the table, so.
That was my suggestion.
I think we prefer a seat at the table, but you're gonna determine after they share all the information, you may be okay that we can be represented if it can't happen within a certain time or in a certain way, so.
I have brought it up at other rail commission meetings, and I believe, Buddy Dyer alluded to that, of course that would be a possibility, but we'll see when.
The other issue brought up was the rail mileage computation. I'm wondering,
Right.
I agree with Councilor Johnson on that. I think that ought to be looked at.
But I don't think that is part of this option. This option is whether or not that operator, that's just one of the guesstimates of impact.
That would be
So-
an amendment to the existing agreement, which certainly could be discussed, but you're right, it's outside governance question.
And we could offer, several amendments, that, the rail miles, and a seat at the table, and see how the votes go. And I appreciate you coming in and doing what you needed to do, and I hope you understand that all of the discussion back and forth is not a reflection on you or your report. We needed the report. We needed to hear this. And I needed to hear from them of what they expect me to do. Barbara, did you still have?
I'm gonna bring it back at the end during my, my discussion at the end of our meeting, so, thanks.
Anyone else?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are you taking the train home?
No, I live in southeast Orange County.
Mr. Brower, there was a motion on the floor for option 3 of being your first choice by Ms. Gertman, seconded by Ms. Wheeler, and I don't recall a vote on that.
It was a 7-0 with one of those votes kind of reluctant. No, it was. So, and there was complete agreement on option 2 being the backup. If it goes there, it won't. But
Okay, well, thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to lunch. If you were all ready to go, but is everybody ready for a break? I think everyone needs a break. So it's 1 o'clock.
We're gonna need,
Why don't we?
for security, per their contract, they need an hour.
Okay, we will be back at 2 o'clock. Hello. We will get started at 2:06. Okay, that brings us to item 5, resolution authorizing the creation of a committee appointed to the county council to review and make recommendations on the environmental regulations in Volusia County, the NRAC Commission. Ginger.
Afternoon, I'm Ginger Adair, Environmental Management Director. And we are here as a follow-up to our April 12th workshop and our June 14th special meeting where we talked about different facets of growth and land management, environmental permitting. And at the June 14th meeting, you directed staff to come back with a resolution creating this committee to review and make recommendations on our environmental standards. So since that time, staff and the county attorney's office worked together. We used your direction from June 14th. We looked at the original NRAC, that's the Environment and Natural Resources Committee resolution, and then we also looked at the recently approved Volusia Forever Advisory Committee resolution to create the draft in front of you that would create this new committee. And as we go through, keep in mind, what you have in front of you is a draft. If there are any changes that you want to that resolution, we can make those edits today. If they're significant enough, we can take a little bit of time and then kind of come back maybe later in the meeting if you want to make some changes, and we can bring it back for approval today. So the resolution that you have establishes the committee, and it identifies the membership criteria and the responsibility of the members. The committee uses the NRAC name from before, but if you have a different name that you prefer, we can make that change. The role of the committee is to review amendments to the countywide environmental minimum standards that are in Chapter 50 of our code, and also the environmental standards that are in Chapter 72 that apply in the unincorporated parts of the county. And that would be based on the work plan that we presented to you at the special meeting. So I have this slide in here, which is just a little history. This is the original NRAC committee membership criteria. And I put this here just because it helps inform the decisions that we're going to make here in a minute. So the original NRAC committee was 9 members, and it was 1 representative, and that's highlighted because that's a little different than what you'll see in the proposed language. So a representative from each of the 5 districts, and then you'll see some specifics. So 1 representative, and the language was appointed by the council. It didn't say specifically who, the chair or the at-large member, but 1 appointed by the council from the professional development community, 1 from the academic community, and then 2 with technical expertise in environment and natural resources. And then there was this sort of generic blurb at the that talked about kind of who you would be interested in, and it was based on interest and knowledge of matters concerned regarding the environment and natural resources. So that was the original NRAC. What you have before you is a little bit different, and so I've highlighted some of those differences. So it's still 9 members based on your feedback from June 14th, but it talks about electors, and that's different than a representative. That means someone who's registered to vote in Volusia County. So kind of keep that in mind, see if that's where you wanted to go. And then we had talked about in June that it would be 1 elector in each of the council districts appointed by that district member, and then you had said 1 east side and 1 west side by the chair and the at-large member, right? So the chair and the at-large member would have 2 appointments. And then we tried to take your guidance from June 14th and identify, who would be represented on the committee. So these bullet points are what we heard from you at that meeting. So citizens advisory groups and civic organizations, professional organizations, other governmental organizations, ag interests, professional arborists or foresters, environmental consultants, and universities. I have a slide that kind of gives some examples of those groups. And then that generic statement, again, based on interest and knowledge of matters of concern regarding, and we added development, growth management, and then environment and natural resources. Excuse me. So that's what's in the resolution that you have before you. So here's just some examples that just kind of try to help with, if you leave that language the way that is, who are you looking at? Not specific individuals, of course, but groups. So examples of a citizen advocacy group would be Audubon, the Environmental Council of Volusia and Flagler Counties, Sierra, Dream Green Volusia, League of Women Voters, those folks. There are a couple of professional associations that might be be good to have on the committee. So VCARD would be one, the Building Industry Association, Land Use Attorneys, etc. So as we talk about the decision points and the language you want to see in the resolution, this could help guide when it comes time to choose the action member. So here are, I think, what the decision points are for today. The question is, do you like the name NRAC, or do you have a different name in mind? Is 9 members the right number? Do you want electors, or do you want representatives? Do you want to have it the way that it's written, where it's 1 member residing in each district? Or do you not care really about the geography of where the members are from? And then do we want to keep the way that it's written, where 2 appointments each by the chair and the app? So that's all I have. I'm here for any questions or clarification.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Billy Wheeler.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'll just start off. The name isn't as important to me, so but the 9 members I think is adequate. I think that is, if we get too many, then we've got a lot more controversy. I think it should be the electors for sure. It needs to be someone that's registered to vote. And now here's my question. I'm not really sure what the answer is, but 1 residing in each district. Well, here's the problem that I have. You know, I would almost have to come with, what do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different categories. I'd have to come with somebody from the agricultural, the professional, in order. I may come in and I may only have 1 in my district, but one of the other council members, let's say I have an engineer, maybe one of the other council members come in and have an engineer, then I don't have any. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I do think we need to have those categories for sure, but I'm a little concerned about how we do that, and just keeping it within our district. Because I feel like right now I'm going to have to come up with a person that would fill all of these categories in case my selection is booted out, if you understand. If I have somebody from the university and university's already taken, or environmental consultant and that was already taken, you know? You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, and I think those are excellent points. Those are my concerns as well, Billy, and so hopefully we'll come to a resolution with that. I would also like to just be able to see a council member appoint somebody from the community who just lives here, who's very concerned about what they see in the community. But what happens if, like you said, this is a big consideration. If you appoint somebody from ag, then nobody else can, or
right.
So.
Right.
It does happen. It does happen.
Those are the areas that I just am a little concerned with. And I do agree also with the 2 each for the chair and the at-large. But I do think the electors, I kind of like that idea. Yes. Because then we won't come up across maybe having someone appointed that maybe doesn't live in the area or something, right. Or in the county.
Okay. Thank you. Ben Johnson.
Make a motion to
make it where they're open districts, not in your district, but that we can nominate from, any one of us can nominate from wherever in the county that we want.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion from Ben Johnson for open districts regardless of where the appointing member is from, seconded by Lowry.
Or we could just make it so Billy goes first. We could amend it that way. Well, you know,
Does
I
she
mean,
have to be
there
present
might
to
be
win?
some districts that are going to be harder to find those positions. Those people that follow those qualifications, you know, like a university. Not everybody has a university in their district.
Okay, so this first vote, Ben, you're limiting to just the question of open districts. Right. Right. Okay.
You could have it based out of.
Okay. Let's stick with that motion first. Barbara, did you want to speak to that part of it, or do you have another one?
I'm good. I'm good with open district.
Open district. And then we can come back to it. You have a concern, I can tell.
Can you? Oh,
Yeah, that all gets to
it's
be
showing-
one-sided, yeah.
It's showing, yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
My concern has been about representation for our district, right? So I don't see, I guess I'm not in agreement with the 9 members. I think I want to select 2. I think this issue is broad enough that for District 1, there should be more than one person speaking to the concern, because I think it's a challenge to find one individual to represent the full voice, right? So, yeah.
Okay. Are you good with taking a vote right now just on open, that you can, however many people you get to vote?
And I'm good with
Okay,
open.
let's vote on that, and then I think that's the next key question, is 9 members, 15, or 134, whatever's wanted. Fred, do you want to speak to that issue, the open? Okay, Danny?
I can wait.
Okay.
Kind of
All right, all in favor of open instead of just restricted to your district, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so the first question passes 7-0. Second question is how many members? And the language right now is for 9 members. Barb, how many, Danny, is this what you wanted to speak on?
Barb, would it help if we do something like an alternate member, or like a, you know, in the event, if maybe the one is not able?
To me, it's not even a matter of alternate. Yes, I just think the issue is broad enough that you have environmentalists, you have you know, the full categories. I just think the representation for District 1, I would like. So,
Question.
Okay.
And I
Yeah,
don't-
I'm just letting Barb finish her statement.
And I don't know that it needs to be an odd number. I don't know that there needs to be a council person that has 1 and the other has 2. I think we can all have the same, be represented at the same level. So anyway, that's just my thoughts. So I'm open to whatever council says.
Yes, Ginger.
Excuse me, I just wanted to point out one thing I should have done earlier. In your packet, there is a letter from the Environmental Council of Volusia and Flagler counties, and they did make some recommendations for their thoughts on how the committee should be set up. They did talk about having a bigger panel.
15
They said
members.
15 versus the 9. just for historical reference, the Green Ribbon panel that we did a number of years ago had 15 members. It wasn't appointed by council, so it was a little easier to sub members in and out if people weren't available. I just wanted to point out that this letter was in your packet.
Right. And I guess based on what we said and evaluating that, I just kind of agree that it's a broader issue that needs broader perspective than what would be the norm, in my opinion.
Okay, so would somebody like to make a motion of 9 members, 15 members, or some other number, and then we can debate that and
I'm going to make
vote
the
on it?
motion for 15, like the Green Ribbon panel which is where we started with this and said we were doing a Green Ribbon panel, and then it turned to what we're doing now, so.
Okay. Barb Gertman's made a motion for a 15-member committee. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And second by Post. Michael Dyer.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Just to clarify with for purposes of the motion, who would appoint the 15th member? Would it be consistent with the request you got from the letter from the environmental group?
Which
Yeah,
was that
if
the
it-
county manager appoints one.
Because you had 2 representatives per council member, right? Like 2 to 14.
Right.
And I believe their proposal was, not that I think George is pushing for that, but
Needs another job.
I don't
one
agree
other.
with that. I think that's a horrible idea to staff.
You're not
Ju-
required to have an odd numbered committee and have 14, so it's completely by council. Traditionally, it's an odd number for a tie break.
So most of our committees are to give the chair 1 extra or at large.
Some of our committees that are 9 total
Right,
PLDRs.
right.
Some are just.
You have
So I
you have a
would,
variety.
I would move for each of us to have 2 and chair to have 3. If we have to have,
We have Ms. Gertman's motion for first for 15. I believe it's seconded. So
to vote on that.
Or amend it.
Or amend the number of how that number's counted. Well,
Yeah.
Heather can amend Barb's motion.
They withdraw.
Yeah, you can.
You in agreement with it?
Yeah.
So I'd like to amend it.
I'll second.
To
No.
14 or 15? The 15 is the number she had. How do you want to amend that to?
I thought I was amending it to show how it would be laid
Right.
out, how the 15 would get there.
Yes. That's my understanding.
Because you
Yes.
said
Then I
15,
withdraw
right?
my-
So
I
I'm-
said 15.
She was
not
talking about the
14.
number. I was talking about how we would get to that number.
How do you want to get there?
I was saying we could definitely 2 per council member. And so we're left with 1, right? Not in agreement having no offense, George, but having the count, I'm sure you're actually happy about that. But not to have staff assign 1. So I would say that the chair,
I wouldn't support that. I'd support if we're going to do the 15th, that
Well-
the county manager or his designee does it.
I'd like to know the reasoning, if there is any, behind the chair getting not the chair, but county manager getting one. What was their thinking on that? You know?
I don't believe it was stated. in the
No,
letter.
just that they needed a tiebreaker
Tiebreaker.
is
Okay.
really all they said.
and I was just going with the chair only because that's how the committees, a lot of our committees set up, chair and the next.
You know, there's,
But in keeping it at 15.
there is a possibility here. You could take and do, like you said, the 14, and the chair's designee would not vote unless it was a tie. You could do that.
The third
Not the chair, but I mean, the county
that third-
managers could vote if there was a tie. I know it's somewhat complicated, but I don't think any of us need more than 2 votes.
Yeah.
Just to go back to, you can have an even numbered board.
All
if
right,
you
let
wish.
me modify my my motion to 14. So we all have 2 equal representation.
Are you withdrawing your amendment?
Yes. And then I would.
We
look
haven't
to add
voted
an
on it,
amendment.
so she can withdraw it.
And then can I add an amendment then to show how it's done, or do you want to wrap it up all at once?
We don't know what she's
Well,
going to say yet.
it's 2 each, but it's still based on, right, it's still based on categories, not districts,
Are you making that
electors. Yeah, I mean,
I would second that if that's what we're waiting for.
One caveat. So we have 7 different categories though, and we have 7 council members. So I would ask that council members do not put 2, that we're only allowed to put 1 in one category, so that we're not like doubling up on a category.
But
So where like we couldn't put 2 in one category, and that way no one else is able to put anybody in there.
You might be hamstringing
I
yourself.
wouldn't agree to that, because you can have a citizen advisory group that's for and one that's against. You can have the same, so you want a variety of thoughts from the ag interest, from the university, from the environmental, somebody who thinks it should be this and somebody who thinks it should be that. So to me, that's the difference, why I just don't want one person. I want, people with different perspectives representing District 1.
Councilmember Gertman,
Yes.
was Heather, on clarification on yours, do you mean like one person could not appoint like 2 to the ag, so they take up the whole category?
Right, so I was actually going based on what you said, sort of
Yeah.
spinning off of that, because that was your
Yeah.
concern.
Mr. Chair, if I can add.
Yeah.
This language is a strong recommendation. It's not mandatory. So the council as a whole determines the balance of interest and the balance of stakeholders depending upon how you nominate your eventual committee and approve it as a slate. So as you can see, each category has, an unbalanced number of identified groups associated with it. So that's why we didn't make any of this mandatory. It becomes very complicated. And that may not be what the council wishes. So the council determines, when it makes its appointment, which group it wants to join from, and ultimately determines what the balanced composition of the entire group is.
I also think it should be a vote and not a slate. So we should vote on
Right.
each recommendation, not have an overall slate.
Yes.
Our first vote here was 7-0 for a 9-member committee.
I think it was for resident versus elector.
It was actually
No,
for
it
open,
was
open
districts.
districts.
Oh, district.
Your first motion and vote was to have open districts to where you didn't have to appoint them within your district.
Yeah, I didn't think we voted on number yet.
So that one, is that one over with, the vote for that one?
No, hang on.
Okay.
I mean, for the open districts.
Okay.
Yeah, that should be done.
All right. So
So the motion on the floor is 14 electors, open districts, and
I second that.
and not to vote by slate, but to vote each member.
okay, the motion on the floor is for 14 members, seconded by Wheeler. Discussion on that.
I would just like to say that to restrict categories like that could work against you. The last person may come down and only thing left is 2 ag positions. And then they wouldn't be able to do that if they were restricted. So I don't want to see any restrictions.
We're pretty diverse.
Yeah. We can just say, hey, if it, in one of these, your designee or your elector has to fit in one of these categories, just let her rip, Yeah. Not.
Yeah, I mean, just in the ag interest, you've got the Farm Bureau, your private landowners, and so there's 3 or 4 categories into each main one, so you may end up having 2 people in that.
Mr. Chair, we're a pretty diverse group ourselves. I think it will work itself out. I just say that the 14 and stick with that.
The 14 and anybody nominates any category. Good. Good.
Let it rip.
Any other comments on that? None. No. Good. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. And it carries 7-0. So now we have open electors and with a 14-member committee. Can you go back to your slide of what you, there you go.
Ginger, do you have a concern? I'm seeing your
No,
face.
I just, when we're all done, I want to make sure that we understand exactly how you want us to change this so that we,
Right.
just when we're all
Yeah, I think you did.
But
We're
did we
already at
answer the
electors.
name, but we're good with the name.
Yeah. Okay.
You have, my understanding is you have open districts, 14 members. You're going with electors, and not to vote by slate, but to vote individually. I believe that's was reflected.
And each council member gets 2 appointments.
Yes.
Did we clarify the last one, east-west issue?
That would go away with the
That would go away, okay.
open districts, yep. The only other thing would be, we have these categories in here, it says it should be balanced, include representation, which may include, and it had those categories. So we're leaving that in, right, the categories, but again, they're recommendations. So there's nothing that's set in stone about that. If next week we came up with somebody we left off altogether, they could still be appointed. So I just want to make sure we're still leaving that language in the resolution.
Says May.
Right, it does, yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question? Paula, did you want to amend the resolution and bring it back today?
Yes, if you would indulge me, I'm going to take your comments once you approve it. I'll come back with a finalized draft so you can see the language and ask the council to ratify that resolution for the chair to sign.
Can you have a seat just for a minute and let us hear from 3 members of the public in case any council member had change?
Since you asked nicely. And yeah.
You don't even have to sit if you don't want to. Susie Peace.
Oh, she did. She had to go.
Steve Crump, who's been waiting all day.
Good afternoon, councilmen and women. I am Steve Crump, 701 Johnson Lake Road, Leon Springs. I'm here today representing Volusia County Farm Bureau, and we are glad you are addressing the issues of growth and the environment, and we support the formation of a new environment natural resources style advisory committee. We would like to remind the council that we believe most of the land in the county that is available for future development is currently in agriculture. In the future, as you make your appointments, we are asking that you include representatives of Volusia County Agriculture on the committee. Additionally, I will add, after the conversation you just had, the one thing I was maybe unsure about was when the council members said now we're going to appoint 2 people, will they appoint both? Will they select one and then another right after, or will you go one district down the line, one after the other? That was a little technical thing I thought of. And that concludes it. Thank you.
Wendell De La Rosa.
Wendell De La Rosa, Port Orange, Florida. Yeah, I had some of the same concerns that the gentleman that just left had on how, I get, Ben, how you say it'll all work itself out. But my fear is it'll get stacked. The deck will get stacked, and it's going to come up later, and my point will be clear later in the meeting when we get to final comments. I don't like particularly calling out specific people, but I will. Dr. Wendy Anderson is a favorite of some. She is not a favorite of mine. She's a little bit of a radical and what I call a hypocrite. When you live in a cookie cutter house and you have your own little manicured yard and your own little fertilizer and your own little this and your own little that, but you can tell the rest of the county and the rest of us land use owners to basically stick it because I get to decide what you get to do with your property, and I'm on this board now, etc. So I would hope there would be, earlier what I mentioned, the clean hands rule. There would be a trust but verify a little bit, kind of look into people's backgrounds a little bit and go, hey, this person has a rap sheet 17 miles long for arson, murder, all this other kind of craziness. Let's probably not appoint them to the environmental board. They pollute the water. They dump oil on their property. Let's not make O.J. Simpson in charge of the Domestic Abuse Council is what I'm trying to say. Let's do a little bit of vetting and before we put folks into these positions. Because you nominate them, it's just there's no process that I'm aware of. I've not seen this Clean Hands Act where your policy states that these people have to have some sort of status and at least a value added to the community, not far-leaning right or far-leaning left or just total my way or the highway. I'm over it. Again, over 50 years in this county, this is my second meeting I've attended. I don't plan on attending any more, except that I have agenda items that I have to attend to. So I would ask that you look at the members that you consider on if they're really the qualified individual, that dirty baggage won't come up. Thank you.
Ben Johnson.
I think Mr. Crump made a good point, and I think, well, I'm going to make a motion, people get a second out of it, that on nominations, that we start with the chair, vice chair, then work through the districts by number, and then reverse the order for the second pick. So that's my motion.
Second.
Motion by Johnson. Pardon?
Because she's vice chair in one.
To have the nominations by chair, vice chair, and then by district, starting with high number or low number? Low number to the highest number, and then reverse.
Not vice chair. I think you mean at large. So it would be.
You almost got a gift, Barb. I was trying to help you, but okay. Chair, at large, and then districts, starting from the highest to the lowest. Lowest to the highest. And then we'll reverse the order, and wow, we're making
So
this.
District 5 would just get 2 votes.
Everybody
No,
gets
I mean,
2 votes.
just off the bat, because he's last and then he's first.
So he gets back-to-back votes.
Yeah.
Okay. See what you started, Steve? And you waited all day for this.
I think we should just
okay.
do it the way that all the boards are.
Billy, did you have a question? No. All right. Any other questions about that motion? And the motion was by Johnson, and who seconded it? And Gertman, vice chair. Okay, all in favor of that, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0 to have the way that we nominate the 14 members from. I'm not going to go through it again. Okay. That's all that you needed, correct?
You made those amendments. We need the approval and direction for me to redraft that resolution, and I'll bring back the final version to council at a later time today. So you can recess this particular item and bring it back when I come back with a final resolution taking into account all of your comments and changes.
And then we will, just for process, we will, all of our nominations to a county board go through a clean hands background check. And we will advertise that, Mr. Captain, by social media, email.
Right, so we'll follow the procedure for all of our boards where the Carissa will put out, be on the application. People will apply. We'll advertise it in all of the ways that we do, social media, press releases, all of those things. And then Carissa and her office does the clean hands review. Then they'll come back to you for your appointments. And so typically it's about a month that, usually we would put that out for 30 days, right? The call for applicants. Then it
would take about a week to 2 weeks. We would need to get it on an agenda. Take about a week to do the clean hands check.
And they would come back to you for your appointments.
Okay, don't go anywhere. Danny Robbins.
Attorney Dyer.
I was just going to say, I think you've given us the direction. I think we just want to make sure that you agree with the resolution, so we'll just bring that back to you. But
right.
You've made the decisions at this point.
I just wanted to expand, if we can send over to staff to see what other counties are doing in terms of expanding the definition or getting an actual definition of clean hands. Because from what I understand from months back, the hang up was the fact that it only looked at, if they owed the county money. It wasn't expanded from there, as a gentleman had said. And we just want to be able to make sure that the person reflects good on this county, so if we can look, Mr. Dyer, if this council agrees with that, to expand that and have a concrete definition of and develop some sort of standards for the people that that are representing this county.
Council can certainly direct us to look at that. We'll work out with staff, but your general rule, when we say clean hands, you have a rule that your staff looks to see if the applicant owes the county any money, essentially, whether it be back taxes or fees or so on, and it's limited at that. So, council, if you want us to look at it, you could look to see what other things include, such maybe a background check.
I'll make that motion.
Whatever you want. I mean, but it's entirely up to council.
There's a motion on the table to include, besides our standard clean hands background check, to do what kind of a background check?
That's something this council would have to, unless there's another example of another county to look at. Do we want felons on our boards? Do we want, any other kind of criminals on our boards? Federal taxes owed. I mean, the list goes on. We do have to, I think it's apparent, we can't ignore it. It's one of the areas that I believe we're lacking.
But just, Mr. Chair, if it's okay, from your initial comments, I thought that, and I think your motion was that you want staff to bring back more information on what others are doing.
And that may save a lot of time in this process and kind of key in on hey, it's working somewhere else and it saves up some time. Great. So if they can bring back some more information, that would be good.
How long will that hold this process up?
I wouldn't assume that would hold the process up. I mean, we can bring back information, but unless council directs, we would not have it hold up this process.
Okay, good. Because it shouldn't. To bring up a respected member of our community as Wendy Anderson and hold her out like she's some kind of criminal is, in my opinion, criminal. So it shouldn't hold up this process. Danny Ben Johnson.
I think we can get too deep in the weeds on that. We can run an FCIC, NCIC, which is a criminal check, and we could run something basically through the clerk's office. I mean, our people can do that, just run a history check through the clerk's office, and that pretty much will give us what we need in this point. Heather, you were there with us. I think that had pretty well covered, don't you? I mean, just all you do is a background check. I mean, we can get the sheriff's department to run NCIC, FCIC, and our people can go into the clerk's website to see if there's anything there. Other than that, and that doesn't take long.
But so I think that sort of opens up a Pandora box. So you're talking about going to the clerk's office. So what are we looking for in there?
I mean, just to see if there's any criminal stuff that you don't know about to arrest, because local arrest will show up in the clerk or the court's office, even if it was null-processed or whatnot, to at least make it so if we need to go any further. But I don't think we need to go too awfully deep on this. I think we're going too far. We're just looking to see, and even an arrest may not knock them out of it. I mean, that's something right there. I mean, surely nowadays, if you have a young man or young woman trying to get in law enforcement to have a marijuana or any other arrest, that doesn't knock them out of the job. But just in case what Danny's worried about making sure they're at least pretty good. I mean, it'll show pretty quick.
And if there's something that comes up, where it's questionable, we can always talk about it, if it's acceptable by the board. Say it is a marijuana arrest, and there was a person that wanted to nominate. It could be a good guy, or a girl, and it could happen 30 years ago when they were a kid. Listen, it is what it is. I don't think that would hold them back, but that's something the board could easily just on the spot say, hey, you know what, it's good.
After the board discusses it in public, so I'm
It's public
wondering,
information.
yeah, I see that side nodding, but I think we're stepping into the weeds here. And just to clarify, I have never been arrested. I've never been investigated for a criminal offense, by the way. But
nobody was suggesting
no, I
that.
know, I didn't say you did,
Yeah.
but I just.
But
to
I'm
clarify,
just saying,
but
we had
I'm-
some people
Right,
concerned
but I'm
about
saying
clean
that
hands.
everyone on council could actually be convicted criminals, because you can be elected into office as a felon. So I think it's very hypocritical for us to do that. And then also, we're trying to do all this stuff, and I think there's a lot of discussion. I think that's opening a Pandora's box for us to go over everyone's specific background openly on the dais in the public that wants to do something, and determine, that this petty theft or shoplifting as an 18-year-old is okay, but maybe this isn't okay, or that's not okay.
That is a point. I mean, I brought this up because the fact of it was brought up, and I just don't want to see us go. I'm trying to keep from going too deep too.
Right. So I just think it's very hypocritical that you can be an elected official and have a history. You can work for the county and have a history, and do a very good job. And you should also be able to be on a board. Just because you have a history doesn't mean you can't move forward from there. So I don't agree with that. If anybody has any giant ethics violations or something with someone that is brought up, that's the whole reason we vote on whether or not someone specific is viable.
But we need that information to actually see, to make that determination or that vote, to see if they are viable. It's just
So
like,
do that yourself. If you're totally interested in that,
I
then
can't run
you
an
can't go on the
FCIC
clerk's.
and NCIC.
Well, that's only to see if they're, so FCIC, NCIC, just to clarify, is only to see if someone's wanted. That doesn't give you a criminal history necessarily. So
Now, you have to
If-
have a
if
criminal
we're-
history check to do. All right, I'll
we're
make a
checking the
motion, we
clerk's
drop
office,
this
anybody
motion.
can check
Yeah,
the
we're
clerk's office.
making
Yes.
a absurdity out of this. Barb, did you want to say something else? Good. Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Oh, Billy, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. No, I was going to say, I still do think that staff could run some kind of a background check. There's a difference in someone having a marijuana charge or whatever, but let's say if someone continuously has a domestic abuse violation for beating up his wife or her husband or whatever, consistently, they could go back to the person and say, hey, these things are a factor or something like that, that they can handle it with staff.
Okay.
I think there's a difference from a violation or a habitual violator.
No, you can fill out a form. We've already heard from you. Thank you
Well-
very much.
And he's spoken already.
Yeah.
So,
You've spoken several times already. We have a member of the public who would like to speak, Cynthia Hale, who has not yet spoken. Would you're out of order, sir? Yeah, you are. You can't ask him a question in a public meeting. No. Mrs. Hale, would you please continue with your...
The only thing that I would like to kind of address is that if a person does have a domestic violence, violation, or if they have issues of child abuse, or issues of sexual assault, that could really violate those issues, specifically if they're a sex offender, and they're on the sex offenders list. And we have sex offenders list here, so those are something that you might want to consider, just because you don't want somebody on the board, and specifically if those members have kids that are going to be coming around them. You want to really put that into play. A lot of times those kids do come into those board meetings, and a lot of times those things are delicate. And domestic violence is a very big issue. So you really want to be delicate on that. They won't see things extremely, I just wanted to bring that up, And even though you guys are saying, and I get what you're saying, Heather, I get that you're saying that's a Pandora's box, but domestic violence is not a Pandora's box. You have to be very delicate on the person that you're putting in any council, specifically with child abuse. I wouldn't put anybody that has had multiple violations of child abuse and who cannot rationally take things into account. That's just my suggestion just as a citizen,
Thank you. Danny Robbins.
I don't think we need to spend much more time on this. My only point was ensuring the fact that we have good, upstanding people representing and being the face of the district. As it stands right now, we heard it several months ago when we had briefly talked about this during council comments, that other than I swear on an application, there is no real checks and balances. And it puts your foot, imagine being an employer and you're out and about and one of your employees do you want that person representing your government and who you are or a district? As an employer, the answer is no. Do I want somebody or to have somebody that has 30 arrests or 40 arrests working for me, perjury, drug, whatever the case? No. That's my stance on it. We don't need to get all crazy with this, but there does, in my opinion, have to be a little bit more than just I pinky promise that I told the truth on a BS application that really has no checks and balances. Sorry about my language.
Heather Post.
I think we just need to really drill it down and say these are...
Michael Dyer.
just to clarify, and you may correct me, that there was a motion made, but I don't believe there was a second. So your staff's been given no direction to come back with information on it. That's what we take from it. Just want to make sure.
So Danny Robbins made a motion that we go to other counties and see what they're doing for background checks. Was there a second on that? And the motion is not passed for lack of a second.
I'm sorry, I was talking. I just didn't turn myself on. Also,
See what they're doing. Ben Johnson for discussion.
Yeah, and that might not be a bad idea, but that's going to take some time. I would suggest that we go ahead with what we're doing at this time, and we look at that as a separate issue, because we need to get this moving.
yeah,
We do.
But
agree.
as a separate issue, it's not a bad idea to find out how they're doing it, what they're doing it, because there are questions, and one of them even came up this morning about what somebody is or what they've done. So I think it's something we need to kind of do and explore that out.
Okay, so we still have to deal with the motion on the floor was to ask staff to go to other counties and see what they're doing for this. Motion by Robbins, second by Wheeler.
I can amend that
Okay.
if you'd like. And we just come up, we talk about it during council comments.
You can say that again?
I can bring it up at a later time,
Okay.
but we can push this forward. That's fine.
Are you withdrawing it or amending?
I'll table it till comments. Come back to it.
Okay. I think you have everything that you need, and we will wait to hear back from you and move on to item 6. The other one that you've waited for all day, Mr. Crump, award of agreement with Spectrum Sunshine State. And y'all have waited all day. Are you on that committee? Okay. Mr. Lowry.
Mr. Attorney, for him to table that, don't we need to vote on that to be tabled? I just was trying to follow the
No,
rules.
technically, maybe Mr. Robbins, if it's successful, you withdraw your motion. You can restate your motion at the close of the meeting. Is that what you meant?
Sounds good.
All right.
What you said.
I think we're ready.
Good afternoon. Janine Jennings, Director of Business Services. As I said earlier to some of you, that I'm hoping this is my last presentation on broadband for a while. But this is pretty good news. As you know, the county was provided, Business Services was provided $5 million to go out for a solicitation to find a partner that will work with us for infrastructure for broadband. And the county did do that. We had 2 responses. And we had an evaluation committee. And we are recommending an award to, God, I'm supposed to be doing this, to Spectrum Sunshine State, which is here today. Chris Bailey from Spectrum is here, and he actually has a few things he'll cover. When we put it out, and what we had kind of decided looking at the preliminary numbers is we would put it out for a mandatory area that really comprised of northwest Volusia County up Leon Springs, Seville, Pearson, where we found that that was our biggest block of addresses that met the FCC criteria for broadband. Also in the solicitation, we put an alternate area, and as you can see, the alternate area shows pockets all over Volusia County. It really covers every city in the rest of Volusia County. This is pretty, you can't really see it as good, but really what happened is Spectrum came back and they provided a great proposal that covered not only our mandatory, but our alternate area, minus 26 addresses. And so what came of the proposal is the total cost of the project was over $17 million, and our Volusia County's portion is $4.5 million to cover all of Volusia County. We're going to let Spectrum cover the low-cost programs. It affects 3,728 addresses, and I know we wish that it covered even more than that, and I think Chris will speak to that. But the other piece of it that we just found out last Wednesday night is that the school board has stepped up, and they are also going to provide us $2 million towards the broadband initiative. So that's a plus for us. So I'm going to turn this over to Chris, who's going to speak a little bit to the other things that were included in here, which are the community involvement and some of the pricing. And also, he will help answer any questions we have. But really what we're looking for is approval of the Recipient agreement that's the type of agreement we need to enter into using the federal funds to move forward with the notice to proceed to Spectrum to start the work.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, council members. Again, my name is Chris Bailey, and I serve as the Director of State Government Affairs for Spectrum by Charter Communications. Pleased to be with you today. We've been looking at the county for over a year and a half, trying to figure out how we can reach out and fill that void that exists in the broadband space. And I think we've got a good proposal on the table today, but I think there were a couple of questions that we wanted to speak to. And that includes the low income or the in-need programs that Spectrum currently offers and will continue to offer to those customers who are in those currently unserved areas we will be building out to over the next 18 and 36 months. Speaking to those programs, the first program I'd like to mention is the Spectrum Internet Assist program. And this is one that we created specifically for students and for seniors. This is a program where essentially if you have a student that received free and reduced lunch benefits, where you have a senior that has the supplemental Social Security benefit, they then qualify. Essentially, this would give them for $17.99 per month, 30 megabits of internet access. So that's the low tier, very inexpensive, doesn't take too much to qualify, and we've seen a lot of success with that. Additionally, what's come up since the COVID-19 crisis was the federal government created the Affordable Connectivity Program. And in this program, essentially what they did is they said, we are going to apply a $30 credit to whatever tier that the customer so desires to pick, as long as they meet those very similar qualifications to what we have for the Spectrum Internet Assist. So like they qualify for SNAP benefits, again, the Social Security benefits, things like that. Spectrum went one step further with this. Instead of locking people into our 200, 400 and gig speeds, we created a Spectrum 100 tier that allows them to get 100 megabits, and we priced it at $29.99. So essentially, if they qualify, they can get that, and they will have zero cost to them for their internet service. That program is continuing to be funded. We thought it was only going to last for a few months, and it seems like it continues to get funded over and over again. So I expect that to last for at least a few more years. So that covers the low income piece. Happy to address any of that before I talk about some of the other community aspects of the project.
Barbara Gertman. Mr. Chairman, the next thing I'd like to talk about is something that's very special, and I'm going to talk about two of the programs that Charter works on. We have a number of community outreach programs. The first one, and one that I've dealt with a lot, is with our Spectrum Digital Education program, and it's coined just as that, Spectrum Digital Education. So just as important as affordability is digital literacy, making sure people understand how to use the internet, make sure they can get access to it and what they can do with it. So we have this program. It's been around for a number of years, since about 2017. And here in the state of Florida alone, we put in over probably about $200,000 to it just in the Central Florida region of the state. Essentially what we do is we go in, we work with nonprofit community organizations, and we come in and provide computers. We may help them set up different computer labs, bring in new technology to those labs. A good example of one that we did, we've done twice now, is worked with an organization that taught children how to code on a computer. So we did, I think it was a $50,000 grant to this one organization, and we ended up doing it multiple years in a row. But this is something we do several times throughout the year. And of course, we would be more than willing to get as many applications from Volusia as we can to find those options and get those grants out there. The next one that I think is extremely important to note is our Spectrum Community Assist program. And this is great because this is something that we're focusing on those areas that are unserved. You may have a community center that's in an unserved area right now, has no internet. So what we want to do is come in and put money into that community center to do several things. One, we want to help revitalize it.
Two, we want to make sure that they have ultra high-speed internet, so they'd be getting our gigabit download internet speeds at no cost. And then additionally, we want to help set them up so they can do job training, also work on digital literacy. So I think that's one of those, again, one of those areas that we can work specifically with county commissioner, county council members, and other nonprofits to find out where we can go in and apply that funding and give them some assistance. And so those are the two things I just wanted to mention on that. But we also have some additional programs. We have an employee grant program. As you know, we have over 9,000 employees here in the state of Florida. Some of them obviously reside here in Volusia County. So they will often come to us and say, I've been working with this nonprofit organization for over a year. These are things that they're doing. We'll come back and review. We might give them $5,000, $10,000 to go back to their organization and continue to do the great work. To not only support the communities that we're in, the communities that our employees live in, and support the community center itself. So just a couple of items of interest. And that's all I had, unless you guys had any other questions. Happy to respond to anything else.
Thank you, Chair. You can tell from the smile on my face that I'm really excited that Spectrum won the bid. I'm excited for the resources, the community resources you offer. And I remember when this first was presented, and it was, I think it was Pearson and Seville, and I'm like, look, I've been on virtual meetings with the chair. We've got to include De Leon Springs in this because we need him connected. So I hope he's not one of those 26 addresses that's not covered. Really? You're one of the 26? Well, we need to work on that. So I'd like to know more about the 26 that can't be covered.
I'll let him.
Mr. Chairman, if I may respond.
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair. So we had to obviously take a very tough look at this and say, you know, how much can we afford? Obviously, we're putting $13 million into very rural areas of the county. You're looking at hundreds and hundreds of miles of new fiber that's going to be going in. And every mile of fiber is substantially more expensive you got going. So what we had to do in the proposal is essentially look at the population densities, and you'll see that we in some cases have as low as 5 passings per mile, and a passing would be a location that we connect to. And as you can imagine, that's very few. So those 26 addresses were ones that were just way off the chart. You're talking easily a couple $100,000 just to connect to one person that may or may not even pick up your service. So we had to kind of back those out in order to get into the cost per passing number that would actually work. Now, the good news is, and Mr. Chairman, I'm sure you've heard of this, as we've spoken about this months ago, about what Charter Communications did with the Florida legislature in lobbying for a state broadband grant program. We were successful 2 years ago in getting the program started, but unfortunately it wasn't funded. We were successful this past session in getting $400 million allocated to the program. So that's additional funding that we might be able to go after later to go in and fill in some of those voids. And then on top of, I'm hearing the $2 million that may be coming in from the school board. Those may be some opportunities where we can go in and fill out the remainder. And I know as we start looking at this, obviously, I know the Form 477 data is the most accurate we have today. Those maps are in the process of being updated. I think we're going to see some new maps by the end of the year. And that may give us an even better idea of where those additional homes may be. I understand there's been some emails floating around today about some homeowners that haven't had connectivity, but they weren't included in this project. So as soon as we identify those, we can come back, take another look at it and say, here's the offer that we can make to do it. But let me continue to just expand on that. Once we start this project, we are pushing our plant out farther and farther, which makes it much less expensive to connect to those next homes. So that price, what it would have been to get to, you know, maybe 19 addresses that were 40 miles outside of where we were, now we may be only 5 miles from it. So that cost has been cut down significantly.
That's fair.
So
That's
I
fair.
think we have a lot of opportunity.
Okay.
ahead.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate all the effort, and I just look forward to the impact that you're going to be able to have, not only in providing internet, but I had also asked for more community support, and I'm just pleased how that is packaged, and definitely look forward to working with you in a number of our underserved areas and bringing some of these resources to them. So I'm excited, and I'll keep working on it as far as getting our chair internet so he can be virtual if ever the need arises again.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, if you want to provide me with that address.
Well, I'm gonna, Ben had a question, but Barb, just to relieve your fear, I would vote or not vote for it, whether or not I'm included. I've tried satellite dishes. I now have a hotspot. We don't even have a tower close to us, and I am not out in the boonies. But when I saw this, I thought it was rural broadband. I thought that's what the legislation was. And besides skipping me, there's a whole bunch of neighbors. I see a lot more than 26, so I'm missing something somewhere. And we have some members of the public who want to speak too, that will speak to the same thing. Not all 26 of them that are on your list, but Ben, you had a question?
Yeah, it's just basically that I wanted to bring up the fact of I did get some emails, Johnson Lake Road area,
Yeah.
that were left out, and I just wanted to make sure that we did get that on the record, that some of these people, as a matter of fact, I see one of them's here to speak on it today, but, you know, acknowledge that they are missing and interested.
And if I could speak to that also, really the addresses that we had that we put out were the ones from the FCC report. So we do know I get phone calls all the time and emails also, especially when we started the broadband. And that's one of the things we've talked about is, you know, will maybe more be included once the FCC updates that. But in order to utilize the broadband funds, we had to use the FCC addresses. And there are groups all over that I know that maybe will either come into the FCC new report when it comes out, or we can look at, like Chris said, maybe then we have a more narrow area that we can look at as far as expansion.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just add one more point. We are also involved in the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund program. Unfortunately, Volusia did not receive any funding for this, but in those counties where we did receive funding, we found, let's say we were given 1,000 new locations to which we could connect to. During that process, we would often uncover that there were addresses that were left off, but they were extremely close, like maybe on the same street or across the street. And so we ended up connecting those locations as well. We just called them synergy passings. And I feel very confident as we get through this, as we start going through this process of doing the mapping, doing the walkouts, and start doing the building. If we see someone who's across the street, it's not going to be much for us just to go ahead and cross the street and get a tap put in front of their house so that we can connect them. So I imagine this number will probably go up as we start seeing just where those locations actually are.
Okay. Like I said, I really didn't want this to become about me. I think, were you the one that came to the office months ago and we went through this?
Yes, sir.
You showed me okay, and I think it came just north of my house, stopped just 1,000 feet south of my house. Spectrum is already there and starts again, and then it skips Johnson Lake. So I obviously just don't understand it. But before we, Ben, your name is still, do you have a question for him before he goes? I want to hear from the public first before we debate it more and vote on it. We have two people, Steve Crump and then Sean Richmond. Is Sean still here? Oh, that's
Steve Crump, 701 Johnson Lake Road. I want to say I'm here to support the ARPA use of funds for broadband. We really need it in rural areas. Rural needs high-speed internet as much as urban areas do. When we hit in COVID in spring of 2020, my son did not return to college, and everybody else, kids stayed home too. We have DSL service at our house, which is the old telephone line wire, not dial-up, but we have download speeds of 2.1 megabytes per second, upload speeds of 1.7, 2.1 download. And I know that because I just had to do with AT&T the other day. I had to run a test for them.
Is that why you're here? Just to use the internet service?
It is
that why you've been
very
here all day?
nice. I will say, to Charters and Spectrum, they do have high-speed cable to 601 Johnson Lake Road, which is my farm office. I live at 701. There is a gap of about 1 mile from 701 to the 5,000 numbers of Johnson Lake Road, which is the intersection of Spring Garden Ranch Road, Johnson Lake Road, and it's a Spartan Electronics factory there on the corner. So at that time, in spring of 2020, I went down the neighborhood and everyone was saying, my kids can't do school. We can't do we're going to aunts, we're going to uncles. I invited them to come use mine, but I didn't have air conditioning in my farm store, so they didn't want to come there. I understand that. Everybody was making adjustments on how to get the kids in school, and we learned that Zoom was not compatible on DSL. It just froze up. So that's why I was, I'm going to ask, hey, I had 18 people agree to sign on to Spectrum. I called Spectrum. They sent me a gentleman in Tennessee, an engineer in Tennessee, was kind enough to call me back. We actually had a nice conversation. He said, let me bring it up on the map. He looked at, I don't know, Google Map. He said, oh, I see our gear, I see our stuff. And he said, give me a moment. And he did some figures. And he said, how long is it? About a mile. How many houses? Well, I've got 18. There's more houses. But I've got 18 people committed to internet. I don't know about television. He said, it's not enough. The cost is too high to add it on. Over $100,000. I said, that is a lot of money. No, we don't want to pay that. But how many houses would you need? I thought there might be 30 houses we could get. He said 300 or so. We don't have 300. We don't want 300. And so that was the end of the conversation. Again, there's that gap. Now, Mr. Charter, if you'll plug your ears, it doesn't have to be Spectrum. I would be very happy with Elon Musk's SpaceX satellite. If the county ARPA funds would buy the receiver, perhaps we can pay the monthly maintenance fee, the monthly service fee. So that would be a way not to have to pull your wire. Thank you.
Sean Richmond.
Good afternoon. Sean Richmond, Daytona Regional Chamber of Commerce. I'm the Director of Advocacy. We're here just to support this. Charter Spectrum has been a great partner with us, and we see this as one of our priorities that we've laid out over the years. Expanding internet into the rural areas is important to our community, so we're just here to support Spectrum and this proposal. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's all we had from the public. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I can just make a comment real quick. Spectrum, we have a storm over here on the east side, and my service is going in and out. So just thought I'd say, I have Spectrum.
She's dialing
So
in a
freeze up.
complaint.
Spectrum, I need you over here.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Barb Gertman makes a motion to approve, and second by Post. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries 7-0. And a whole lot more people will have internet except for Steve and I. But there are benefits for living in rural Volusia County. What'd you say, Ben? They don't have internet. Okay, that takes us to item 7 for discussion on the presentation on the revised investment policy. Ryan.
Afternoon, council members. Ryan Osowski, Chief Financial Officer. Before you is an ordinance to revise our investment policy. As a brief matter of introduction, in December 2021, about 7 months ago, council approved for a contract with our investment manager, PFM Asset Management. They got on the ground in January. They have done some work with our portfolio, rebalanced some of the holdings that we have within our current investment policy. However, one of the other tasks that they did was to look at our investment policy and to make some recommendations to us. They have a couple different recommendations, and I am in agreement, obviously, with all the recommendations that they've presented, and therefore we are presenting them here for you today. One other reminder is that this is for the investment of the county's operating cash portfolio. We operate a pooled cash system that was explained a couple meetings ago in our annual report on the pooled cash and investment program. This is separate from pension funds, which the majority of which is managed by the state, of course. Also separate from our small volunteer firefighters pension fund, which has a separate lines in our investment policy. This governs our pooled cash and investments, which is used for all of the county's operations. It is not a separate account. It is everything that we have pooled together for efficiency of investment. So that's the funds that we're talking about when we're modifying our investment policy. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Stephen Alexander, who is the Managing Director for PFM Asset Management in Orlando, and the primary on our account.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Stephen Alexander, Managing Director of PFM Asset Management. It's a pleasure to be here with you in person, and I just want to hit some of the highlights of some of our work and investment policy changes. I wanted to go over the review and make sure that we're on the same page as far as this investment policy that you currently have is a very good policy. I commend the county for having a good policy in place. And as Ryan said, we're going to move the county into the next step, if you will, as we build this policy and investment portfolio. I do want to remind everybody that this investment policy does follow the Florida state statutes. There is a specific state statute that governs how investment policies are formatted and what goes into the policy. There are two very important nationally recognized associations that set best practice guidelines. So we went through each of those associations to see what best practices that we need to add to the current investment policy. This right here, of course, is the list for the state statute. This is the Association of Public Treasury, United States and Canada. They're an association that runs an investment policy certification program. And so after fulfilling this investment policy, you'll be able to submit your policy and should achieve that nationally recognized certification based on these best practices. The next one here, of course, is Government Finance Officers Association, the largest finance officers association in the country, and they have a series of best practices for public investments. We made sure that everything checks off from there as well. So with those three documents and two organizations, if you will, the county's policy is in really good shape. And then with these additional changes, we'll take it to the next level, if you will. I wanted to sort of highlight where the Volusia County stands versus other counties throughout the state of Florida in respect to the additional investment sectors that we want to add to the investment policy. Just to kind of explain this chart, the gold column there on the far left is our recommendations. The gold boxes represents also those recommendations of additions to the investment policy. The green column on the left represents what your current investment policy states. And then we also showed you a number of counties throughout the state and what they have in their policy. Most of these counties have already had these investment sectors in their policy. So we want to reassure you that we're not asking for anything crazy and risky. We're looking just to bring up your policy to what other counties in Florida have and had for many years. So mainly it's talking about corporates, commercial paper, asset backs, and agency mortgage securities. These will be added to the portfolio. They'll have specific investment limitations for each of them. We strive on diversification, the key element of a good, successful investment program. Each of these will add some enhancements to the overall return on a long-term basis. Again, everything that is within this investment policy rests on three major objectives as stipulated by the state statutes. That's safety, liquidity, and yield in that order. So we want to follow those, and these investments will do that as well. This is a recap of all the investment policy modifications that are being submitted today for your review and approval. We talked about the various associations. Also, we have a section here about scrutinized companies, not to be dealing with them. We have some maturity limitations, which is a risk management tool. We also have some nationally recognized benchmarks that the policy will require. That's good for performance measurements, good for transparency, and just a good best practices, as well as the state statute does require to have a benchmark. Then we talk about the additional investment sectors that I talked about earlier in that table, comparing to other counties. That'll be corporate securities, mortgage-backed securities, asset-backed securities, all with high credit quality. Then the second to last bullet point is just a reformatting of the investment policy to make it easier to read and to make it more comprehensive. The last section will be something that we'll be required to do on an annual basis. We'll review this policy annually to help ensure that it's current and consistent with best practices around the nation, and we'll report our findings to the CFO annually. So I think all this comes together to bring you a very comprehensive policy and gives you some additional tools in a toolbox, of which I just wanted to show you a couple charts here in the last 2 pages of the presentation to give you an idea of what it means to go out a little bit further in the yield curve. A little additional maturity brings additional return. And then finally, the different asset classes here represented by these line charts as well as the numbers in the table. These additional asset classes will also bring some enhancement to the portfolio. Obviously, we know there's no silver bullet. We're not trying to hit a home run. We're trying to give you some additional tools in a toolbox, provide some additional opportunities, and to help grow this long-term portfolio over a long period of time. So hopefully I was able to give you a good comprehensive review of the investment policy changes, and I'm certainly here to answer any questions you may have.
You must have done a really good job, because I don't see any questions. And I think when you started off and saying that Ryan approves of this, you probably got everybody up here.
Yes, sir. It's been a great teamwork with Ryan.
Heather Post, and then Billy Wheeler.
So speaking of Ryan, I just wanted to say I thank you, Ryan, for moving forward and really pushing for us to do this. I think it's long. Glad that we're able to partner with.
Thank you. Yeah, working with Ryan and Craig has been really a pleasure.
We do. Okay, Billy, I don't know if you heard that. We have a motion to approve by Lowry, second by Johnson, second by Lowry, and Billy Wheeler.
No, I was just doing the motion, Chair.
Oh, okay. Heather, are you done? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members. Thank you very much.
We have a motion on the floor to approve of these needed changes. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Brings us to item 8. Excuse me, update to animal services fee schedule. Items 8 and 9.
Good afternoon, council members, county chair. Mark Swanson, interim director of public protection. Item number 8 is an upgrade to the existing fee schedule at animal services. These fees have not been changed or upgraded since 2008. And Animal Services Director Adam Leith has a short presentation that he'll provide to you at this time.
Good morning, afternoon, whatever time it seems to be. I think all of us have been here most of the day. Distinguished members of council, Mr. Chair, Adam Leith, Division Director for Animal Services. And as Mr. Swanson had illustrated, Animal Services is wanting to modernize its operation. so that we can ensure that the fees that we are charging are in line with the actual costs that it costs for us to do the business. So I have a quick presentation for you, and as you saw, our fee schedule actually first launched when the mobile pet vet cruiser came into play in the mid-2000s. There's really not been any changes at all in our current existing fee schedule since that time. The proposed fee schedule is based on, however, only the operating cost. We are not passing on the personnel services costs to the members of the community that rely upon our services. We are passing on the consumable cost. Our operating costs, including things like our surgical drapes, the things that we use to provide services for spay-neuter surgery and other consumables. The Animal Control Advisory Board vote unanimously on April the 26th to approve the fee schedule that you see in front of you today, to recommend those changes to County Council. You can see the current versus proposed added fees for our current as well as the proposed fee schedule. You can see on our licensing program, which County Council voted on June the 7th to approve with the new ordinance, we want to have those registration types to be more consistent with best practices within our industry. So ensuring that pets are both microchipped as well as sterilized is the best way to identify pets. So that's the cheapest cost for that, and that's a 1-year license. Currently, we only offer a 1-year license. So when you vaccinate your pet for rabies, you obtain a license and then it expires in a year. I don't know if many of you are like me. I like to buy my car registration every couple of years so I don't forget about it. So we want to offer that 3-year option because we have a vaccine for a 3-year option. So you can kind of see the differences between the two. And then there are some current fees that we do not have on the books that we want to be able to add with that countywide licensing. So you see that in front of you there. In terms of our registration types, we have things like dangerous dogs that was passed with the new ordinance. Our dangerous dogs are something that we routinely are concerned about with public safety and health. These are, again, dogs that have more than once severely injured or killed another domestic animal or caused severe injury to a person requiring suture. So those types of injuries, we want to ensure that we're disincentivizing the continued ownership of animals that pose a threat to society. Our hobby breeder permits and our unaltered permits are now also going to have fees associated with them, as well as additional late fees if those types of things apply. Some of those do not currently exist, but we are proposing a change to each of those, and that's reflected on the slide in front of you there. In terms of our average cost for a spay-neuter, I wanted to give you some sense of what this cost looks like nationally. Banfield, which is the largest private veterinary hospital, many of them operating outside of PetSmarts, if you've seen them, do have a general cost breakdown on each coast as to what an average cost for spay-neuter is. The primary point in showing you this is that on average, we're looking anywhere between $300 to $500, depending upon the type of animal and the gender of that animal. When you look at what available options exist for the public currently, we have 2 other nonprofit spay-neuter hospitals that operate within Volusia County. One is the Rettinger Clinic that's operated by Halifax Humane Society. You can see their fees associated with both dogs and cats, significantly less than that national average, but considerably more than what Animal Services is currently charging citizens to access our resources. The next is the Edgewater Animal Shelter that is strictly for the citizens who live within the city of Edgewater. You can see the actual costs associated there, again, greatly reduced from the national average, but sincerely increased from what Animal Services' current cost structure is. And then lastly, we have a new one, which we're very excited about, the Central Florida Community Pet Clinic, which is a new pet clinic that opened last year in the city of DeBary. Brought on board a lot of options for those that live on the west side for low-cost spay-neuter options. So with those fees, we are proposing a change to what we currently do. And no, this is not a tax form in front of you. This is actually how we determine eligibility for our citizens here in the county for spay-neuter services. So essentially, when this was first approved by council, it was based on the free and reduced lunch program. So with the increased number of individuals within your home or the decreased amount of your annual income, the lower the cost that you're going to have to pay. This process is a little bit onerous. It does require individuals to disclose to Animal Services what they make every year, which is a very intrusive question and one that we spend a great deal of time trying to qualify people for, which is why we're trying to update that and bring forth to you options. So with the new proposed fee schedule in front of you here, what we are proposing is rather than qualifying individuals, Animal Services is not in the business of qualifying people. We're indicating that if anyone is on any type of public assistance, that we would give them a 50% reduction in their surgery cost. That's any type of public assistance. You can see that our fees over to the right, we are changing those fees, and those fees, the cost associated with a surgery increases. So if we're talking about a female dog or a cat, that's an invasive surgery that costs more time in anesthesia, more time of the veterinarian, additional prep time. So those costs are higher than a male dog or a cat, which our inputs are much less expensive. So you can see there what the current proposed fees would be for spay-neuter options for the public. As well is the adoption fees. You can see here we actually don't have any adoption fees for the county at all. But we do a fair number of adoptions. We try to avoid bringing animals into our contracted shelters. That cost is much higher than if we were to do it ourselves. So we're trying to propose that when we do these adoptions out of our division, that it is an opportunity for us, because we do spend a great deal of resource into the pets that we adopt, that we can reclaim some of that to be able to continue to provide more services to additional people within the county. The service fees, we currently have none of them. We do not have any of these currently on the books, but we do all of these things. And so you'll see in the proposed fee schedule that these fees can also be reduced or waived at the discretion of the division director, but they cannot be charged unless council has approved the appropriate charge fee structure. So currently there's a lot of information here that you see on your screen, but to break this down, all of these services have been provided from the public on a routine basis, and it's something that we do share in terms of the cost. What we are articulating is to try to recoup some of that so that we can bring services to even more people who may not be able to provide that themselves. With that, I will entertain any questions.
Danny Robbins, excuse me.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a couple quick questions for you. You said we don't charge for staff time. Why is
That is correct.
Why is that?
Why? Because if we were to include personal services, we would be close to that $300 or $400 mark, and it's going to price out a lot of citizens from being able to get access to the resources for spay-neuter.
With that being said, you know, we have rising costs of insurance, we have liabilities, we have everything that goes along with having employees. Instead of doing it for waiving 100% of the cost, I don't know if council, how it feels, just to, it doesn't hurt to ask, can we charge 50% of our cost and still offer a good, affordable service? Would anybody be willing to entertain that? Or are we able to modify this? Or are you willing to entertain any suggestions in terms of the fee schedule?
Staff would approve any request by council and could certainly bring back any information that's requested.
I would like to see what the 50% would, where we can capture a little bit more instead of giving away just with the increasing cost of employees. I'd make that motion to look at that or give us some information to bring back instead of waiving 100% of the staff time.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to bring back information on increasing fees to cover 50% of our staff time. Is there a second?
All right. Also, to citizens providing, if we can all go to page 10, citizens providing proof of public assistance are eligible for 50% discount. That's another one of these things to just be fair across the board. We're already subsidizing people, kind of picking winners and losers already. Now we're subsidizing their pets as well. Would council entertain making a flat fee more of an equal scale across the board for everybody instead of subsidized fees if you're on public assistance?
Is that a motion?
Sure. Motion for equal fees across the board, whether you're subsidized or not.
We have a motion by Robbins for equal fees across the board, regardless of if you're on public help already. Is there a second? Motion is seconded by Lowry. We have had 3 people up that wanted to speak. Did you want to speak on this, or you wanted to speak on something else? Is there anybody any discussion on the motion that's on the floor for, pardon me?
As I'll speak on the motion, I guess my question is, I was under the impression that this had been vetted through the advisory committee.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
So I take it there's a reason why kind of scaled the way it is. So if that's the recommendation from the committee, I think better. But I'm also interested in when you take fees but too far, then you're going to create other issues where people are surrendering their animals more or not doing certain type of care, or so I think there's a balance between we haven't increased fees at all to what we're doing now. So I think what we're doing now is reasonable, and maybe not wait so long to evaluate what needs to happen going forward, but I'm satisfied with what's being presented and what the advisory committee and staff worked long and hard to.
If I may, Madam Vice Chair, one of the issues that you bring up is something that we do see every day. We have individuals who are coming to our clinic who are literally counting out change, who may have tried to get on public assistance, who may not have qualified otherwise, who are having difficulty getting there. And one of the things that we don't want to do is we don't want to make our resources difficult for people to get access to them, because the issues that we face downstream are the ones that you articulated. We end up paying higher fees at our local contracted shelters because we have more of them, because more of those animals are not sterilized and are able to reproduce. And then we have individuals not complying because they don't have the financial means to do so. So we want to make sure that we're providing the service, but also doing it at a rate that people can gain access to those resources.
And I think a lot of the times, government services to me can be backwards, where we're creating programs for the 5% of people who are taking advantage of the system versus the 95% who really need it. And so many services that need support are usually going to dogs and cats and, for the comfort, right? When people really get in bad situations, many times, whether it's suicide or whether it's illness or disability, our pets are our family and are our comfort. So for those reasons, I support what's been done and will, support what the advisory committee has recommended.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We have 4 people that want to speak. Do you all want to speak on this motion? And if not, I'll come back to you when we clear this out of the way. But Heather, did you want to speak on this motion on the floor?
Oh, and
A separate one?
I basically just was going to say exactly what Barb said on every stance. And I do have some on other, but
okay, I can come back to you. I haven't seen Billy's hand go up yet. Danny, or Ben Johnson, I'm sorry, you were first.
I know exactly where Danny's coming from, and I mean, and he's trying to look after the tax dollars, but Adam explained it out as to what's going to happen, because these are people that cannot afford it and are really pinching pennies to get there. It's either pay here or pay there, and the pay there is going to be more than the pay here, what it amounts to. So we're better off doing this, trying to get as many of the animals off the street. I grew up in this town, and I remember when there was no dog ordinance whatsoever, packs of dogs running around, knocking over garbage cans, puppies all over, and it's a way to kind of get it under control, and it's doing a pretty darn good job. We don't see the dogs running around and whatnot. So, like I said, I understand, Danny, where you're coming from 100%. But on the other side of that fence is where people will be turning loose animals or not doing anything about them because they can't afford it. And so it's just one of those things that we have to accept.
Danny Robbins.
No, and I agree with you, Barb. You made up some good points. I had some people ask me, and I said, okay, I can ask these questions, and then I understand it as well. So, I'm good with whatever this council decides to do. but it doesn't hurt to ask. If you don't ask, you never know.
Yes,
And
sir.
I always ask. So throw it out there and see where it goes. Thank you. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
Heather, you're up for a different subject. And I'll call the vote on the motion on the floor for equal fee across the board. All in favor, say aye. Carissa, would you call the roll? The motion is for equal fees across.
Oh, negative. Yeah.
Did he
Yes,
withdraw his
Lowry
motion?
seconded. Pardon me?
I withdraw mine.
Did
If
he
I
withdraw
misstated your
his
motion, restate it.
Yeah.
You know what, I'll just go ahead and withdraw it to make this easy, because after hearing Ms. Gertman's post and Ben, I can see it, and I'll just go ahead and withdraw it. But the motion was for equal fees when it came to the discounts on the surgery, where it would be one fee across the board, whether you had subsidized public assistance or not. That's all, but I'll withdraw it.
Okay. Okay. Everybody's withdrawing into their corners. Any other questions?
The fee adjustment.
Gertman's motion to accept the fee adjustments, second by Johnson. And Heather Post for discussion.
Well, I just wanted to say to you, Adam, especially when you were talking about researching the people's incomes and all of that to try and figure out, and I think sometimes that's a great example of how sometimes government gets too much thick, and we end up spending way too many resources on a very simple fix, right? And so I just wanted to applaud you and your division for and looking at that and relieving some of those. You actually relieve, I would imagine, quite a bit of staff time
Yes,
and headache by just doing this. So I wanted to applaud you for that. Again, government, a lot of times we put stuff in place, we end up using way more resources than needed. So good.
Thank you.
Okay, looks like that's all the questions. We have a motion on the floor to approve. Motion by Gertman, second by Johnson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0, and you're staying with us for the next item.
You have me one more item.
Okay.
So item number 9 is the revision to animal services fine schedule. This will accompany the ordinance that council approved on June the 7th. And we also had this go through our Animal Control Advisory Board. It voted unanimously on April the 26th to recommend what is before you today. Our current fine schedule, as you see here, and the proposed fine schedule accompany the specific sections from the ordinance that was approved by council on June the 7th. You'll see most notably there are some significant increases to the disincentivized behavior that we want to see happening within our community. And I do believe that with the proposed fines, you will see that there is a considerable disincentive to continue to do some of the things that council has voted to approve in Ordinance Chapter 14. The changes that you see before you now, if there are additional questions, there is an additional page. So most of what you will see in the revised ordinance is listed here under the proposed fine. The changes, most of our fines currently run around $55. And for some, it's not enough of a disincentive to do some of the things that we see happen. We, again, don't use enforcement as a means of first resort, but when we've provided every opportunity and we provided resources, encouraged individuals to comply, and they still failed to do so, having a $55 fine added on top of that sometimes is not enough disincentive. And so especially when we're talking about things like animal cruelty and those types of things, we really want to have those fines be in line with some of the egregious things that we see within the community. And with that, I will entertain any questions.
Heather Post.
Adam, you, if you could just go back for a second. So I'm looking at quite a bit of ordinance fine violations. is there any way that we could get a list just to get a good feel of what animal control is citing out in the community? Just if we could get some of those numbers.
Absolutely.
I'm sure you have them
We do. I can
already in
provide that to you.
place. Yeah, so it wouldn't be any additional research for you.
That is correct.
If you could just get those to us, I'd love to see where exactly or how much we're finding and in what areas, to see where we can perhaps provide you more resources.
And how far back?
Just whatever you have available, just to get an idea of what we're looking at and where we can help.
It's filed monthly with the clerk of court. So in order to get any geographical trends or data, you might need to have a larger data set, but I certainly can provide going back as long as you'd like.
Maybe 6 months.
Okay.
Appreciate it. And with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Post, second by Lowry. To approve the fines as presented. Any other questions or debate? Fred? Sorry. All right, Billy, you're good? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Batting 1,000 today.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for a lot of hard work over a long period of time.
Appreciate the support.
Item 10, capital project schedule update. Tad Casbier.
Good afternoon, Tad Casbier, County Engineer. Since our last update back in January, we've completed 9 projects, some major ones, some that have been on the list for quite some time. 10th Street, Gabarty Canal, both those projects were completed in the last month or so. Lemon Bluff in the Deltona area. Edwin Peck Park is finally complete as well. Over on the coast, we also completed Dahlia Park and the 27th Avenue beach ramp. Over at the Ocean Center, they completed the replacement of their sound system. Out at the branch sale, we completed our facility operations system upgrade and added another signal there at LPGA and Center Street. We've added 5 new projects to the list. Work at the branch jail with regard to the mental health dorm, and also added projects at the MSC and De Leon Springs, the water and wastewater extension, just to name a few. We also have the groundbreaking coming up for the medical examiner's office in September. So some big projects that we've made some progress on over the last 6 months. If there were any specific questions, we'd certainly entertain any of that. Brian Whiting is here to give us an update on the 800 megahertz project. Any questions before Brian comes up?
I just had one easy question on the 16th Street. It's in design and permitting.
Correct.
And then lots of schedule adjustments. Any guess at when construction happens?
I have not gotten an update on exactly where the revised construction plans lay. At this point, this is the ramp that we had previously designed, and then in coordination with the property owners adjacent, we've made some adjustments to it. I don't know if Jessica is here to... on that side.
The reason I'm asking, Jessica, as you come forward, I don't know if Andy is still here, but I was just there, and it seems dangerous to me. I don't know if we could just put cones or something up at either end, or if that would even help, but it's a pretty steep drop off.
Good afternoon, Jessica Fentress, Volusia County's Coastal Division. The county does not have a pedestrian access there. It is signed that it is for emergency vehicles only right now. We're not allowed to put cones.
Sign on the street?
Yes, there's a cord that goes so basically a barricade and then a sign that says emergency vehicles. We're not allowed to put cones on the beach side of the approach because it's turtle nesting season. Cone doesn't really do much either, and then unfortunately with the lighting situation out there, we can't illuminate anything either. It's the unfortunate situation where we don't have an approved beach approach there.
Right.
We're still working through the modified design contract, and we're going to have that because it's going to be a change to the existing task assignment. We're going to have to redo the survey, and that should come before the
Okay, I was thinking more of the beach side end of it, where people coming up from the beach, trying to climb up the hill. It's just, I didn't know if there was something we could do on the old road, or just off of the beach, there, the old approach. It's just, I guess we haven't had any accidents yet. I hope we don't.
The residents in the area have taken it upon themselves to install improvements that are not permitted, and they've had to be removed because they're obstructions to turtle nesting.
On the approach?
Yes,
sir. Improvement. I didn't see those when I was, okay. I just wanted to ask. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Brian Whiting, County IT Director, with a brief update on the P25 radio project. I'll make it as brief and untechnical as possible. There's about 4,000 things that all have to work this is going, so I won't go into any detail. If you think of the radio system after contract in essentially 3 large chunks. The first chunk is the actual acquisition of the radios. We had some goals we had to meet when we did that. In order to get the 50% discount rate, we had to order 5,000 radios minimum before June 30th. Did a lot of work with the municipalities and different agencies, and we did accomplish that successfully. The second very large chunk is the infrastructure of the P25 radio system itself, going out to the control points and on all of the multiple towers. The majority of that work is still in front of us, according to the schedule. The initial schedule published by the vendor, Communications International, after signing, was that they would fulfill the build part of it, if you will, essentially at the beginning of 2024, and then sometime through 2024, finish the third part, which is the actual final adjustments of the radios and conversion of the individual radios. Remember, there's about 9,000 of them. Conversion of the radios cutting over to the new P25 radio system. And that'll be somewhat phased, and the schedule isn't firm set on that yet. There are supply chain delivery issues like we have around the world for everybody. We have overcome all of them so far. And according to the vendor, that they have not seen fit to adjust that schedule after what they've already put out. The third part, the remaining part of the third part, is the final sign off and acceptance of the system after the cutover, and we prove that it worked. A complicating factor is, in the middle of all this, we're of course trying to build a brand new tower at Lake Harney. That is running about a year late of what we initially projected, because essentially permitting, because we have to deal with the St. Johns River Water Management District. Clay Irvin's people are helping us a lot with that, and the data path engineers are doing that directly. It is not yet apparent if that will have an economic impact on the conversion. If it does, best guess now is out of about a $15.5 million cost for the infrastructure, that might hit it for about $50K if we have to make a slightly different arrangement on the towers during the time period that we finish the Lake Harney Tower before we can work it in with the other 15 towers. I asked this morning our main consultant on the project, who's done many of these, as of the last joint meeting that we had Thursday with the entire team, I just asked him his opinion. You've done lots and lots of these, and in a project about as complex as we are, with the towers that we have and the build project that we have wrapped into it, how do you think we will stand up against the projected schedule? Because there's basically always, pardon me, there are always delays on a project that's complicated. He said he thought we would stay within about 4 to 6 months of the predicted schedule, depending on what goes wrong in the world. So it'll still be
Okay. And we don't really need a motion to approve the report, but I'm going to go back to 16th Street as I'm sitting here thinking about it. It really scares me, and I would just like to ask the county manager if he would maybe give Director Etheridge a call and have him or his staff go down there. He and I were there. It's been a little while, but there's the old street is crumbling. There was like an 8-foot drop off, and it's just, if a kid rides down there on a bike and falls off, we're going to get sued. And if there's nothing we can do, there's nothing we can do, but I think we need to look at it and be aware of it.
We'll take a look.
Thank you. All right. Sir. And that takes us to the star of the day. Item 11, fiscal year 22-23 trim rates and budget overview. Ryan, you're not going to introduce it?
I'm going to do something a little different. I'm going to just stand up here this time. We're both going to be up here. Ryan Osowski, Chief Financial Officer.
Aaron Van Cleek, Management and Budget Director. So, today we are here to, as you said, set the trim rates and present the recommended budget for fiscal year 22-23. Some of these slides you've seen in past meetings, so we'll go over them just as a review, and then some of them are new, and we'll touch on those in a little bit more depth. If you have any questions, let us know. So this is the taxable value change by all of our taxing funds. You can see the total change percentage over there on the right-hand side of the slide. And then the new construction percentage. Important to note on this slide is the items that are circled. The new construction percentages that are circled are where we are at rollback, the rollback rate. So those are the only percent increase in taxable value that will be taken advantage of. So that is new construction. This slide here gives you, this is directly from the property appraiser's website, and this gives you, it represents the tax base for our general fund, which is the countywide taxing fund. So if you were to look at a more specific area, DeBerry, Deltona, they might have a different breakdown in their tax base. DeBerry has a large industrial power plant, so their residential percentage would be slightly different. But this represents the general fund and how the tax base is broke down by taxable value. And you see residential is still 69.1% of our general fund tax base. And commercial is 15.1%. And you can see the other percentages around the pie there. This slide shows you the taxable value of residential improved properties. And you can see that we have 60.6% of our residential improved properties that are under $149,000 in taxable value. If you were to go back to last year when we showed the same slide, that number was 67.5%. So you can see how the change in taxable values has affected the range of prices there. This is fiscal year 22-23's ad valorem tax revenue by fund. So this is here to show not all the taxes we collect are general fund countywide. Some are restricted in nature. We have the voter approved ECHO and Volusia Forever program. Those are down there on the left-hand corner of the slide. And then your CRAs, which are money collected in ad valorem taxes and then passed through to the various CRA agencies. Every taxing fund we have, with the exception of Silver Sands and Library, pay into at least one CRA. So what you see there at the $9.8 million is the cumulative total of all the payments made to the CRAs throughout all the taxing funds. This one is our countywide operating revenues. So we are presenting an operating budget of $1,060,747,624. Ad valorem revenues and CRAs we covered on the last slide. So just to go over a couple more pieces of this pie, our growth in other revenue sources is what helped us achieve the rollback rates that we are presenting here today. And so charges for services, you see the 11.3% at 119.7 million. That revenue contains beach access fees, parking garage fees, court facility fees, ambulance fees, sheriff contracts, our park fees, landfill charges. The list goes on for some of our service fees there. That is increased by 15% or $15.6 million for fiscal year 23, the different revenue sources that we had increase in that category. Intergovernmental revenues, which include our state revenue sharing, the revenue that we receive from the hospital authorities to pay their share of the state Medicaid is included in that revenue. And if you remember from our general fund discussion last meeting, we had not recorded that revenue in years past, nor had we recorded the expense. We just treated it as a pass-through. They paid it. We sent it to the state. It was not recorded in the budget. So it does show as a budget increase in revenue, but it also shows as a budget increase in expenses. So it's just a wash, and it's right at $5.9 million. Other revenues in that category are the state shared gas taxes, federal airport aid, and in total, that revenue is increasing by 3.4% or $2.5 million. The reason that the increase isn't greater is the reduction in federal aid to the airport, which is a $10.7 million decrease as they've transitioned away from the federal airport aid that they were receiving. So the increase in sales tax and state revenue sharing, while it's greater than that 2.5 million, it's offset by the reduction in the aid. Other taxes, that category there, that includes the local option fuel taxes, resort tax, convention development tax, utility tax, and communication services tax. That is estimated to increase by 28.1% or $15.4 million. And then the only other one of real importance to dig into here is the appropriated fund balance number, which is 37.5% of our operating budget, operating revenue. And so you'll see on the next slide how that ties to our reserves. That is basically our beginning balance on our savings account. So we're starting fiscal year 22-23 as of October 1st with $397.3 million in prior year savings or one-time money. And that's the beginning balance that we're starting our saving account, if you would. And then you'll see how it affects the reserves on the next slide.
This is the first one that I wanted to add a little bit to. For local governments, we are required to budget not only our recurring revenues or even future one-time revenues, but we're required to re-budget and carry forward all of our prior year savings. So the appropriated fund balance is how much money we ended the last year with. A lot of that is made up of your reserves. An additional piece of that is made up of your savings for capital projects. There's a lot of projects that we intentionally save up for. And we carry those funds from one year to the next until it's the year that we have enough accumulated to make that capital improvement. So the appropriated fund balance is basically like if you were in a household, if you had to budget for how much you think your income is going to be and how much you think your expenses are going to be, as part of your income, you would have to include any cash that you have in your bank account. You have to account for all of that when you're a government. And what you think you're going to end the year with your bank account or your savings account is what we call reserve.
So here you can see the countywide operating expenditures by category. So the same number for our operating expenses ties to our operating revenue. And this gives you the categorical view. You can see our reserves are combined to total $352.8 million. And again, this does represent our savings account balance at the end of fiscal year 22-23 if all things go as planned. So as it stands, we are using $44.6 million of fund balance for one-time expenses, such as major capital. And when compared to the appropriated fund balance on the prior slide, that's where you see that difference. Our reserves are definitely not a free-for-all, as many of them are restricted in nature. As you can see from the breakdown, we do have transportation reserves at $61.7 million. Your Echo and Forever reserves at $40.9 million. Those are restricted for those purposes. Our emergency reserves and the taxing funds, council had set the policy to be at 10% of current year revenues when possible. 5 to 10% is the policy. We are at the 10% emergency reserves, which for a coastal community could still be considered kind of small. If you do have a large event come through, that would have a big impact on us, but it is a comfortable level to be at for us. So we are set at that 10%. Your enterprise funds, I think I covered 83.9 or 84 million. Another restricted revenue source, because that is your airport reserves, water utilities, things that you can't just move to general revenues.
And again, this just follows up with the last slide. If you consider the reserves as basically your savings account and what you think you're going to end the year with in your savings account, if you take the top line number of 1,060,747,624 and you reduce it by your reserves, our real, what we think we're actually going to spend is $700 million. So we get attributed, because that's the top line number. Legally, we're required to have the reserves in the budget. We get attributed of having over $1 billion budget. We will be spending approximately, as you can see on this slide, in our operating budget about $700 million.
So just other points on this slide. Personal services is increased 8% for fiscal year 23. That increase does include the recommended wage increase of 4% or $1 per hour for all staff, as well as the state mandated retirement rate changes and the county's health insurance costs. We are also including Veterans Day as a county recognized holiday at the direction of council. And then we are recommending, with this recommended budget, all of our full-time staff will be at a wage of at least $15 per hour. Operating expenses, when adjusted for the change in tax collector and property appraiser commissions, I think I covered this at the July 5th meeting, but we had historically for 1 year after Amendment 10, we had recorded the commissions that we pay to the property appraiser and the tax collector as an interfund transfer. We actually have to record that as an operating expense. So you have to take that out when you're comparing year to year so that you do a true comparison of what your increase is. So when you adjust for that, our increase is 11.2%. 5.6 million of this increase is due to recording the hospital authority's state payment expenses. And then the remaining 18.6 million in the increases are spread out amongst all the other operating funds to address some of the inflationary costs. The largest increase is in our convention development tax fund, where we're taking that money in and sending it to the ad authorities because we are experiencing still very high tourism revenue. So this gives you the same total breakdown of our operating expenditures, but it does it at the departmental level instead of the category level. So you can see which departments make up our total operating budget and what their percentages are. Public Works represents the 24.3% of the total and includes the impact fees and road proportionate share funding that's being reserved for future road projects. So when you're looking at this number for these departments, a lot of them, public protection, that has fire reserves in it, EMS reserves. Public Works has transportation reserves within it. So the last slide that showed your reserve breakdown of 350 plus million, that number is all tied up within these departments. The non-departmental does include your non-departmental reserves. So like in the general fund, those reserves aren't assigned to any one department. Same as MSD, those reserves are not assigned to any one department. They're just the funds reserve. So that's classified as non-departmental. Also within the non-departmental would be the transfers that aren't department transfers. If we're transferring to Votran fund, that's a non-departmental transfer from the general fund. So that's what would be included in those categories there.
In addition, the community services pie would include your reserves for ECHO, Forever, the library fund, as well as the operations, of course, ECHO, Forever, library, community services, Votran, all of those things are in that piece of the pie.
So this slide here you saw at the July 5th meeting. This gives you a breakdown of the total general fund budget and at the 376.6 million, and that does include your reserves, your carry forward from prior year at 9.2 million, your major capital transfers. So it is the general fund look at a whole, and then we break it down further on this slide to just the recurring general fund expenses. You take out the reserves and you look at what reoccurs year to year. And so you can see that public protection and external expenses and support, when you add those two pieces of the pie together, that accounts for 75.1% of the general fund recurring budget.
Can you pause 1 second for a question?
Sure.
Heather Post?
Well, we went through the personnel numbers, but I just have a question because you said all full-time employees are at 15?
They will be with, as of October 1st.
So that's what I wanted to make sure of. By which date? By October?
By October 1, for this coming, the budget that we're proposing, we'll make sure that everybody has, will be at $15 an hour. That's a full-time employee.
So what about the people that we're hiring, that we have positions out for, right, our site for less than that?
They'll be brought to that number.
So just immediately?
Yep. Well, they'll be within the pay period, or they'll be brought to $15 per hour. So some will get higher than that, but there's only a handful in that position.
Because I'm just looking at, if we don't have that many online for Volusia County, and I'm looking at full-time employees. I've got ambulance supply technician, EMS, full-time $12.87 an hour. Accounting division, $14.7 an hour. These are all full-time positions. So when I'm looking at someone making 14 something, someone making 12 something that are full-time county employees, I just want to, and I can see if we're saying by October 1st, but then we're actually putting out a job announcement right now saying, hey, you're going to make $12.87 an hour, when we're anticipating.
Well, that happens every year. I mean, whatever we're advertising right now, every year, they know if they're hired at this point in time. We tell them, you know, well, you're probably going to get a raise on October 1, depending on what council approves the budget. And here's what we're proposing. So typically when we make that offer, we let them know. So, and in this case, you know, like I say, it's not only it's the $1 an hour or 4%, but there were a handful of positions. You're talking about a couple of them.
Many that we're still advertising for that are well below the. So I just really want to make sure that
they
October
will be taken up to 15.
Everyone, all full time. I understand that doesn't include any contracted employees, right?
That's
and
correct.
No temp.
It's just
So
full
not
time.
Votran, not the airport people.
Those are separate
Yeah.
contracts, and we take care of them separately.
Okay, thank you.
I'll add on to what George said. I know that when we've done hiring in some of our positions, if it gets close to year end, there's a certain salary we got it for equity within, you know, the division and the department, and based on the budget that's available. We'll use the raise as something to say, but as of October 1st, if council approves the budget, this is where you would be at. So we actually use that as a tool for recruiting purposes.
Right, but I think if we're looking at it as a tool for recruiting, right now, where everyone is saying we can't get anyone for anything, and when you put out there $12.87 an hour, when you know they're going to go to 15 shortly, like, you probably have a hell of a lot of people that are looking at that and going, I probably can't survive on 15 either, but definitely not on $12.87. So that's, I would imagine, keeping quite a few people from even putting in if we're advertising that low. So that might be quite a catch-22.
We'll look at that. I mean, we have some, and like I say, it takes time to onboard people. So, you know, you're getting to that point now where we might be making offers for people that won't be starting until very close to that time. We can maybe adjust that offer right now. And not everyone starts at the bottom of the range either. The published range, and we've talked about this, it's a kind of a different subject maybe for we could talk in depth on strategies, but we publish the range, but remember there is leeway within the range depending upon experience that we do use in many of the positions. So if you find someone that's been doing that work somewhere else, they don't start at the bottom of the range, they start farther up, and there's a graduated scale. They have to, you know, get the okay through the HR department and myself in some cases, depending on.
I'm hearing that it all works out, but if we're recruiting,
you're correct.
If we're looking for recruiting, and we know that in October it will be 15. And why are we telling people?
We've had this very discussion that sometimes it because we do the published range, we might not be getting everybody that we want to because of that. So we'll take a look at that as well.
Thank you.
All right. So then moving on, this does a breakdown comparison. So the same thing you saw on the last two slides of the general fund budget breakdown. This just does a slide comparison of 21-22's adopted budget to the recommended budget for 22-23 in the general fund. So your external expenses and support, that is a $17.1 million increase, or 12.8%. If you remember from the July 5th meeting, we did go over what that increase is. The largest part of the increase is increased funding to the Office of the Sheriff, which by percentage is up 15.1%, or $9.5 million. This does not represent his budget increase, his total budget increase, because if you remember, the allocation study that we recently concluded with the Sheriff's Office kind of changed the way that the Sheriff's budget gets allocated. So we're still working through that change with the Sheriff, but as of now, this is the way the budget is being recommended, with the allocation split percentages based on that study. So went over that. The other big increase in that $17 million number is the hospital authorities. I know I've mentioned that a few times now, but that is the number, and so that does help make up the rest of that $17 million. The public protection increase of $4.1 million, $3 million of that is their capital project, the air handler replacement. So that is a large part of their increase in that category. Your subsidies, you know that the increased subsidy to Votran was offset slightly by a $150,000 decreased subsidy to economic development. So that's where you get that increase in. The Votran subsidy was increased by $2.5 million. We always knew we were getting to that as the federal aid to Votran was depleted. Your operational support and your other county operations outside of public protection, that represents a 1.1% increase and a 2.4% increase for fiscal year 22-23. And then your carry forward from prior year you have listed there. You can see we are carrying forward a lot more in projects than we did in prior year. A lot of that has to do with supply chain issues. And then some of the projects we got in where the bids were just too high, and we decided to pull the bid back, redo the scope, and go back out to see if we can get a better price next year. So that's why we have that carry forward listed there. So this is a new slide here, sales tax revenue. So we currently have in the forecast that we presented at the July 5th meeting, we have sales tax forecasted at $28.6 million to be received by Volusia County. That is based on our current trend, where we are on pace to collect $28.2 million in current fiscal year. We've already collected $14.1 million of that number through 6 months, because we're always a few months behind in the money that the state sends to us. So the day of the forecast presentation, July 5th, the Office of Economic and Demographic Research released the county and municipal revenue estimates for fiscal year 23. And sales tax is one of the revenues that they do estimates on. They've released an estimate for Volusia to receive $25.5 million in sales tax. So that is a difference of $3.1 million between their estimate and what we are trending for. You know, they're banking on some form of recession. If you listen to a lot of the experts out there, they are calling for a possible recession where it would take a slight dive, flatten out for a year, and then start to climb back up. So they're taking a lot of that into consideration, where we're basing it on the trend that we're seeing now. Now, if it comes in, it's probably going to come in somewhere between those numbers. EDR in years past has been very accurate in their estimates. If you go prior to the coronavirus pandemic, they were within $100,000 year to year. But over the last 2 years, they've been all over the place with their estimates, because it's kind of hard to predict what's going to happen in the economy. So we're comfortable where we're at with the sales tax, but we just wanted to put this out there as a potential issue going into next fiscal year's budget process. If the sales tax does not come in for fiscal year 22-23, how we're trending now, that does affect fiscal year 23-24, the year 2 of the forecast that we showed you at the July 5th meeting, where we already had a $5.2 million hole that we were filling recurring expenses with one-time money. If you reduce sales tax, the sales tax amount greater, that could have an effect on that. So we just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page and we all knew what we were looking at as far as this budget goes, and where, because that was a big piece in us getting to rollback, the rollback rate in the general fund. And then rising inflation could impact our reserve levels. We did touch on that in the last meeting as well. You saw our operational increases are very small. And so if inflation hits us harder than we're anticipating, that could have an impact on us moving forward. And then remaining competitive in the labor market. We discussed the 4%er, $1 per hour, getting everybody to $15 per hour. Many areas around us are going greater than that increase. And so we just have to keep that in mind and remain competitive in the labor market and attract the best talent we can to Volusia County. Another change that I actually just got this morning, the letter is from the Department of Juvenile Justice. It was dated July 15th, so it was dated Friday. We haven't gotten it in the mail yet, but we went and pulled it off their website. So our share of the DJJ cost is increasing for fiscal year 23 by $243,000 over what we currently have budgeted. So we're budgeted at $1.9 million, and our share of the cost is $2.2 million. So it's a 20% budget increase, and we only planned for 6.4. So we're not changing the recommended budget at this point, but that is another thing as we build towards September, we're going to look at, because we have to budget what we're going to pay the state. We don't have any choice in that. That is our responsibility to pay. And so we'll have to look at that and make adjustments for the September budget hearing.
So what you will see is an adjustment from the recommended to the proposed budget that you see in front of you in September to account for that. We'll be making adjustments potentially related to the sales tax. Aaron referenced we're still working with the allocation study with the sheriff as regards to the MSD versus the general fund. So there'll be a couple different changes. It does not affect our recommendation for the rates that we're presenting to you today. However, you will see some changes as we come forward to September in the budget.
And I will just point out that is a challenge that we're faced with every year. The state doesn't give us that DJJ number until late July every year. And so their budget starts July 1st. So as soon as their budget starts, they give us what we're going to pay.
And the tax collector is a new challenge as well, because the tax collector will not give his number to us. He cannot till he sees what is the chicken or the egg. We have to go first. Then he calculates his commission off of our charges. So he actually comes after us, and then we have to factor that back in.
Yeah, so that could be another change we're faced with there whenever we get their budget submittal as well. So this slide here shows you the County of Volusia's millage rate history for our taxing funds, and when we have been at a flat millage rate, when we've been at the rollback rate, when we've been at a partial rollback rate, and when we've been below the rollback rate. And that's every one of our taxing funds that county council levies. This is your history of the general fund millage rate. This was another one that we talked about at the July 5th meeting. And just the number on there, if the rate would have stayed flat with fiscal year 2018, that would have been an additional $149.9 million in ad valorem taxes levied. But this is the 5th year in a row that we have either been at rollback or a partial rollback. So we're at a full rollback in 2 of the fiscal years and a partial rollback in the other 3. This gives you a breakdown of the general fund proposed millage rate and just shows you how it breaks down by constitutional offices being 35.7%. Public protection being 29.7%, and county departments accounting for 26.3%, with the subsidies at 8.3%. So this is the Volusia County rankings according to Florida Tax Watch. So Florida Tax Watch releases rankings, a bunch of different categories for comparing taxes between counties every year. Ryan and I took a deep dive into their data to validate the rankings and make sure that we could defend where they were listing us, and also break it down to a more granular level to show what the levies that county council imposes, where that ranks throughout the state. And so if you look at our per capita taxable value, we rank 30th in the state. And then if you look at our average total tax millage rates, we rank 6th in the state when you combine the county, the city, the school board, and the independent districts. Now, the rate is just one part of it, because the rate goes hand in hand with that taxable value, and you really need to look at the per capita total taxes levied when you're looking at how you impact your community. And there we rank 21st when you combine the county, city, school, and independent districts. If you break down the total tax millage rate and you look at what county council levies, we rank 39th out of the 67 counties. Our municipalities rank second. Our school board ranks 51st, although their rate is set by the state. The school board doesn't vote on their rates unless it's a local effort. And then the independent districts rank 8th. If you look at Florida Tax Watch's rankings, Monroe County is a county that ranks 67th in their average total tax millage rate, but they rank first in their per capita taxable value. So where they rank in per capita total property taxes levied, they rank first. And that is because the rate is just one piece of it. You have to combine the rate with the taxable value to get a true picture.
So even though they could say that they have the lowest average tax rate in the state, their residents on a per capita basis pay the highest property taxes in the state. So what we're trying to say is rate is only one piece of it. It's really about how much taxes does everybody pay, that per capita ranking.
And so then, and per capita for county government levies, for what you guys levy, we rank 32nd. And then per capita municipal government levies, our cities rank 6th. For growth in total property tax levies from 2012 to 2021, so the amount of growth we've had in tax levies, we rank 50th, or with 9.2% growth in that time frame. And then our per capita total county revenue that we bring into the county, we rank 48th out of the 67 counties. And then the last one, the per capita total county expenditures, we rank 57th, but that is out of 66 counties because Duval is excluded. So we're actually in the bottom 10 when you look at total county expenditures per capita. And then just a point, anybody can go on to the Florida Department of Revenue's website, download these files. They're all in Excel files. All the information is there. And that is all we had to do to validate the rankings that Florida Tax Watch puts out. It's very easy.
All right. Before we get in, go ahead.
Sorry. Where it has the per capita total county revenue and expenditures, is that based on county, city, school, and that's just, thank you.
Before we get started with the tentative millage rates, I want to give a brief introduction. The part of the calculation of a rollback rate involves community redevelopment agencies, or CRAs, and they affect your rollback rate because any changes in those CRA areas are held harmless for the calculation of the rollback rate. So how much you pay a CRA is part of the calculation of a rollback rate. Each year we pay the CRAs in December. We paid them last December based off of the numbers that the property appraiser had at the time. Property appraiser had later updated those numbers. So the amount that should have been paid related to the Spring Hill CRA increased. We had not made that payment. You're not required to make that payment. Typically, we would true that up in the next year. Because that is affects the rollback rate, there's actually a slight modification. If you refer to the prior slides, the rollback rate was 4.8506. That's previously what we had calculated. However, in working with the property appraiser, the rollback rate is actually 4.8499 if we make the additional payment to the CRAs in this fiscal year. We're recommending that we do that in order to level it out, because next year if we make an extraordinarily large payment, which would be the correction plus the new number, it would actually affect the rate in the next year in the opposite direction. In order to be in concert and not have any question with the property appraiser that we're at the rollback rate, we're going to go ahead and make that extra payment. And it's not any extra money. We would have had to have paid it anyway. We're going to make that payment this year so that the property appraiser and county finance department will be on the same page as far as what the rate is. Legally, we don't have to do that. However, we don't want there to be any doubt in the rates that we're at. And we're going to go ahead and make that payment. So the rates you see here are slightly modified. The general fund was 7/10,000ths of a mil, and the MSD was 14/10,000ths of a mil. That is a discrepancy that's only based off of our decision to make that extra payment so that there's no issues between what the property appraiser was calculating and what we're calculating. We don't want to go that to have any differences with the property appraiser. So we're going to go ahead and do that. All of our documents, our recommended budget is going to say 4.8506. It's a $30,000 difference in the general fund. It's not material. We will adjust the budget. That'll be another one of those adjustments you see in the proposed budget. It was done what we believe was in accordance with statutes and what we had to do. However, we're going to make that additional payment so that there's just no disagreement. Okay.
Just to follow up on that, the reason we make the payment in December is we're statutorily required to pay the CRAs prior to January 1st. Otherwise, we have an interest penalty. And so it is based on the most recent assessment. Our value adjustment board process doesn't conclude until later January or after in some cases. So there's always a true up year to year. It's just in this case, the true up was significantly higher. And so that's why it has caused a little bit of a variance in the rate. So these are the tentative rates that will be published on the tax notices by the property appraiser, mailed out to the residents. The rates cannot be raised after being set, but they could be lowered. And we are recommending the general fund at the rollback rate that presented there at the 4.8499, the library fund at rollback rate, Port, Municipal Service District, and Silver Sands Bethune Beach, all at the rollback rates listed. And then Fire Rescue, Volusia Echo, Volusia Forever, and East Volusia Mosquito Control District are being presented at the flat rates, and you can see the percentages over the rollback rates listed there on the slide. So for September, I have to read all those rates into the record and go the percent over the rollback. I don't have to do that for the July meeting, so I won't go through that process with you now. But we do need a vote to move forward with this is the direction you want to go on the rates. And you can take this vote individually or collectively.
I'll make the motion for a collective.
Kurtman makes a motion to approve all of the rates as listed collectively. Is there a second? Second by Johnson. And discussion. Fred?
Yeah, I just want to make a few comments. Rollback is awesome. But next year, I won't be here, but I don't see that happening, and I think people need to know, Amendment 10 was not rearranging pieces on the chessboard as we were told. We had a whole new division of tax collector. That's been costly. SunRail has surprised us the last couple of years, and that's going to be very costly. And this thing called transitory inflation that we've been hearing about that's not so transitory, and the possibility that in the next year that could go up and up and up. And I think you guys need to be applauded, the whole department staff, for being able to do a rollback here. But we'll have to fasten our seatbelts next year because it's going to be probably impossible to roll back from what I see. But I won't be here, and everybody else can make that decision. But people need to know that you guys have really done a great job to be able to get a rollback this year to help people out. I just want to make those observations.
Barb Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. As Council Lowry was saying, this wasn't where we needed to be last year. Not likely where we can be next year, but I appreciate how thoughtfully, how conservatively, and strategically you guys have approached this to be able to do this year, because I think this is the year that there's a greater need of the people to have support where we could provide it. So if we had to take a risk of the unknown, I do appreciate how you guys approach this entire year and how you've presented to the public each meeting, you know, what our staff was doing or what the staff was doing, and how conservative and thoughtful they are about managing the, you know, the people's dollars. So where people think there's a lot of waste, you're not seeing that. You're seeing thoughtful, managed, and efficient staff who are handling your tax dollars. Not to say that others can't have other perspectives, how things can be spent, but I just really applaud the professionalism and the approach that's been taken by management, by staff, and even by council to understand that this isn't something we can always do, but this time, you know, it's willing to take the risk. Thank you.
Ben Johnson.
Yes, I just basically want to reiterate what they have said. Next year, Billy and Fred and I'll be out there throwing rocks instead of getting hit in the head by them. But you have to think ahead. We can't kill these reserves. You have to think about that. Most of y'all have never seen a true hurricane or a true natural disaster, and how it can get into it and how you have to pay for it, and you can't count on the federal government to come in here and pay you, and even if they do come in with the money, you don't know how many years it may take. So you can't use up your reserves and have a functioning government in the long run. How we handle this in the next few years will be how this county survives in the future. Once you get behind the 8 ball, you can't hardly catch up. And we know counties around here that are borrowing for their general fund. Am I not correct on that? Borrowing for their general fund. So you have to stop and look at that and remember that. Y'all have done a great job, but rollback is not something that can be handled year after year after year. And we're one of the very few governments around that have brought it down like it has been brought down. Most of them either stay the same or go up. So it's just, I want to thank y'all for what you did. But to be responsible, sometimes you just can't always cut the taxes and still provide the services.
Yeah. George Rechtenwolf.
Yes, thank you. Well, I just wanted to thank everybody that's involved. The council, we started this discussion really in January, if you'll recall, and we've at every meeting through the year so far, we've had some department or division that was highlighted so that we could go over and we were able to get good direction and make the additions, as Ms. Kirkman said, strategically where they're needed in the organization. I want to thank the department heads and division heads who worked tirelessly to make sure that they had a good conservative budget, that they maybe turned over some rocks and did some things to make sure that we could use monies maybe we hadn't used before, and of course our great budget office and Ryan, our chief financial officer, to look at other ways, look at how we forecasted the sales tax and take a little bit of a chance. That's not in their nature to do that, but I think we're very lucky to have people that are willing to do that and have a plan. We're fine. If it doesn't quite work out, we know how we'll attack that. And I want to thank the constitutional officers because we've worked with them. I've had discussions with the sheriff's office and the others, and they are actively working with us. They have needs just like we do, and they're trying to get those needs taken care of and keep our community safe. and they're doing a great job up in the sheriff's office. We have to make sure we have quality elections. We have to make sure that we do have our property appraised correctly and our taxes collected. So I do appreciate their patience, and they're working with us as well. And yes, next year we have some fiscal cliffs that we're looking at, and we'll be thinking about them, and that'll be keeping us up at night, probably every day after October 1. So we'll be working on the next one, because it's a year-long process. So thank you. Fred Lowry.
Yeah, I just want to spring off of what Mr. Johnson said about reserves, because every year we hear we've got hundreds of millions of dollars in reserve just laying there that we could use to spend, but we can't. Those are designated. They've been through grants and other things. They're targeted for certain things, and to use those for general fund would be misappropriation of funds. Plus, it would cause us a bunch of trouble, and good luck on getting grants in the future if you misuse a grant that for some area that's not used for. These reserves are extremely important for us to maintain a good rating, and which helps us if we do have to borrow and so forth. But I just always want to put that in the record. I think I do that every year, and I almost forgot till Mr. Johnson mentioned reserves, but those have to be used in those areas that they're designated for.
Yeah, I don't really have anything different to say, except that part of when I look at reserves, let me back up. We did this different this year than we did last year. I said in agenda meetings, we need to start on the budget in January, and you did. We talked about it all year long. You brought it here to the entire council, to the public to hear. We looked at the good, the bad, and the ugly. And there was a lot of good. There's challenges, but you have planned well for an uncertain future. And so I'm really comfortable. It's always a risk. Life is a risk. Step outside of your door, it's a risk. There's a risk in going to roll back, but there's also a risk to our taxpayers. And the fact that you recognize that and worked all year with that recognition in mind. We didn't know in January what we were going to look like today. And I don't know today what we're going to look like in January of next year. The horizon's not pretty, but so what you have done is brought us a budget that is not only fully funded for the essential services that the public wants, but for public safety, there's increases. Because if something does go wrong, if we do have that hurricane that he talks about, that I'm sorry for using the word that you said we would never use, or whatever other disaster, you have left us reserves to deal with it. Now, I pray we don't have to, and then it's, there's all kinds of things that can happen, but you have given us a budget that is, while there's some risk, I think you have taken the approach that the people that pay taxes in Volusia County also have risk, and they're facing the same inflation. They're facing the same high gas prices. They're facing an uncertain future. And we rightly have taken that consideration to heart. So, we've worked on this for 18 months. I don't have any complaints. I have applause, and I'm grateful and thankful for how hard you worked for a year to bring us to this. Is it perfect? It's not perfect to you and anybody else, but it's a good budget. It's I think it protects us. It protects the residents of Volusia County. Every year's different. We'll have to look at next year again, and we'll start in January. But this is going to be an easy vote, not an easy vote, but one that I'm glad to take, because it was just a lot of work behind it. So without, I don't see any other comments. Billy didn't raise her hand. Okay, we have a motion to accept the entire series of funds, and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
All right, so one more thing before we conclude the presentation. So we do need to set at least the first public budget hearing by statute, because the property appraiser will need to print that budget hearing on the trim notices as well. So the first public hearing we are recommending is for September 6th. It is a Tuesday at 6 p.m. And then we do have the second public hearing tentatively scheduled for September 20th, which is also a Tuesday at 6 p.m. Again, the only date you have to set today is when you're going to hold the first public hearing. It just cannot be held on the same day as the school board. The school board's holding theirs on September 13th, so we're clear on the 6th if that's how you choose to move forward.
Can we do? I'll make that motion. We use those dates.
Yes. So the 20th is already a county. This is in the evening.
Correct.
And yeah, I don't see any reason to not set them both. You made that motion?
Yes.
Barb, you
Second, yeah.
Heather
They're both county
seconded?
council.
Yeah. Any other discussion on that? All in favor, say aye.
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 And I heard Ben say aye in the back, but we'll say 6-0 because there's one not in the room.
I had just a quick question, and I don't know if we can even answer this now. You had mentioned there was the state kind of imposed like another $200,000 when it came to DJJ. Do we have any? I mean, we had
So
sorry, go ahead.
it's a state fee. We pay the Florida Department of Juvenile Justice our share as a non-fiscally constrained county. So our percentage of the total DJJ budget, the total DJJ budget is $50.1 million for fiscal year 23. Our share is 4.30002%, which equates to the 2.2 million. And so we get this letter every year from them in July, and they set our payment based off of the percentage of the total that we have to pay based on our total detention, and I'm not sure what DV stands for, but DV respite days per county. So it's based on the total detention days in the county, and then that gives us our percentage. And so whatever the budget is, that's the part we're responsible for. Get that annually from them.
George, do we know if we get any credits? I know we had voted on getting a Jack Center for the sheriff that addresses a lot of the DJJ or juvenile issues. I know that we're going to be incurring a lot of those costs. Are they going to, or do we get a kickback, or do we get a break or anything because of that, or we just get kind of strong-armed into paying it year after year?
Well, it's been a contested issue. When we've actually been in court over the DJJ. So, but as it stands today, we're following the agreement that was, and the settlement that was made with the all of the counties in the state. Now, I do believe the sheriff is looking into, and that's something that, you know, I can meet with the sheriff and see if they like to talk a little bit more down here with us. But I do believe he hopes to get some relief or at least some funding because we pay the DJJ. He's hoping to get, I think, some more money from the state because of that for the Jack.
Thank you. And that brings us to Kevin Captain and item 12, sponsorship request.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. So item 12 is a sponsorship request from Love Like Lyndsey Loved for their third annual Cornhole Tournament. It's going to be held on Saturday, November the 12th at 10 a.m. This is a request for a $1,500 sponsorship. There's no individual cost for the ticket, and the entry to the tournament is $60 for a two-person team. This is the first time that we've been asked to sponsor this event.
Mr. Chair?
Billy Wheeler.
Hello? Yeah, I'm just questioning, Is this the first time we've ever done something like this with schools?
A public school, I believe it is. Is that true?
Yes, sir, I do believe so.
You know, I don't have anything against what it is, but we're trying to cut back and everything, and boy, I hate to open up that door. I'd like to hear the other council's comments, but we open that door and we'll have every single daggum school at us for $1,500. Just would like to hear other people's comments.
It's a good point, Billy. Staff, is there, the total that we have budgeted is 45,000?
40,000
40,000
for the year.
Okay, we are currently at 19,000, I believe.
If I could read, Mr. Chair, just on their application, the funds raised from this tournament
26.
are allocated to the scholarship fund, which turns into donations into 4 $1,000 scholarships to seniors at DeLand High School and University High School. The goal is to increase the funds raised so that they can in turn increase the amount of scholarships available.
Yeah, Kevin, I understand that, but then again, every school is going to have seniors that would like to have scholarships. That's just my comments, that's my feelings on this, and I just hate to open up that door.
Yeah, it's, Billy, it is, because of what this request is, I understand it's hard for you to say that, but it happens to be true. If we open a door that's never been opened to all the public schools, we have a lot of public schools, and we're on a pretty rapid pace to be way over budget in this area. So it's a consideration that deserves to be brought up, as uncomfortable as it might be.
Mr. Chair, we can go back and do some research just to ensure and validate that high school scholarships have or have not been paid. We'll have to just go back through the records, because they do go back several years.
Well, okay, let's see what the feeling of the rest of the council is. Fred?
Since this is for November 12th, is that right? Is that what I'm saying? It's going to be held?
When would it be paid?
What I feel exactly the same way Billy does. For me, I never dreamed I would hear the day that there would be two sports named cornhole and pickleball. But here we are, And I agree. I think that, once we open this up, like the chair said, man, how many schools do we have in the county, and how many scholarship things will come our way? I'm hesitant to support this at this time. I'd like to maybe have you come back. I don't want to deny this if we have done other ones.
Well, Mr. Laurie, Sabrina Slack here with the legal department did just indicate to me that we have approved the Kappa Alpha Psi Guider White, actually just recently, and that one was a Development Foundation of Florida that was for scholarships. So again, we may need some time to go back to confirm, but it does appear like we've had
that wasn't a school
sponsorships.
though. That was just an
That's
organization,
right.
correct?
Yeah, there was a 501c3.
And then two,
Yeah.
about a year ago, we denied, I think,
The
CUDA
difference.
football. Because I had brought it up, and it was school affiliated, and we denied that. I think it was for like $500.
Yeah, that's right.
We got to be careful.
Yeah.
Ben Johnson.
It makes me feel really bad, but again, we're all looking at these budget cuts, and I'm not going to be there next year, but y'all are going to have some real hard decisions. And again, we just start this. I could just see this, just every single school coming at us for something.
You're here. Yeah.
I regret, but that's the way I feel.
Ben?
I agree with all of y'all on that. I mean, you want to help everybody you can, but I'm the one who originally made the motion that we bring down the money, how much we gave. I'm not too sure that we might, there's times when I wonder if maybe we should do away with it altogether, just giving away the taxpayers' money. I know it helps people. It helps the people, but you don't know how much it's helping. And we're creeping up again where we didn't want to go. There's tough budget times. It'd be easy for Billy and I both just to keep our mouths shut and leave y'all hanging for the future. And put these things in place, but I think we're overstepping here, just going a little bit too far, and I just don't know that I can support this.
Michael Dyer?
Yes, sir. Sabrina, I'm going to ask you to correct me. I know you would anyway, but I think it was Ms. Post's motion some months ago. You revised the criteria for these grants to essentially, in the application form, it says the special event should provide significant cultural enrichment. Am I reading the right language, Sabrina? Promote economic vitality, enhance community pride or identity, or provide charitable support directly to the residents of Volusia County, such as providing fundraising opportunities for community nonprofit organizations that significantly support the needs of Volusia County residents. I recall at the time this council having a discussion about you were really trying to focus some of these monies for something that would have kind of a broader effect. That was my takeaway from your conversation. And so your staff gets these applications. This application here, if I'm reading it correctly, is for a scholarship specific to 2 Westside High School students. And I'm hearing some concern about maybe that's not broad enough in focus. This is entirely a discretionary decision of council. And you may have given scholarship monies for a particular school in the past, but you do have a new set of criteria. Your staff just doesn't want to overstep their bounds and disqualify somebody before it comes to you. But if they knew that, scholarships that were targeted to 1 or 2 schools is not something that you feel qualifies, they do not have to come forward to you in the future if you give that direct. I mean, I think that certainly was you were heading in that direction. This is the first one I think I've seen since you adopted the criteria that is this way. So I think your staff's trying to be cautious, but I did want you to know that if you want to give that direction, you certainly could.
Yeah, I don't think, well, I won't speak for anybody else, but for me, I don't have an issue with the staff bringing it forward. I think we have to make the decision. But I guess after being here for 18 months, as I look at this, my feeling has become that government has no right to be generous with the public's money. We need to let the public decide who they give charitable giving to, not each of us. It's so easy to say yes to everything because these are all nice people. Well, most of them.
Look at that.
But this is, it is a difficult decision for everybody. Barb Gertman, and then we have a member of the public who would like to speak.
I've made it clear how I feel about our sponsorship and support of 501c3 organizations. And yes, I do view it as supporting a bigger, broader effort than, 2 to 4 scholarships. And so I can understand why there's a question here. But there was also a comment that we're about to go over the amount allocated. And I think we said we had set aside 40,000, and you yourself, Chair, said that we're at about 19 with 3 months left.
26.
26. Okay. So even at 26, there's 14,000 after we're at 3/4 of the year. So I don't think we're going to max out on that allocation. That is a reduced allocation from where we were. And again, I certainly believe that most organizations volunteer organizations are looking for the support to provide a broader resource to a community. And I think everybody already knows how I feel about it. I think it's a support to the community that actually saves us money and gives the community I guess the best appearance to know that the county supports those community efforts in the best way that we can. So I'll leave it at that.
Do we know if the appeal has been made to the school board as well? Mark's not, or you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay.
Chair,
Well, we might find out.
yeah, I was going to tell you she could probably answer your
Yes.
questions.
Okay. Then let's ask Laurel Henry to speak to us.
I'm L'Oreal Henry with Love Like Lyndsey Loved. My maiden name is Snow, born and raised here in D-Land. We are a local charity organization that started out of an accident that happened with one of our friends' daughters. She was special needs. So we started that organization, Love Like Lyndsey Loved, because she never saw anyone that she didn't love. So this cornhole event that we host once a year, the money is allocated to scholarships, which do go to DeLand High School and University High School because Lindsay attended there, University High School. So, but I understand the things that I've heard this evening, but like I said, we are a local charity organization. We give back to our chapter of the Special Olympics, special needs, and there are several. We just gave away or donated 80 tablets to the Blue Jay Academy, which is a local special needs school. Love Like Lyndsey Loved is not a school. We are, like I said, a foundation founded after this tragic accident with Lindsay. Any questions? No?
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. We have one other member of the public who would like to speak, John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. I have a problem with this. I've always disliked how it's pick and choose who gets to be the winners, who's brought forward. There are dozens and dozens of good charities throughout the county. Offering scholarships for these two schools on the east side, on the west side, is an issue. All right. There are what, 11 schools now, 11 high schools? How did they choose these two? Are they going to eventually give it to all of the 11 schools? Will they give it to the private schools? Will they give it to Easter Seals as a school? It really does open up a Pandora's box. And I'm asking you to really think hard about this. It's not anti this group at all. It's where do you allocate your funds wisely? Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve or otherwise?
I'm going to make the motion to approve.
Bertman makes a motion to approve the $1,500. Is there a second?
Actually, I'm going to make the motion to approve $1,000.
Our Vice Chair Barb Gertman makes a motion to approve $1,000. Is there a second? Heather Post.
I guess I could second discussion, but I just want to make a comment.
Okay.
I hear you, and I definitely feel for your organization. It's just, when I first moved to Volusia, we have so many nonprofits, even the larger organizations in this, I think, way higher than surrounding. Then we have a lot of amazing people, especially COVID, through the hard times we've been going through in the who have created a lot of different organizations. I think if we start giving the monies to every single one that comes in, we're going to really I'd hate to see us set a precedence, but then I'm also looking at what Herman said, that we have a we have a budget that we allotted to provide to the community and put the monies out in the community to be used for such purpose that it would be beneficial. And at the $1,000 rate, it's either it doesn't go out or it goes out into the community to assist. I'm going to second, because I think that we reduced that budget greatly, and I think at this time, really need to be putting monies out into the community to help families, and however or wherever we're doing it, They do fall under our guidelines, correct? The
That's
guidelines
correct.
that we
They are
created,
reviewed
so-
by our legal department to ensure that they are consistent with the policy that we have in place for sponsorship.
So based on that, I would second.
Okay, I'm going to call for a roll call vote. I want the council to know I'm not doing that to put you on the spot. I'm really not. I have a feeling, and I could be wrong, that it's going to be close, and I don't want to be put in the position to make that judgment call. Yeah, I think I heard 4 or 3 or so. Carissa, would you just call the roll?
Ms. Gertman,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson, Dr. Lowry,
No.
Ms. Post,
Yes.
Mr. Robbins, Ms. Wheeler,
No.
Mr. Brower.
No. So the motion fails. I did some quick arithmetic. Barb, you changed the amount, but I will. I don't know if any of the other council members will join me, but I will donate $200 to your fund, and anybody else that chooses Ben Johnson just match that, and others will. I don't want to make a spectacle and put them on the spot, but thank you, Ben.
I think if you're making personal contributions, it should be personal and not from the dais.
I wanted her to.
I
Point taken,
understand
but
that.
I didn't want
understand.
her to leave thinking what a horrible bunch of people these are, because you're not.
Again, I think there's another way of making that communication,
Okay.
since it's
I
personal.
did it wrong, but
Well,
now you know.
I'm just
that,
saying.
I just saw 4 people who said they would help. Okay, Kevin.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. 2 people are up here. Heather Post.
So I just wanted to say as well, there's a lot of, because we do have a lot of wonderful people in the community, there are a lot of organizations that actually get together to fundraise for various 501(c)(3). So I will work to connect you with some of those. I'm a member of one of them that meets every month to pick a charity. Well.
Okay, Barb, you're gone. Wendell, we already had public comment, but go ahead.
Wendell Delaros in Port Orange, Florida. If I heard right, $200. I may have heard 200. 200. Anybody else? Anybody else going to donate? Okay. Okay, that's fine. Whatever you don't get to, I'll pick up the rest.
Okay, Kevin, item 13, sponsorship request for Pay It Forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. Item 13 is a sponsorship request for Pay It Forward for their 5th annual Back to School event that will be held 9 a.m. Saturday, July 30th. This is, the county's being asked to sponsor this event in the amount of $1,500. In fiscal year 21, we did sponsor this event in the amount of the same. Donations will be used for the community backpack event for residents of Volusia County, and they indicate on their application that the event will provide 2,500 youths with new backpacks. There is no individual ticket cost for the event, and staff recommends approval.
Motion to
Mr.
approve.
Chair? Yeah, second, Wheeler.
Motion to approve by Gertman, second by Wheeler. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Michael Dyer, were you opposed?
Yeah, I hit it too soon. I apologize. I meant to hit it after your vote.
Okay, it sounds like the vote was 7-0. All 7 of us are up here. So that is approved. Michael Dyer.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, if it pleases council. You have to do your community event update. Okay. Paula does have the resolution for item 5, which you can get up before you do public participation if you wish to revisit that. I apologize, Kevin. I did not mean to interrupt you.
Item 14, community
Item 14
events.
is community events update. Short update here. So just a reminder that the CCA nearshore reef deployment has not yet occurred. We're working with the contractor. We will announce that as soon as we have that date available. At this point, it looks like it's going to be August. Just want to bring everybody to the attention of the Florida Wildlife Corridor workshop that we're having at the Ocean Center at 9 a.m. on Friday, August 13th. We have this as an event on Facebook as well as multiple posts with our social media platforms. And so stay tuned for that more information to come. And also the impact fee workshops that are slated for 6 p.m. both days. One is July 27th at the McGee Room at the Daytona Beach International Airport. The next one is also 6 p.m. at August 17th here in the training room on the first floor of the TCK Administration Building. That's it for events, but I just would like to remind everybody for more information about events, it's easy to go to volusia.org under the News tab, click on County Calendar, and this is continually updated on a daily basis. Any questions?
Yes. I've got some issue on that wildlife corridor workshop. I think it's a very good thing, and I think we need to have it. There's no doubt about it. I've got an issue that it's starting to become a political issue. This is on Facebook. It's out there. It's been kind of hijacked in a manner. Also, there's different things tied to it about support sheets, etc., that you support this on public sheets. I don't think the county of Volusia has any place in getting involved with something that is obviously a political issue at this time. And I'm going to make a motion that we continue this thing, that we have it, that we do it, but after our November elections.
Okay, Ben made a motion that we postpone the wildlife corridor event to after the November election. Is there a second?
I'll second. I think it's
Motion by Johnson, second by Lowry. And, well, I will speak to that because I have posted it all over Facebook because I'm trying to promote it. We have to get people to register to sign up. It's a very important event, and our staff is absolutely not making it political. If you look at the agenda and who is speaking, it's people from the Indian River Lagoon. Lisa Shipley and Brad have worked on it. Brad Burball have worked on it really hard, and they want this event to be August 13th. I want this event to be August 13th because it's that important, and people need to know about it, of how it got here by the Florida legislature, by 100% vote. That says something about the politics of it. Signed by the governor, and the $300 million that the state of Florida has assigned for that aren't going to be around forever. So we have to get on this, and it only works if we have willing sellers. So I think we would be remiss to postpone it, especially after the amount of work that has gone into it, the plans that have been made by the speakers who have canceled other events, some around the world, to be here. It's not fair to them to cancel this now and tell them we're going to do it later. It's not a political event. It's an event that everybody in Volusia County deserves to hear about.
It has been made a political event. That's the
Not by
problem.
the county
And if
staff.
it's not political, then it shouldn't matter if we postpone it for a couple, 2-3 months, and then everybody support it.
It does matter because of the people that have been asked to speak that have cleared their schedules, some from events around the world, to be here for it. Two of our main speakers. So, anyone else have a Heather Post?
I don't know anything about it getting all political. All I know is it's the Florida Wildlife Corridor Workshop, and we've been saying for a long time that we need this kind of workshop. The community has shown that this kind of stuff is what they're really, really yearning for, and they really want it to be talked about, not tomorrow, but yesterday. And for us to put off this or impact fees discussions or environmental discussions or low impact development discussions or any other discussion simply by saying it's being made political. Well, I think every issue is political that is made up on the dais. And every 2 years there's an election. What I've seen in the past is that things are just postponed to where nothing is actually accomplished and things keep running the way that they have been running. And I think the community has been very, very loudly discussing. I've run into so many people who have said that all of these kinds of discussions on these issues are very, very important. And it should not be related to the elections. Sure, if people are going to jump on one bandwagon or the other, that's great, but they do that not in election years. So for us to tell the community who has been desperately asking for these types of discussions from us that we are going to once again postpone these things just because it might come off as political, I think is doing them injustice and really, quite frankly, a cop-out. And I am absolutely not in agreement on postponing any more of these kinds of workshops. I think we should have had them already.
Fred Lowry.
I was just going to ask, is this something that's going to be done on a yearly basis? Or is this a one-time shot? Because I wasn't thinking in regard to postponing this one because it has been set up already. I think that would be unfair because we're not talking about that far away. But I think in the future, if this is going to be something that's going to be on a regular basis, it would be good to delay it.
I don't think staff has determined that. To my knowledge, it's not a yearly event. It's a one-time workshop. Suzanne?
Well, this is our inaugural convening on this topic, so I think like the chair, I don't know what our future holds for this event. It is the first of our kind since we've renewed forever. We do have the slate of speakers set. It is coming up rapidly. We're able to host it at the Ocean Center, so I think in the future we can certainly be cognizant of election cycles, et cetera, but I don't know what our future will hold in terms of whether to be this topic or another.
I'm going to withdraw my second. I didn't know it applied to this meeting.
Well, I'll go ahead and second it then because I do have some information here in my email to confirm some of this stuff, which doesn't make it kosher. Sorry, Chair, I'm speaking out of line. Ms. Gertman, I butted ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Barb Gartman.
Actually, I do have some information here in my email from a post that was made, and it absolutely is political, where this Volusia Wildlife Corridor.com is being kind of tied to the Florida Wildlife Corridor, and it's being used in a manner to, I don't know the right word for it, but divide isn't it, but these certain pledges that are directly being involved in campaigns that are really not telling the whole story. And then what it's doing is it's making it seem like the county is not doing their part. And Chair, just I'm not going to beat you up on this, but this absolutely is political, and really this is not going to make or break it, but we are doing our part here in Volusia County. And this Volusia Wildlife Corridor is actually attached to a private business that's owned by Mr. Zielinski, who does a GIS kind of mapping business. So is a little bit more to this. We just need to be careful. If it was 100% kosher, I'd be all for it right now, but it's not. I'd be more than willing. I can get our secretary to pull this information up on over because it was kind of hidden in layers down in a couple social media posts that I did save reference this. So if council does want to see some of these pictures or screenshots by an individual, they can. And then they can do their own investigation on it. But it is 100% political. It's making the county look like we're not doing anything.
Mr. Zielinski is a local businessman. He has nothing to do with the Florida Wildlife Corridor, and this is what's political.
He has everything to do with the Volusia Wildlife Corridor, which is attached to his website, Jeff. You don't want to climb this tree with me.
He promotes it. There's a lot of people in the county that promote it. That's why we're here.
And it's for personal gain.
For Zielinski?
It's attached to his business. Jeff, there's a little bit more to it. We don't have to get in the weeds. We're not going to have to get controversy over it, but the facts are the facts.
You've made it controversial already.
It's the facts. I'll be more than happy to go go with it any time of the day. But
you've taken something. You and Ben have taken something really good, and you're trying to make it a political.
You're not going to do that to us. You're not going to do that to me.
I am. You're not going to do it. It's the. There's none of us up here that can help with this is campaign season, and there's a lot of people running. Some of them are using this, some people aren't using it, and the ones that are using it think that helps them with the public because they know the public is for it. I can't help that, and I'm not willing to stop all the work and all the plans have been done, and the people that are coming here to speak, like Dr. DeFries from the Indian River Lagoon, the executive director down there, Barb Gartman.
Thank you, Chair. So, as Councilwoman Post said, I know that there's a great interest for this, and I also support it. However, typically, this would have come before council, and we decide that, okay, yeah, let's advise staff to go ahead and coordinate this and timing and so forth. That's my concern, is that this has been kind of forced to happen at this time versus bringing it to council, let us have the conversation about what we want, when we want, how we want it. And that's my concern, is that it did not go through this normal process. Somehow it's been scheduled and we did not have an opportunity to evaluate it and give our feedback. So now it's in a forced scenario because people have been connected to it and it's of no fault of theirs, but it does appear to be a forced scenario at this time prior to, some scenarios happening politically. So whether that was intentional or, it's just the, I guess the energy around these issues right now, but that's how it's coming off, is that it was forced.
Mr. Chair.
And I think it should have come before us.
Waiting. Sorry.
Heather Post.
Oh, so I'm going to speak for staff here. I can't imagine that the deputy manager or the county manager would do the kind of thing where they would run amok and go through all of this process and schedule a workshop without it having some true value and meaning, and knowing that the public has been asking for this kind of stuff.
It's unfair to put the staff
If you-
on the spot where this is our discussion, not putting the
Pardon me.
staff on the spot
Pardon me,
about an
I'm-
answer.
Pardon me, I'm speaking. Thank you. So if maybe we could clarify this a little bit can you explain what we're going to be discussing or what you're going to be really presenting in the Wildlife Corridor Workshop, so that maybe this can be laid out a little bit better as to it is the county providing information and coordinating.
Can we explain who asked for it at this time? Because that's more the question. It's not a question of whether we should or if. Did it come before county council and we requested
Well,
it?
it's an educational workshop that originally was going to be held, I think, at the Leonia Learning Center. I don't know the exact origin of, but it was discussed here, and in fact, I think the chair announced it here a few meetings ago. So it did grow. Once I think other people found out about it and contacted Brad. The idea, I think, was to make it a bigger event that to attract landowners and people of interest that would be in that corridor.
And to your benefit, George, it grew because of community interest. And I would just like to point out that today, while we were in meeting, the county actually did a workshop on hurricane. You did a community meeting. And
Correct. We do educational meetings like this all the time. I mean, between, like you said, at Jim Judge and his team out in emergency management, constantly have those type of things. I know that environmental has these type of things. Like I say, the Leonia Learning Center, the Learning Center.
This is my point, George, is that it's an educational an educational
it just
workshop
grew
that
to
you're
a lot
providing,
much larger,
and not a workshop in which we would be not like a county council workshop where we are expected to make decisions based on what occurs there. It is simply providing information to the public, and county staff does that on a regular basis, and county staff has been doing that. I applaud county staff for how much they've gone above and beyond in the last couple of years in really accelerating that and doing those kinds of things, because those kinds of things should be being done all the time. The public is wanting this. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I haven't had a chance to speak yet.
Okay, Billy Wheeler.
I agree with Barb on this. It's not a matter of the topic, and having a Leona have a little informational thing. They do that all the time. It did grow, and at some point, I really feel that, especially when it's being held at the Ocean Center, that it should have been brought back to council. That's where my objection with the whole thing. It's not the topic. It's that we didn't know anything about it, and all of a sudden this thing is huge, and it's at the Ocean Center, and it was never brought back to us to discuss. That is my concern. We don't normally do things to that magnitude without bringing it before us. And had it been brought before us, we don't always kick things down the road, but process takes time. And we have to do things legally. And we get things done, but we do it right when we do it. So we're not jumping the gun in doing things. We make sure that all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. I get tired of hearing that we're always kicking things down the road. No, process takes time to do it right legally. I just felt like this all of a sudden sprung up, and we've got this great big thing with all of these big people like Dwayne DeFreeze that I love and adore. But I just didn't like the way it was presented without discussion with council first.
Okay, we have two other council members that want to speak to this. I'll give you a little bit of elucidation how that came up. Brad Burball, as you just heard, created this event, and he had it at the Leona Center Reserve. He also had a tour to go with it. It didn't start off as a little deal. It started off as a really good plan. He had a good plan. It was changed because there was concern that would everybody drive down to Deltona, take a tour somewhere else in the county, and then maybe even come back here for part of it. It was looked at by Arnie Bellini and Lisa Shipley, who are part of Live Wildly, who put on a tremendous event in Orlando. And they were impressed that Volusia County was stepping out. They were impressed that Volusia County was first in the state of Florida to propose something like this. They jumped on it and said, we want to make what you're doing a template for the rest of the state, for every other county. This is our opportunity to be first. They chose the date to move it up because there is significant concern that if we don't get on this, $300 million is going to be gone somewhere else. So I don't know why. If that's normally brought back to council, it didn't seem unusual to me, but there was nothing illegal, nothing nefarious, nothing sneaky about doing this. We were recognized by leaders in our state that Volusia County was taking the lead in something that every single Republican, Democrat, and NPA in the state legislature in Tallahassee voted on. All of them agreed on it and handed it this. We're trying to make it work. Danny Robbins.
Chair, I'm not disagreeing with that, since it's part of it is just how it went down. I forwarded a couple the pictures to Carissa if you want to pull them up on the screen, and I'm not going to harp on this too much longer, but it is political. And one of the pictures depicts clearly elected officials. So are you an elected official? I want to show your constituents that you are serious about conservation efforts. Please press the button below and follow the instructions to go on the record. Pledge the cause. Now, on the previous picture, if it's able to go up on the screen, it was posted, and then to learn more, visit Florida Wildlife Corridor, then the Volusia Wildlife Corridor, which also too, I got to find the slides or the screenshots also where it is attached to the county, and the county logo is being used. So there is a little bit more to this. I don't want to spend too much time because this is something very good. This is something that this county and this council has supported, and I do support it, and I want to support it, but it has to be done in a manner that is professional, that is by the book, that we really need to look at before we start using public venues, staff time, utilities, all this stuff, because there's a little bit more to this. And I'm not against it. Just this process is not kosher to me. That's just my opinion.
Mr. Chair, I'm looking at this. Can you explain, Danny, what is wrong with this post by a citizen?
Well, it's pretty.
Is there a different post, or?
It's pretty self-explanatory. There's another one up there too.
I'm not.
There you go. Where it's pretty much being used against elected officials, that if you pretty much don't sign this pledge, it's being portrayed that you just don't care about the environment and all this stuff, and it's being politically charged. So that's just the fact of it. We can deny it all we want, but there's no denying it if you actually spend a few minutes and look at some of this stuff.
Everything in this environment is politically charged. This whole day has been politically charged with you and your campaign staff here trying to make a point. Ben Johnson.
My motion was to postpone, not do away with it. This is something that needs to be, and it has been, politicized. You can say it hasn't. It has been politicized. I've had phone calls even from some people in the environmental community in reference to it. I'm not going to give up who it is, but I have had some phone calls. And all I'm saying is we need to postpone it until after the election, then go at it 100%. I think it's a good thing to do. I think we need to go after monies we can, but we need to take it. If it smells, and it does smell to a lot of people, it's not good. So my motion stands. I don't know if we got a second or not, but my motion stands is to postpone it until after the November election.
Yeah, you made the motion. Danny seconded your motion, and I'm just telling you, from my seat and my perspective, this is what is the cheap political trip. This is an important trick. This is an important event that our staff has already put a lot of time in, and people around the state of Florida have put time in and changed their schedule. There's not a political person that's speaking at this event. It's an informational seminar. It's important. And they asked that it be done now so that they can take it on to the rest of the state and make Volusia County first. We can vote to take Volusia County out of it and say, we're not willing, we'll let somebody else do it. That would be a mistake. That would be a missed opportunity, and that would be wrong. That would be political.
Mr. Chair, I don't think that was what was said, that we're taken out. That wasn't what was sold. That's not what I heard.
Okay, well, I'm telling you what I heard. We can disagree with that. Okay, so we have a motion to postpone this till after the November election by Ben Johnson. No, he's already spoken twice, and the majority of the people voted that, I didn't, but voted to allow people to only speak on two items.
It's not an agenda
And he can speak in closing remarks. Yeah. You can speak at the end with closing. You've already spoken twice. The majority
Mr. Brower, we have people that speak on almost every issue. John Nicholson, you do, don't you? John Nicholson speaks all the time.
No, we hold everybody.
Yes, he does.
To.
Yes, he does,
You
Mr.
speak
Brower.
Up, you speak up
You
and call
cannot
me to
take
task.
and change this to suit yourself.
I'm not, Ben. I disagreed when you brought
When you
this
show
up to vote
discrimination, it
to
puts
hold
us
people.
in trouble. And you are showing discrimination out here at this time, but not allowing him to speak.
Okay.
Because we do have people that speak on issues, one issue after another.
Okay.
And I don't have anything about for Wendell, but it's just fair is fair, and you can't take and
Fair-
change the rules to suit
Fair
you.
is absolutely fair. I am not changing the rules you did. So Michael Dyer, I'm going to ask you to please pull up that vote that we had last year, and we're going to have to change it to people can speak as many times as they want.
Doesn't it have to be an agenda item? This is not even an agenda item.
Michael Dyer, can you straighten this out? This is, we're taking a really good event, a really good thing, and making a circus out of it. This is disgusting.
What matters for purposes of sunshine law is you're about to take a vote. You could direct that this be an agenda item if you wish. Right now it's not. You have a motion on the floor that you're entertaining, that you do have to allow members of the public to speak on a particular vote. The two-time restriction applies to council members on the agenda item. Now, if council wants this to be an agenda item rather than to be a motion, now you can certainly do that.
Okay, what does the council want to do? Yeah, to make this an agenda item.
I mean, it's not an agenda item.
I guess if we're taking a vote on anything, he has a right to speak if we're going to make a decision on something, right?
That's right.
Okay, what I want to do is what the rule said that we imposed last year when we when we shorten the amount of time that council members could speak and we shorten the amount of time that the public, how many times they could speak to an item. What did that ordinance say?
You would have to allow public input on items that you're voting on. So,
Okay. Is this an item? It's not an item.
well,
So
it's
we
not an
have to
agenda
vote
item,
to
but
make it an agenda
but
item.
you're about to, sometimes you have made motions on the floor without an agenda item. If you want an item to be an agenda item, council can certainly direct that. Right.
Mr. Bauer, I think we have limited our speakers on any item to speak once on an item, but not several times on an item. Otherwise, they'd keep standing up and down. But this is an item, although it was not planned, we still are voting on it. And he has not spoken on this issue. I mean, just out of fairness.
Yeah, well, I'm all for fairness. That's why I voted against the rule change last year. But then, do you want to make a motion to make this an agenda item?
I was under agenda item 14.
That's community events. This is something that was
Okay, whatever. It's
brought up as a...
We can't do that
Wait a
agenda item for this agenda.
No, you have a motion, a second on the floor. There are sometimes I know council has said that because of an importance of an item, you want it to be an agenda item, but council's free to make motions during the meeting. So the right of the public to speak is just a sunshine issue before you vote, whether it's an agenda item or not.
Okay, Wendell, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Well, I'm gonna start it off when it's kind of, I find it fascinating that when the rules are for the public, we go to remote actions and go to the county attorney, etc. There's this old saying that rules for thee, not for me, i.e., and you called me a criminal earlier for Wendy Anderson, but if you look at her, she's the one holding Donald Trump's head up that's bleeding. That's kind of like unethical and kind of like the Secret Service should probably lock her up. And the rules are for all of us. It's just like, it's no secret. I'm not on your Christmas card list anymore.
This item, or are you just going to ramble some more and,
I'm gonna ramble
and
some more.
disparage people that are not here
Add
and
another,
able to
add another
defend
2 minutes to my
themselves?
time, please. You're on my time. My time now.
Oh.
Yeah, it is. It's my time. So
I'd like to step in on this just a second. Mr. De La Rosa, you're supposed to be speaking to this item. We have public comment later if you have something else to say.
Will do.
But
And-
Mr. Brower is right. You're supposed to be speaking on this item.
Will do. Look who's heading the event up. Miss Libby Lovett.
No, she's not.
She's not. Then why is she all over Facebook as the president and chair? Bring the your election tables for the people that we support. The blah 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 blah. That's all that you're on the post, Jeff. You know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, sure. Yeah. Bring our slate. Bring our slate, and make this a political event. You're making it a political event. You're saying you're not. It's bogus. It's bogus. It's not. It is 100% a political event, and you know it. So I've already signed up to go to the event. I own property in that conservation corridor, and I think you need to check too that I've got 27 parcels down there. Yeah, I sure do. Yeah, I do. Ask Mr. Irvin. I'll be on the agenda on the 3rd of August for an item for a land swap. But you need to check on the $300 million. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, about 85% of that's already been spoken for and spent. So you missed the ship. You missed the ship sailed. So it's kind of like too little, too late. So do that research. And I don't think there was any nefarious acts on the staff by scheduling it on that date. It was just a sheer Dr. B here and the other doctor from the IRL. They're local. They can come to this meeting after the election. You put this right 10 days prior to the primary. It is totally inappropriate. So that's my opinion on this agenda item. Thank you. And Libby Lovett should not even attend. She's not a Volusia County resident.
Well, so much for freedom and liberty. Libby Lovett has nothing to do with the planning of this event. She's promoting it because she believes that she's a member of the Indian River Lagoon Council. That's what she was appointed to. Heather Post.
This question is directed to Suzanne. So my will would be for the information to get out to the public about the wildlife corridor and just provide the information. Is it feasible to make that information available here in chambers on a council meeting day after council, or just on an additional day, a workshop day, and us make it a workshop, but not really just as a informational thing as you guys normally do, simply to provide the information, and then that way all these talks of politics and yada yada hopefully won't be a part of that, and we'll get down to the brass tacks of providing the information instead of stalling. I mean, I'd rather do that than not provide the information to the public and not work on the actual issues at hand. So I will make that motion, actually, if that's feasible for you guys.
We're happy to present to council about the wildlife corridor anytime at your next meeting, at any meeting before council. We're happy to do that. What the event at the Ocean Center is designed to do is to bring in experts around the state,
right,
to present more detailed information about the wildlife corridor, a portion of which is within Volusia County. We're very fortunate, in my opinion, to have the voters support Volusia Forever, which gives us a unique position in the state to hopefully leverage our money with whatever funds are available elsewhere, including the state that has prioritized lands with the corridor for acquisition. So that's what this meeting was designed to do. And staff has crafted the agenda to try to make it as informational as possible. I don't know that we could bring all the speakers in we had designed, but happy to make a presentation council on all that you might want to know about the corridor.
If we could have as many of those speakers come and speak as possible here, I think that might hopefully serve a purpose. And then in the future, after election, whatever, if the public wants more information on it, which there's no doubt in my mind that they will, that we do continue and do a workshop at the Ocean Center. But you know, if we're going to get a no vote and just stall this, that's crazy. Like we just need to be working on the issue and providing the information. So, and it's why we're making it political in any way, shape, or form, I have no idea. But everything is political, everything. And for us to postpone anything because it might possibly have political attachments is crazy.
We already have a motion on the floor to postpone this in a second. We haven't voted on that, so we don't know if we have a no vote yet. Is Brad Burball here? I don't mean to, I guess I do mean to put you on the spot. You have put a lot of work into this.
I applaud you, Brad, for staying.
He couldn't get to the door.
It was hard. He thought the mask would work, but
did you design this as a political event, and what's going to happen?
Call the question, Chair.
On this day?
So, you know, I think that we are here to work at council's direction through George, and so we will do whatever the council's pleasure is.
Okay, then let's call the roll. Carissa. Yes, the motion is to postpone the August 13th Volusia County Wildlife Corridor workshop to some date after the November elections.
Ms. Gertman.
So the motion is to postpone. Staff has already worked on this and already has people in position, so I'm not going to do that to them.
Mr. Johnson. Dr. Lowry, Ms. Post, Mr. Robbins,
You know, I can't hear votes. I can't hear. Microphones aren't being used.
Ms. Wheeler. So far, Ms. Gertman has said no. Mr. Johnson has said yes. Dr. Lowry has said no. And Ms. Post has said no. Mr. Robbins.
I can't support it.
Ms. Wheeler.
I'm going to support it, but only because it's already, the train is already out of the station, and it's everywhere publicized. I don't like the way it happened. I don't like the way it occurred, but I want to say yeah. Reluctant.
You're going to say yes or no? Yes is to
I said yeah.
postpone it, no is to not postpone it.
Oh, no is to, no,
Okay.
not going to postpone.
Mr. Robbins, can you clarify yours then? Do you want to postpone it or not postpone it?
I would like to postpone it.
Mr. Brower.
And Brower is no, don't postpone it. So the vote is 5 no and 2 yes to postpone it. So it goes on. Brad, thank you very much for your work on it. Suzanne, the rest of the staff, I really wasn't looking forward to calling all the people that we already invited that changed travel schedules to come here, so thank you very much. Danny, you're still up on the board?
Yes, sir. I would just like to so this doesn't happen again. If something like this comes up where we're going to be using or it grows to the point like this, I don't want to be put in this scenario again. I don't know if there's a way that we can do it better, but you know, there's a little bit more to this, and I don't want to see this. We don't need to go down this path, but yeah, thanks.
Okay, and that brings us to public participation. Do you have any? Oh, no, we have one more item updated from the, Danny, your name is still on here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paulo Soria, Senior Assistant County Attorney. This is going back to item number 5, which the council recessed earlier in the day. The council and Ms. Wheeler was handed out 2 documents, which is a clean version and a red line version of the resolution creating NRAC with the council's changes. So I'm going to walk through the changes. It's on page 2 of both documents. It's now a 14-member board committee. They still serve 2 years. No member shall serve more than 3 consecutive terms. County council shall appoint them individually, so we're not doing a slate approval. And they have to be electors residing in Volusia County, so they're not appointed by district or they're not appointed east-west. They just have to live in the county and be a voting and be able to vote in the county. And then we've got the nomination or appointment process, which starts, with the chair making the appointment and then the at-large, and then going from District 1 all the way to District 5. And then after each member has appointed one person, then it starts the other way around, starting with District 5, then going District 4, then District 3, District 2, District 1, and then the at-large member, and then the chair. So the way it's set up, because you're not approving it as a slate, it's 14 nominations, 14 votes. That's the one other correction that I failed to catch is on page 2, starting on line 74 on the red line and line 70 on the clean. The rest of the sentence after residents of the county is going to be struck because that's inconsistent with what the council has directed, because that that requires membership to members to retain status in the district, but you just have to live in the county. So with those changes, I believe that consists of what council has directed staff to change. So seeking your approval.
Paulo, do you have a copy that you could give Krista so it's on the projector? So Paulo, the language you were looking to change is at the bottom, correct?
So this is the red line version. So starting on page 7, on line 74, after the phrase residents of the county.
So you just need to move that up a little bit.
Yeah, you need to move it up so we can see line 74. So you can see so that line starts on page 7 on line 73 should just state committee members shall remain in office as long as they are qualified registered electors and residents of the county. Full stop. The rest of the sentence is deleted, and then the rest of the document is unchanged.
Move approval with the new changes.
Second.
Motion to approve with these changes by Post, second by Gertman. Any other questions, discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Thank you for getting that done all in one afternoon.
Thank
you. Appreciate it. Okay, that brings us to public participation and then closing remarks. Do you have Wendell De La Rosa?
Start the clock. Let me get my phone here ready and my pointer out. Okay, can you get my slides up by chance or whatever? All right. We all agree that the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission is a pretty prestigious committee to be on. We have a lot of outgoing council persons here, to include Billy behind me. I see you back there. I've worked with Heather at the Veterans Court. I've worked with you at the Tiger Bay on the board of directors. I've worked with you, Barb. I've worked with you, Fred. I'm having a brain freeze. Jeff, I've known we can put our differences aside, and I know I've helped you when you were on a little hard times, and some gift cards were emailed to you, etc. Blah blah blah, all that good stuff.
I haven't had hard, but thank you.
Yeah, but I gave you a bunch of money so you and your family could eat, but that's okay.
No, you didn't. That's a lie.
I didn't. I got the gift cards or an email, Jeff. I gave them to you, so
I didn't help my family because they were hungry.
I helped your family because it was Christmas time, but you can't take a gratitude. But anyway.
Mr. De La Rosa, please let's don't get personal.
Not getting personal. And
yeah, it is.
Dan, I'm moving along. And Danny, worked in law enforcement. Ben worked in law enforcement with him. First slide, Mr. Richard Feller, planning. Next slide. Next slide. Right there. Back one. Back the slide. Right here, you can, no, right there, you can see it. There's an active case number. The clock's stopping it, but it's Mr. Richard Feller. There's an acting case number. It's active right now. Next slide. It was on hearing on the 7th of July. He lost. The court denies the defendant's motion to invoke the review of civil procedures. He has an August 13th court date. Moves into August. It's down in here somewhere. He's got active civil cases going on. Next slide. Here's what you're traditionally known as your Form 1, Form 6, etc., that all of you all fill out when you do your records, when you swear that I tell the truth and all that good stuff. Here's what he listed. Look up right there. Name of creditors, none. Next slide, please. It says right there, anything over $10,000, you must report. You have to. It's by law, by Florida state statute, blah, 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 blah. Next slide, please. Right there, Richard Feller, $29,740.48. That top line right there is a instrument and page and line number from the clerk of the court of Volusia County, Florida. Next slide, please. Okay, that's all I have. My point is, on this gentleman, he is on this prestigious board. I would ask that if an employee gets in a domestic violence or whatever, some trouble pops up, you don't fire them, you don't do that, but you put them in a timeout. You kind of suspend them. I would ask that the motion be made by one of you to vote on this, to take this gentleman and not remove him from the board. I'm not asking for that. But let's take a time out when all this information is presented to you. There's problem. There's lies. There's back taxes, fraud.
Okay, thank you. You're out of time.
Thank you.
John Nicholson.
Mr. Chair.
Heather Post.
I know that sometimes we do comment on these things, and I just have a question, because it seems as if we've gone down this road many times today, and I would imagine we will be going down it quite a bit in the future, at least through November. So, Mr. Dyer, could you speak to our committees and our boards that we have and that the council appoints people to, and discuss what the correct process is for any kind of ethics violation or anything that the community might have? Do they go through State Ethics Commission? Because I've had that question. Or do they simply come to us and we peruse through these people's backgrounds and files and make a decision?
You have qualifications for boards, such as maybe a residency in a certain district. Some of your boards require some professional background. But the only kind of disqualifier that you have is your what we call the clean hands ordinance, that if you owe back tax to the county, that's a basis for not being appointed. Other than that, if there's an alleged discrepancy on a financial disclosure form, that's handled by the Florida Commission on Ethics, not handled by the county. And it wouldn't be something that your staff would review.
Thank you. So I just wanted to point that out, and I know that's important to point out. So that's not something I don't think that council should be handling. Thank you.
John.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. A couple of things. One, I want to add 2 roadways because there are things coming down the pike. I mentioned earlier there are 9 major developments happening in basically 1 mile area. So I'm asking to add not only to 92, but to Bellevue and Williamson to look at those 2 roads because of the development that's going in there. It's all commercial. There's virtually no residential. So it's all heavy trucks, people going to and from work. So I'm asking you to take a look at that. Secondly, rollback. I mentioned it before. Bud Asher was very happy and proud and boasted 7 rollbacks in a row. And then we got hit with a 27% tax increase. This will be your, 6th or 7th rollback in a row? But what I want to point out, which I didn't realize before, is you were at 6 point whatever 5 years ago. You're down to 4 point something. You've lowered by 2 points. All right? How much have the taxpayers saved, or how much has the county lost by keep reducing the taxes? We as residents have made out like bandits when the counties around us are really killing their employees, their residents. So we've really done quite well, and we don't want to risk that. All right? You guys have a debt of how much? 0. You'd be surprised what staff has done for the residents of Volusia County. You guys have done extremely well on the council before you. We are in a great position. We don't want to risk that. Secondly, SunRail. I didn't like it years ago because it excluded Daytona Beach, and there was never a chance that it would ever go to Daytona Beach. All right? Yep. So what's going to happen is we're going to get hit in the rear end with the nice thing, but we have a ability with a no vote to get our questions and our problems answered. I don't like the rail lines. It was brought up. All right? There are ways to get the answers, and I'm asking Jeff to use that no as best you can, because there are several things that we are getting shafted with. We as a county, not only just the east side of the county, but we as a county are getting shafted. All right? And I know it happened in the past. We didn't anticipate what's going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen in the future either. So when you look at this agreement, remember what we did with Lotto? When we voted in Lotto, oh, you're too young. When we voted in Lotto, it was to enhance the education. We're not doing that anymore. So with this agreement, make sure that we cross our T's, dot our I's, because we could get shafted. Thank you.
I appreciate you saying I'm too young.
Cynthia Hale. Sure, I was looking to see if Sharice was still here. Sharice Boyd? She's gone. Okay, that's the end of the public participation. County Manager George Rechtenwald.
Yeah, thank you. I just have one item. While we were here today, actually, I received a request from Homes Bring Hope charity. Is been building homes, low-cost homes for promote home ownership. They are competing for a state grant of $500,000, and they have solicited a letter of support. I see they have obtained it from Advent Health, from Home Board, and some others. They're just asking for a letter of support from the council.
I would make that motion.
Second.
Any discussion? No, state your motion.
The motion is to provide a letter of support, no monies.
Right, just a
but
letter of support.
Letter of support for
Right.
them
A
to
$500,000 grant from the state.
get the grant, yes.
Okay. By Post, second by Gertman. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
All I have.
Michael Dyer.
Sir, I just want to point out, I know there are several items today that the members of my office spent a lot of time on. I thank you for all their effort. Have a great evening.
Barb Gertman.
So, I'm not going to go there.
Don't use any acronyms.
I know. So according to Smart Growth America, the worst place for pedestrian safety is Volusia County. Now imagine that. So I'm proud to be TPO chair. Thank you, Billy, for handing it off.
at this time, but that really concerns me, I'm sure it concerns the majority of us. And I'm really interested in staff coming back with alternatives to how we can improve, right? How do we get to complete streets, improve pedestrian, bike, and intermodal safety for our county? That's the direction we need to be going in. And I ask for the council support to have staff bring back, work with TPO, DOT, and help come up with the alternatives for how to make our streets safer. If anyone has noticed, crashes now are fatalities. They're not serious incidents anymore. We're loaded with fatalities in our county, on our roads. So we need a different eye to how we're approaching our roads and transportation. So is there support for having staff bring back alternatives towards safe, complete streets?
Fred Lowry.
I'd just like to add, before we task staff with extra duties and time, is to have a little bit of research into who did the poll and what behind it. I think it was a little bit more politically motivated than anything. Talking with some people and digging a little deeper, I'm not so sure that that's an accurate portrayal of our county.
We sit on TPO, and the data supports. So I don't know about political. I think, again,
I've been to Boston. I can imagine it were worse than that.
The fastest drivers in the world. Tad.
Yes, ma'am. We've seen the study as well. We're obviously very concerned about that. John Cheney, a county traffic engineer, and myself talked about it quite a bit. We are pursuing the state, or the federal DOT has a grant for a safety program, which takes a look at pedestrian and bicycle safety as it relates to the road system. We are going to be working with TPO to potentially pursue that particular grant. As a part of that, it requires you can get money through that grant for two different ways, either for preparing a safety plan or for implementing a safety. We don't currently have an existing safety plan as the county ourselves, so that's what we would be pursuing. As a part of that safety plan, we would be doing sort of what Dr. Lowry is mentioning. The study does not get into specifics. It's more about the numbers and indicating where problems as a group are. As a part of the study, one of the things that we would investigate is what is causing that particular problem. Certain things that we obviously have control over, and there are certain things that we won't have control over. And instead of just trying to spend money willy-nilly, we would like to figure out what the problems are that we can solve and try to tackle those. That would again be part of that particular.
So that's really what I'm looking for, is to have the support of staff to look at strategic alternatives to what we've been doing, because apparently what that was may not be working. So so I appreciate all the efforts and the fresh eyes on this opportunity at this time, and making use of any and all resources.
I was just, maybe you can speak to this, Barb, but the TPO, weren't they looking into this? Now that we've had many discussions on this. So,
yes, we are talking.
So I don't want to be spending our money in terms of if the TPO will spend their money, is what I'm getting at. And so we're
Collaborative.
Correct.
It's a collaborative effort across the board, but again, we're giving guidance to staff to take it to the next level, because again,
well, one of the things we do know, for example, and the reason we're going and working with the TPO as opposed to pursuing our own grants alone, is that a large number of the accidents, the fatalities, aren't on our specific facilities. I mean, the state has the majority of the lane miles. They're the ones that have the biggest problems when you take a look at where the counts are. So we certainly want to be working, not just trying to tackle our problems, but we'd like to see some improved across the entire system. So that's why we're trying to work with not just TPO, but other agencies.
Okay, thank you. So, only other thing I wanted to mention is, I was, appointed to the FACT Board again in the urban committee that also looks at transportation, and a number of other concerns. I know some think that, serving on these boards isn't relevant, but I want to make it clear, we each determine how we serve our districts and our county. And I think it's important for us to have representation at the state level, not only for the relationships, but to also be collaborative and be able to pull down the information that's relevant, and especially being part of TPO and other community boards and resources. So just wanted to mention that. Lastly, the Youth Initiative Training Initiative. Through CareerSource, I chair this board, and I'm just really proud of the young people that have been serving on this program this summer while they've been out of school, and probably part of the year as well. And I would like to be able to acknowledge them at our next meeting. So I just wanted to get the support to be able to acknowledge the Yeti program at our next, at first meeting of August.
Done? Okay.
Done if you want it.
Do I need a motion for that, or just to request them?
I'd like to see
I'll
four
second it
heads.
if it's a motion, yeah.
Bobbleheads?
Thank you. That's it for now. I'll save the other for next time. It's late.
Ben Johnson.
Barb, I read another statistic recently that said that most people are killed within 5 miles of home in traffic accidents. I'm afraid to go home. I'll be in trouble tonight. But I do have something in a serious mode here about, the ship or the big tugboat that's been brought back from overseas is not going away. It was built into land. There's been some different things talked about, and I know that Dan Friend has worked hard on it. And he talked about putting it out at the Ed Stone Park at the White Hare Bridge, which it's already in dire need for parking. And Tim Bailey has talked to him, and it's just not feasible to put it there. But something that we might be able to do, and I'd like to see if this council is willing, is, we have a park on Lake Beresford. It's a beautiful park, and we have waterfront down there. And if we could potentially put a dock out there, maybe using, Explore Echo funds, and be able to moor that boat at that dock, it brings it home. It's in Lake Beresford, within a half a mile, basically, of where it was built. And it'd be the possibility, they've gone through efforts like, it's amazing. I never thought he'd get away with that. I never thought he'd do it, but he did. And now the ball's kind of in our hand. Where do you put it? And there's just not a lot of places to put it, but right there is a place to put it, that it could be a destination for people to look at it. So I'd just like to see if the council will have staff maybe explore the fact of, using ECHO money to build a dock there and put it there.
That's
I'll second your motion.
That's an interesting idea. Would that stand a chance of being approved as a historical? No, so everybody says, please don't put me on the spot. Brad!
We'd have to look at it, and there's a process, and I think we follow the process, but we could get some preliminary research done if it's the will of the council. We'll take a look at what kind of feasibility we'd have to look at. That particular area, there's only one way in and out of it underneath the railroad track to visit it. If they were going to go on a dock, and what you're talking about, of course, it would have to be floated in. through the lake. It was built there. He's correct. It was built right up the lake, probably less than a mile. So it's interesting. But we could take a little look if that's the will of the council. I'll see what the issues would be.
Yeah, I'm not picturing the location, but it's
Where the hiking trail and park, everything off of right on the shore of Lake Beersford on the eastern side.
Well, have you made that a motion? Because Barb seconded it.
I seconded his motion that he hadn't made yet.
To give the staff to, the motion is to give that to staff to see if it's feasible,
Yes.
to come back with a, okay. Any questions, discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Is that you? You done? Okay. Dr. Lowry. Heather Post.
Thank you. So I've been getting a lot of calls. Ben, if you could come up for 1 sec. So in Ormond by the Sea, there is a wastewater. There's a utility plant there, and on May 23rd, the CSWR, which is the Florida Utility Operating Company, there was a huge press release showing that they acquired water and wastewater utilities located in several counties, and that was approved by the Florida Public Service Commission. And so I'm already getting citizens up there that are showing their bills. Their bills are like 5 times what they used to be. And so I'm wondering if you could just sort of explain what has happened just in general, and explain that.
Well, I do know that there are some private utilities up in that area and not affiliated with the county. It sounds like, and I'm not 100% sure, that one of them might have gotten acquired by another company, and maybe the rates or something changed. But I can definitely look into it and get you more information on that. But depending on, which company it is and whether they got their rates approved through the rate commission or not, I'll look into that. But it sounds like I'm aware that there are some private utilities up in that area, and they were acquired by a different company. They could have a.
Well, so this is really what I wanted to point out, that it was approved by the Florida Public Service Commission.
Correct.
And so county council or the county really has no hand in it, or really even no leverage in it. They're just a private company who is providing the service.
Correct.
And
the only rates that this council controls are the ones by the county utilities.
Right. So I just wanted to explain that. It's horrifying that they're 5 times what they were before, and it sounds like from talking to a number of these citizens that sort of out of the blue.
Right. Yeah, it could be that they got acquired without them.
Right. But okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that.
And if you could get me the information you have, I'll be more than happy to look into it and
absolutely. Okay. I've been wanting to connect with you all day on it, but I haven't been. As you see, I'm not mobile, so I couldn't run out and grab you. But
no problem.
Okay, thanks.
Ben, will you have a seat there?
And then I also wanted to say, I met my husband. I met with the Halifax Council for the Blind, and at their meeting, and I just wanted to point out what a wonderful group that is just totally committed to making changes in the community. And I know the TDLCB, which is the Transportation Local Coordinating Disadvantage Board, which provides bus service, et cetera, to disabled within Volusia. They are very vocal, for sure, and they had also come in and spoke with us or during public discussion at our last meeting, and discussed the reduction in some of the services that are being provided within Votran on their services specifically. So some of the smaller buses maybe. So I absolutely want to discuss that further. I know that we have had reduction in Votran services as a whole, but certainly that segment of the community tremendously relies on it, and I don't think that that's acceptable. So if we can maybe touch on that at the next meeting or provide some more information on that, that would be fantastic. And perhaps see where we can work to accommodate. And so then I would ask all of council in agreement with having staff do that.
I mean,
What? You didn't hear any of that?
we mentioned the same at the last meeting when Calvin was up and Doug Paul had spoken. So I think it's already been.
I think we left it with, here's the reduced budget, and we weren't really left with anything. So I'd really like to see sort of a game plan from Votran as to what we're doing to accommodate that segment of the community, and maybe look at what has been reduced and see if that's really acceptable as a whole, and if so, then what can we do to sort of mitigate.
Sure, we can take a look, but I think we should, if we really would need, I think, to the second meeting in August. But
Yeah, that's fine. It's not.
Billy Wheeler, did you want to?
Yeah, no, I was just going to add to that. I've had quite a few people contact me that are disadvantaged, and I have sent them over to staff, and they've sent him over to Calvin, and he has responded to each and every one of them with an alternative. So he's been very active with that for the numerous emails that I have received. So they are handling it.
Well, I just know it was the actual council, and we had someone come at last meeting and speak to it and actually printed out information for us. So I'd like to make sure it's. Thank you. What happened?
Councilman Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. Clay, you thought you were skating by. You're hiding in the back.
He was sleeping.
You can explain this probably better than me, but I've been getting a lot of calls. I made it a point to reach out to Clay and staff in Sam Sula. We're having an easement issue. I'll let Clay talk to particulars about it, but in a nutshell, it has to do with a county maintained road, and we just have a couple people, you just correct me if I'm wrong, that have 10-acre parcels, and now they're trying to subdivide them and give them to their kids. But I just want to let y'all know it's growing. There's going to be a lot more complaints, and I'm just trying to see if we can maybe explain it to council or get more information and maybe come up with a remedy where everybody is happy. I know that's a stretch, but see how we can work through it collectively.
The issue is prescriptive right-of-way based on our maintenance. And Ben can actually talk about it better, and so can Paolo, but basically we've been maintaining certain roads out there by maintaining the stormwater and grading and those, and we've established those as part of our maintenance maps. We've gone through the legal process of establishing prescriptive rights, so therefore it's basically right-of-way for the county. When someone comes in and is seeking to subdivide their property, one case is very prevalent, is Mr. Lusner, who wants to take what he believes is 20 acres of his land and divide it into two 10-acre tracts. When it was reviewed by your staff, what occurred was that the actual amount of land was under 20 acres because when you factor in the area that's utilized for the swale as part of the right-of-way, which is part of our prescriptive right-of-way, he has under the 20 acres. So you would not be able to subdivide it into the two 10-acre tracts. We've heard there was a similar email today of a similar nature. What we can do is go back, verify what we've been doing in regards to establishment of the prescriptive right-of-way, and just make sure that everyone's aware of it. I know that many of the property owners feel that this is a taking, but it's pursuant to state law and how we establish those types of things.
And you're right. And a lot of what they're saying is, you know, they have deeds, and in their defense, they have deeds that include the 10 acres, and then we go to maintain it. They don't know about it, is what's being claimed. But at the end of the day, can we make is it feasible to look at exploring making an exception to policy? They don't want to go outside their local plan. They actually want to protect it. But when we talk about affordability and, passing that down, especially to their kids, they have a valid point where now they have to go through a rezoning, possibly a PUD, this, that, resurveying for something that they may or may not have known about. Or been a discrepancy. Would it be unorthodox, or have we done it any other place in the county or in history where we could make an exception if this does happen? They still qualify for that 10 acres, or do they have to go through this whole?
Let Paolo and I look through on how we can work through this issue. Basically, it would require some sort of amendment to our comprehensive plan in regards to the prescriptive right-of-way, and we would have to look at what our land development and zoning requirements would be so that you would be exempt. You know, for example, if there's a taking or right-of-way, we do allow that to continue as a legal non-conforming lot. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean you can subdivide it further. So let us go back and see what options we have available to us, and we'll take it.
Sounds good. Thank you. And the second is, I'll just bring that, I don't want to do it, but it's not going to go away. Bring that topic back up that we had talked about earlier to advise or direct staff to come back with what other counties are doing to better vet their applicants and the people that are going to be taking roles in our boards and committees. If council is in support of that, I think now's the time. And we can let staff come back if there's a model out there that is better than ours, which is very loose. I'd be willing to make that motion.
Is there a second for the motion? Ask staff to come back with what other counties are doing to.
Yes, I would
background.
second that. Yeah, I would like to hear what other counties are doing.
Motion by Robbins, second by Wheeler, to ask staff to survey what other counties are doing to do background checks on people appointed to citizens advisory committees. Is that clear? Any discussion?
How to get qualifications for their, yeah.
Okay. If there's no other discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. I think it was 5-2.
Aye.
Pardon?
I don't support it.
Would you please call the roll?
Ms. Gertman,
Oh, what is it? If I'm not supporting it, it's a no?
correct.
Yeah, it's a no.
Mr. Johnson, Dr. Lowry, Ms. Post, Mr. Robbins, Ms. Wheeler,
Yeah, and I'm not hearing votes at all, but I'm a yes.
Mr. Brower.
Brower is a no. But the motion passes 5-2. So
4-3.
who was, oh, yes. You voted. So staff will giving you something to do. Is that it? Billy Wheeler.
Hey, just real quick on something personal. Thank you to all of the staff and the people in the community and the council members who have reached out to me to give me prayers and my family support as many of you know, I have my sister living with me, and I am her caregiver with hospice. I've had a nurse here all day sitting with her while I'm in this meeting. So I just appreciate your support and continued prayers. It's a difficult time, and yeah, that's all I got to say. Thank you to the many, many, many prayers and people that continue to uplift us during this really difficult time. Thank you.
Okay, just two things real quick. Ben, we've wanted to bring this up because it's been, this has also been all over Facebook and with emails about is it Plaza Drive or Plaza
Beach Ramp.
That's it? No Drive Street? Plaza Beach Ramp,
Right.
not the Plaza Resort Hotel, because there is a ramp that goes under that, but there's one there by the towers with some flooding issues. We had a construction project there that was going to be a few months, and it drug on, and it not the well, I don't want to belabor it. Not the fault of you and your staff, but you had some problems you had to deal with. But what I want the public to know is that, and I think Billy was also emailed about this, or at least on social media, that you went out and met with the president of the SOA of the.
I believe he's the property manager that's hired by the HOA of the towers.
Okay. And I went out and met with him. He is grateful that we did that. He's looking forward to the end of the project. Project is almost done. It looks really good. The cause of the flooding was not the drain and the underground storage that we put in. It's another drain, and there's going to be ongoing issues because there's an ocean there full of sand that moves around all the time. So I think the reason I wanted you to stay is, can you give us an estimate of when the final when it's finally done?
Yeah, the contractor is substantially complete. They're working on a few punch list items that they've got to address out there. I think we have the striping scheduled to go in this week, where they're striping the parking spaces and the other things, and they've got a few more items. So we're hoping to be wrapped up in the next couple weeks with those items and be complete with the project. And then we'll be taking over maintenance. You alluded to some issues. There's an underground vault system that stores the stormwater and allows it to perk in the ground when it rains. During large rain events, that system fills up. It does have a pop off where it'll pop off and flow to the beach. We just, got to make sure that sand isn't blocking those outfalls and ensuring that water has a free way to flow when it does have to go that route. And then at the end of the day, it is, like you said, right next to the Atlantic Ocean. So we're hoping by building up the end of that ramp, we've had issues in the past where high tide events and hurricane surges, it's come in and washed pretty far up the boat ramp, or the beach ramp, excuse me. And so by building that area up and putting in some amenities and things like that, we're hoping to block most of those events and keep that tidal surge.
I think most of the flooding into their garage came from the grate that's further up the ramp, isn't it? And is that cleaned out?
Yes, sir. Yes, it is cleaned out. There's a grate there, and then down in there you want to prevent any trash from going into that vault because it's tough to clean out. So there's a trash kind of blocker there, and we're making sure that stays clean and clear so that the water.
That's our maintenance as well?
It will be once the project's complete.
Okay. Which will be?
Hopefully within the next couple of weeks.
In our lifetime?
Yeah, very soon. We're just as anxious as the folks living in the towers to get this project over.
Thank you very much. The only other thing I had, and I had this on my, for a comment anyway, it has nothing to do with what happened, discussions we've already had. But Suzanne, do you know, or maybe Brad, how many people have already registered for the Wildlife Corridor event? Don't. We are asking for, do you know? We are asking for people to register so that Brad can prepare for that many people.
Yes, sir. So far, we've had 104 register. So we do have some capacity constraints at the Ocean Center. So while we were in here, I talked to Kevin, and we're going to live stream it for folks to join that way as well.
Okay. You still need people to register at volusia.org/wildlifecorridor.com?
Yes, sir.
You do? Okay.
What's the capacity?
So 240 in the room where it's going on. We have an additional set of rooms where we could do 240 and stream as well on site. So we're looking at about 500.
Thank you. And that is all that I had. Thank you, Brad, for your work on that. We will call this meeting adjourned at 6:46. Billy, you are in our prayers, and your sister.
Hey.